Hello, hello. Welcome in. We're doing a collab now with It's Emma Dilemma. Hold on, let me fix my thing a little bit. Let me add makeup in here because I know Emma's gonna be doing makeup. I don't think I'm gonna be doing makeup, but Emma will be. Okay. Let me give Emma a call. A little call. Hi, welcome back. Love you. How are you doing, Disco? How are you doing? Okay, let me go here. How did we do it last time? We did it to where I just realized you had my Discord open. That's so funny. Okay, well that's gonna go here. Whenever I get the call going. Lurk, thank you for the lurk. Okay, I'm tired. I'm gonna take off and let Mojo be super mod badass. Thank you, yes, I figured. Thank you for all you've done, Disco. I appreciate you. Don't get too obsessive about it because then you'll never finish it and you'll just be like, oh, sorry, I can't be a part of it. I think that last time when I did, how dare. How dare. I think last time what I did was I had 2 cameras. I'm going to call Emma. Ready or not, here I call. You can't hide. Gonna call you and figure this shit out.
Wait a second. OBS, virtual camera. Start. Let me just get this sorted for you.
Yeah,
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good.
Is my camera on for you?
It says it's loading.
Okay. I'm gonna tell it to go here.
I'm gonna try.
What the fuck? How did it do that? How about this one? That was like a picture of my stream setup from like during the day. That was weird.
That's so weird.
How did it do that? Oh, I think I know why. Okay.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I'm just doing this and doing that.
Okay, I think we're good. I'm just making some green foundation.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, it's quite nice.
Let me see if this will work now. Nope, that's still just a picture. That's great. That's great. Why doesn't this one work? This one's plugged in and looking at me. Oh, no. Okay, well, that's helpful. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna figure this out. It says it's on. Let me do push to talk now. That's fine. That works. Okay. What is wrong with my camera? It is not showing. Okay, hold on. How do I do the virtual camera? That's what I need to figure out. Oh, that's weird. Oh my god, I didn't mean to do that. What the fuck? I don't even know what I just did. I don't even know what I just did. Excuse you. I will figure this out. I can at least get this part fixed, even though I don't know how to fix my camera right now. Okay, I'm learning. I'm learning. I'm a pro streamer. I'm a pro. I'm a pro. I can learn. Have I forgotten what I was doing? Yeah, probably. That sounds right. That sounds like me. That sounds like me. It's already starting with the face pick. Alright, that seems fine. Is it perfect? No. Does it work? Sure. Mojo one. Okay, can you tell me how you are you, so you're just broadcasting your stream to me right now? Is that what it is?
It's my scene. I'm broadcasting the scene.
How do you do that?
So because I've got my virtual cam on, in OBS.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So then it lets me like broadcast a scene or the camera or whatever.
So I apparently have that because it goes up, but I think it's through Elgato. Maybe because I'm using it on my, I don't know why it shows up as like that old picture and not.
That's so weird.
Yeah. I don't know how to fix that.
Maybe I can. What if I just capture your stream?
That could work.
I'll do that. Hold on a second. Let me do a window capture.
I wonder if that could work, yeah. We're learning. I'm not even like muting myself at this point. I'm just gonna be alive in your stream.
Sounds good. That sounds good. It's
love
like
me.
It's a talking club anyway.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna add you in as a source.
I don't know why my other camera isn't working because that's what I had before for this, where I had two cameras going. And it's decided.
Right.
And it's like being weird for some reason. I have it on, but let me show the virtual camera again. That's good. That's always great. We love that. I can see me through your thing. Now I'm just watching Emma do this on their screen. There we go. See, on yours now we're like the same size. On mine we're not. On mine, pish posh. like that. All right, stop moving.
Okay, you should be able to hear me now. I just put push to talk off because we're just going to be chatting anyway. So
sounds good.
So I'm currently trying to make my face green.
Green, yeah.
Yeah, it's like base green at the moment though. It's kind of gone grey, like mold, to be completely honest. But it, like, once it sets, I can just put stuff over the top. It's like a nice look, I think. I would go out like to the club like this if I'm being honest. Like, it's really nice.
Right. I just realized it's gonna be delayed on your screen, isn't it? Because if you're capturing my stream.
Oh yeah.
Hold on, can I share something to you?
Yeah. I keep pressing things that I shouldn't be pressing right now.
This is kind of strange, but maybe this will work. Screw you, Nitro.
Let me go here. But it's gonna work. We're gonna get it to work.
I don't know if this is gonna work. Can you get it from that, or is it too small?
I might be able to.
Maybe.
Let me go to pop it out. Let me pop it out. Let me do something else.
Oh, but if I do that,
there we go.
Then I lose yours.
It just like blurry, that's all.
Hold on. Where's your thing? There's yours.
Hi.
Oh man.
It's tragic dilemma versus double ADHD. Legit. That's exactly correct. Exactly.
We don't have a problem. I don't know what you're talking about. There's no problems. This is solutions. This is problem solving.
I have foundation everywhere already. It's literally like on my mouth.
It's on your mouth.
No.
That sounds about right. It's a really doing colored foundation is really hard too. Any type of color.
I found like if I do like kind of that color as a base and then I go over it with like powder, it seems to work well. But we'll just see. It might work.
It might work.
It might work. Because I'm going to be using like green as contour and stuff anyway. Like it, even if it doesn't work well, it will work well with the contour and all of that. So, okay.
Was this even like something people won or just something you decided I'm doing this?
So it was voted for. It was voted for when we had my sub goal that I would dress up as old Greg. So I was like, you know what? Let's do it tonight. We can talk about things and I can look like old Greg.
That sounds good.
It's going to be a really serious conversation and I'm going to look like old Greg.
Yeah, sounds about right.
All right, let's see if I can get this to work. Properties. That one. There we go. I think I can get it to work. Okay.
I love that you're all just in Emma's chat just talking about me.
Wait, what? Are you going to shake Glenn's come on the screen? I'm just trying to. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. There she is.
Trying to figure out.
There's the moment. Just because it's working a bit differently to last time, so
yeah,
we're gonna make it work.
Yeah. I'm in both. I'm everywhere. I can see that. Oh my god, I'm so fuzzy. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I can make this bigger. Let me see if I can make this bigger for you.
Ah.
Sorry,
yeah.
Sorry.
Have the Taros arrived yet? They haven't, but we've got the other ones until they do, and when they do arrive, we can do some more. Do some more.
Oh man.
Let me do some greenness
Okay, I
while
know.
we're waiting. Greenness.
Hold on. Try that.
I see your ear.
That makes me a little bigger.
All right, perfect.
I mean, it's
You're
not
seeing
much,
the
but
behind the scenes today,
yeah.
everyone.
Hi, Dandy. Dandy's on both too.
Oh, that is better.
It's a little bit better. It's not great, but
There's
it's
just that green square as well. That's on there. That's coming.
Oh yeah, let me get rid of that. There you go.
John and
better. It's not great, but it's
look, it's better than nothing.
Yeah.
It's gonna work. It's gonna work.
What is wrong with this camera? All right.
We're gonna. What would you like to start off with, Glenn? Because weren't you gonna start off with maybe like giving people resources to be able to find
True.
out
Yeah.
this
So.
information?
Yeah. Let me just do something. I'm getting distracted. Let me just turn my music down right here. It's in the background.
Look at what this looks like.
There we go.
It's so gross.
There we go. It's just like
So good.
it's so. This is gonna be so interesting to see. What does the hair look like?
And so I've got that. It's quite nice. Very old Greggy. It looks very like seaweedy-ish. And then on top of that, where is it? I don't know where I put it. I did, yeah, because I cut it in a little bit. So I've got hair for a mustache, which I can put on with like eyelash glue. And then, yeah, and we've got some lashes. We're going to do kind of like more high-end old Greg though, you know?
Okay. Yeah.
Like old Greg in the fashion era kind of thing.
Yeah. Old Greg looking hot.
We'll see how well that works because this, no.
Old hot Greg.
Of that one. Yeah, exactly. Put this over here. It's a. Actually, I'm gonna need it again because I'm gonna do my eyebrows green. All right.
I really wish my camera was working. It's bothering me.
It still works. It still works. I wonder if there's a way I could zoom in this thing.
Why does it do that?
Is full screen. Oh, that works a little bit, doesn't it? Full screen. That makes the tiniest bit of a difference.
Tiny bit of difference. Just a tiny little bit.
It's
a little baby bit.
I couldn't hear properly before. Do you need help? Oh no, I'm good. I'm good. We're just trying to we're just what I was looking for before that I lost. I was panicking a little bit, but it's fine now. Now what I need is this, my wax for my eyebrows.
I'm just watching you while I try to figure this out really quick.
Sounds good. Just put this on a spoolie thing. I usually put wax in my eyebrows anyway, so it should be fine. Just to hold them down enough to hold some foundation. I'm on PC now. Let's go back. Let's go. What does old Greg's eyebrows look like? I can imagine they look quite messy, so maybe we'll do like this kind of look on eyebrows.
Aren't they kind of covered by the hair? You can't really see it.
Yeah, but like it would just be like messy around my eyes, you know, because if they're green as well, it's going to be quite nice, I think.
It's lovely.
Just have them messy and green, and it's going to be really nice. Yeah, oh, it's so nice. This is definitely like the moment I've been waiting for. It's definitely, yeah. A bit of this on there. Probably won't cover them completely, but it'll be enough that I can add some more green on there. Oh, that's nice. The green. Oh yeah, that's beautiful. I look like my daughter trying to do her makeup.
Thank you, Cactus. Appreciate you.
It's stunning. Absolutely
Stunning.
It will make sense.
It will.
Just need to trust the process. Alright, next step. I'm going to get rid of you because you disgust me.
You disgust me.
We're going to use oh my god, like honestly, I don't know whose idea it was to use that foundation. It goes everywhere, that one. I don't know why. It just does. Alright. We're going to do a little bit of this in the bowl. So it was interesting. I was looking up charts today, like for tonight. And it's interesting to see the kind of people who are like born around the same time as you.
Oh, yeah.
Like who else is a Cancer as well? I was like, oh, just guess who's a bloody Cancer?
Who?
Tom Sandoval.
Oh, yeah. I think I did look up his chart.
2 weeks after my birthday.
Wow.
Was his birthday. Gemini's Ignite. Yeah, Gemini. For some reason, a lot of people who I just instantly click with, Taurus, Geminis, and Virgos, Libras. They seem to be the people that I just connect with really well. And it's really random as well because I find like the signs that my kids are, I get along really well with. Let's just do this powder, some setting powder, but green setting powder because it's nice. Tap that. Oh my god.
Alright, I can't fix it, nice. So it just is what it is. You can just have blurry glam on your channel.
It's fine. This is a nice look. I do like this look.
You like it?
Yeah.
It's going well.
Yeah, you can tell I'm green now.
Yeah, I see it.
Which is
for
good.
sure.
There's just powder going bloody everywhere.
Yeah.
But it's fine. How was making your Sims? In Cass?
Mojo says, I'm surprised Emma hasn't fallen in love with me. Then they're a Libra, Gemini, Virgo are the big three.
Yeah, it's so weird. Wait, who said that?
Mojo. My friend Mojo.
There you go, Mojo. There you go. Who knows? My god, I am powder now.
Oh, wait.
Hey, Barbie. Do you like this look?
Hey, Barbie. Hi, Barbie. Hi, Barbie.
I think like the lights as well, because I've got green lights behind me.
Yeah.
It makes it even better.
Okay, so I think should we start with astrology since we're kind of already starting talking about it? Okay.
Yeah, maybe let's start with astrology and I'll do this and we can chat while we talk.
Okay, well, I'm a...
I have to take my meds. Coffee sounds like meds, so...
I'm a Taurus sun, Cancer moon, Capricorn rising.
So I'm a Cancer sun, Leo moon, and Cancer rising. So I've got like a lot of Cancer in my chart. Did I send you my chart?
I don't remember.
Let me have a look. Oh my god. It's everywhere. I feel like the witch from Wicked right now.
Oh yeah,
Can
for
you
sure.
Kind of, like see those vibes?
For sure. Okay, I have to say this. I went to screenshot a picture from the TikTok of you with the bacon as inspiration for an art piece I want to make.
Yeah.
And I was looking at it and I was like, first of all, wow, you have a bottom half. How weird.
What?
You have a bottom half because I'm so used to just
Oh
seeing you on
yeah, like I
camera.
do.
It's
Like
not so
look,
weird. Oh, we
doing
got
my
a
old grade
tutu.
too. Yeah, it's really nice. I'm gonna leave my other makeup bowl
You
over
have
there.
legs. What a concept. I had no idea. Oh my god, look at them.
I know it's a miracle, but I do have legs. Wizard of Oz are melting. Look at which of the. It's beautiful.
Also, what I
It
love
will
about
when
it,
my yeah.
what I love about it is that when you see like pictures that people take of themselves versus how you see them just on a camera when you can't like orchestrate it much. Like this
Yeah,
is I think what you would be like if we were just like hanging out, what we'd look like, you know. Whereas when you see how
yeah,
people take pictures or videos of themselves, it's the best version of them. And so it
yeah.
was
I
really
agree with
cool to
that.
see like how you view your best self because it's like slightly
Yeah,
different, but it still looks like you. You know what I mean?
yeah. I think also like it's also very interesting because like obviously on stream like with this camera, with the lighting and stuff, it's
Mm-hmm.
like a completely different look.
Totally.
Like everyone looks so different. Like when they've got the different lighting and stuff like that. Let me just.
Totally. When I first
Oh,
started, I know I've gained weight, but I didn't think I had this many chins. Uh the camera was just being really rude about it.
oh, that's really
And then
nice.
I was like, do I just not see
Yeah.
myself properly?
I was the same. Like for some reason, it made me look like really washed out, and it made my face look puffy all the time when I first started. Like once I got the lighting right and everything, it was different. But when I very first started, I was like, oh my god, I felt so bad about myself, and I was like, hold on, I'm wearing oversized clothes. My hair was like here, which made everything look wider.
Mm.
And I'm like, oh, okay. It's literally just the camera, it's the lighting and everything. And once I changed that, I was like, oh, okay, I kind of feel a little bit better now. But when I first started streaming, my self esteem was so bad. I hated the sound of my voice as well. And that's something that you have to get used to, like, very quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just because you know how we perceive ourselves is so much in our head and
Yeah.
and we don't realize how other people could perceive us, and that's been the weirdest part about streaming has been like um kind of being able to see yourself a little bit from how other people see you, which is
Yeah.
just
Like,
so
that's why
strange.
I'm like, I'd be interested, like, I know, like, people, like, say how they see you and everything, but, like,
Hmm.
I'd be interested to see, like, oh no, my ear. I'd
Sorry.
be interested to see like how people actually like view me and view like honest opinion and
Hmm.
like how I come across to other people because like that's something that I'm never gonna understand.
Yeah, it just like
Unfortunately, that
doesn't. It's really hard to understand. It's hard to see it from.
yeah, it's the same as like when you first meet someone like how like you kind of like feel about them and stuff, and then as time goes on, like that person's just a completely different person.
Hmm.
Like not in a bad way, just because you know them better. So
Yeah.
like, I wonder what my like I seen like initially. You know,
Yeah. Totally.
I'm starting to look more green now.
Yeah, I see it.
This is I'm gonna put this here. The good thing about old Greg, right, is this look is it's going to be it's a hot mess. That's the whole point of old Greg. So I feel like
Right.
it's gonna work. Are
Right.
you doing some cards?
Yeah. My friend Mish redeemed a full tarot reading, so let's do it. Mish, do you have
Oh,
a specific question, or is it more of a general reading?
hi there.
Hi there.
I have to do my neck too, aren't I?
You're gonna go full down?
Need that green neck look. We go here. There we go.
Okay, let's see.
It's really nice. I'm probably, at least this is high neck, so it's like, I could like unbutton my, like, because I've got a shirt underneath and make myself look like a bit more skanky old Greg. Like, I'd be down for that too.
I think old Greg would be down for that.
I'm gonna do it. All right, let's do it. Loosen up my buttons, babe. Alright, so we can do like, we might do one more button for you guys, because you're being good today. There we go, and
wow.
I need to make everything green though. I have to.
That's a lot of green.
Okay, it's gonna work. It's gonna work. It's fine.
It's gonna be a whole shower.
It looks like I've got really bad fake tan on. It's like, why is my fake tan green? Why is it green? No, Emma with the extra button. It's fine. It's fine. The things I do for old Greg, you know.
Okay, so the tarot question was, am I gonna get a job soon? A good job soon. A good one. And it's mostly positive, but in the middle. Okay, so I do it like, well, I do it depending on how the energy is. But see, like we're starting off Prince of Swords. Things are like happening where we have the Six of Pentacles. We have the generosity of people around us. But then right in the middle, we have the Nine of Swords. Like our mental is just kicking us in the ass. We're not feeling like anything's going to turn out good. But then, so that's kind of like a present. It's in the middle. It's like what is happening right now. We're like beating ourselves up about it mentally. But then we have the Six of Swords, which is healing and coming back to yourself. And then we have the Fool, starting a new journey, trusting that whatever needs to happen will happen. You know, being willing to walk off the edge of the cliff to then get to the other side. And it's the Fool is like the tarot is the Fool's journey. So the entire tarot deck is like talking about the Fool's journey through different things in life. And yeah, so definitely new beginnings, but you have to be willing to take the time to heal and open yourself up, because healing is essentially working to change perspectives so that traumas no longer affect you in the same way, so that you can then open yourself up to have a childlike optimism about new things with the experience you have of past experiences, so that you're like not super focused on how am I going to get through this. It's more so I trust that it's going to work out for me. And it's really hard because like especially with like streaming, I've noticed one of the biggest things for like my stuff like recently has been just letting go of how things are going to happen and just getting into a flow of doing things I love so that I can allow opportunities to just come in. You know, because once you're in flow doing stuff you love, everything else just starts to fall into place. And it takes a while. I feel like that too. But it works.
I feel like if you're really like trying to be in control of the situation as well and not just letting that flow happen, it really disrupts your energy, and like people are attracted to your energy. So if you're just so concerned about doing things a particular way and just not letting it flow and trusting, it's going to stop that growth. It's going to stop that path and everything. So that's one thing that I've like really struggled with, is just like letting go and trusting that it's going to work out. I just need to give it the time to do so, you know?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Makes it hard.
Yeah. Well, I think that we have this illusion that we can control things, but what you can control, the only thing you can control is yourself. And if you focus on that, you know, and just focusing on like how you react to things and your daily quality of life, and all of stuff that you can genuinely actually change, then that's where like real change and happiness comes from, because you can't control anything outside of that.
I agree with that, and I think that's the biggest like difference for a lot of people as well, because I feel like a lot of people are like, oh, if I only do this, then this will work and stuff like that. But sometimes you just need to just keep doing what you're doing, as much as, like, I hate that. I hate when people are like, just keep doing what you're doing. I'm like, no, but what else can I do?
Is
like,
it me? Am I the drama? I
how
don't think
else I
I'm the
can
drama.
like
Maybe
do it.
Am I?
But yeah,
I don't
so
think
keep
I'm
doing what
the
you're doing is
villain.
usually like a really good piece of advice if you listen to it.
Totally.
But it's
Can
just
you hear my
listening to it.
redeems when you're talking? Did you
No,
just
I
hear?
can't.
Oh, okay, good. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
I didn't want it to be. I didn't want it to go over. Okay.
What are we thinking?
I think that looks great.
I think this is a very good start. We just need like the lips and the eyes now, I think. Like that's a good thing about this. And the wig.
And the wig, yeah. I can't wait for it to all be on, and then you just be like, hi there.
Yeah, I'm so excited. It's hard because like how my camera's picking it up is different to like how I can see it in the mirror.
Totally.
So it's like,
it does that with my drag. It's very frustrating.
yeah.
Sometimes it's helpful, and sometimes it's very hindering.
That line, like, that's such a bad line, but it's not actually that bad, like, in the mirror.
Yeah. Okay, I have 2 more tarot redeems. Cactus, what is your question? And then Bubbles, what is your question? Or you can do like a general reading.
Maybe if I put it like there.
It looks very like pretty, metallic-y green.
It does. I wanted it to look like I just came out of the ocean, like old Greg, you know. I thought that would be nice. Also had like this really pretty, like, it's like a holographic pigment that I was like, that will be really useful for this too if I want to just make it a little bit like, it's like, can't really see it, but it's like kind of white, like white holographic. It's gonna be perfect. Along there. Ooh, that's so pretty.
We don't right now, Mojo. But if people do want tarot stuff, they don't have to redeem stuff for it. They could just ask.
Yeah.
But we do have.
I finish my makeup too.
Okay, Cactus. General reading. Yeah. Refund me? I can refund you, but I have to do it after this because I have too many things open right now. Okay.
Perfect. Can I request a reading? Yeah, Beck. Once I've done my makeup, I can start doing some as well. So I've got like, play message. Oh wait, you want Glam to do one for you as well? We can all do them. I've got Oracle too, which might make it a little bit different.
I love Oracle cards. They're so fun. That was what I got into before I found my tarot deck.
I'm the same. Like, I started off with Oracle, and I do love tarot now, but I will always like kind of go back to Oracle because I connect so well with them.
Yeah, definitely. I think you can, Mojo. I think that mods can refund channel points. I don't know how though.
You just reject it. So you reject the.
Yeah, you just reject it.
Point regime. It gives the points back. There we go.
Okay. Cactus, you have a very, very positive spread. I mean, it is nothing but positivity. And weirdly enough, sometimes that's what you need to hear, because for us to realize that there's a lot of times where there's like really not a whole lot bad going on, but mentally we're in a really bad space. And sometimes the cards just need to be like, you're really good and safe, and you need to embrace that and do what you can to do that. So like for instance, for me, I have like fight or flight survival type of trauma where I just like I constantly feel like my body's I have electricity going through my body and like I need to always be on like defense or offense or whatever. I just have to like always be aware. So I'm trying to learn how to like calm my nervous system, because that's really the biggest issue with it is figuring out how to bring your nervous system down. And people do that with like those ice tanks, the dips in ice, or cold showers. My shaman showed me like tapping on your collarbone.
Oh yeah, I do
help.
that all the time without meaning to.
Yeah, well then your body just knows.
The other thing I do as well is heat on my chest. That just seems to like give me a second. I feel like it gives my nervous system a time to be like, you don't need to run, you don't need to fight anyone, you don't need to freeze, just like chill out. I don't know why that works for me, because I know cold works with a lot of people.
For me, the cold just freaks me out. I've done like the cold plunges before, but for the most part, it's like, it's a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. And to do it every day, the commitment. I can't even force myself to go to bed at a certain time.
Me
so
either.
I'm like, I need to figure some of that shit out first.
I know, right? Oh, okay.
That's one of your stims, is tapping your collarbone. That's a good one. I go to bed, I just don't sleep. Right, that too.
Yeah, I'm like that. I'll be like, okay, bedtime. Oh my god, I got into bed before 12, and then I'll be up till like 3 a.m.
Yeah,
okay.
Totally.
Like every time.
Mojo, if you can't figure it out, don't worry about it, because I can just do it really easily after stream. Okay, so Cactus, we have the world, which is just like everything's happening as it should. We have the King of Cups, tolerant, sincere, strong, like safe energy. We have the Lady, who's very abundant. Everything is very attacked. Everything is abundant. We have the Queen of Pentacles, who Pentacles have to do with like material wealth and material things and like money and such, but the Queen of Pentacles is just a very self-assured card, a very self-assured person. They're very like, they have their shit together. And then we have the Three of Cups, like friends gathering, everyone around you. So like everything around you essentially is trying to support, like you have built, I think that what it is you've built something around you to keep you safe, and you have good people around you. And there has to be a certain point where you recognize that it is okay to be safe. You know, there are certain, it's okay to let go. You don't have to continue the same coping skills that could be self-destructive. Like I've certainly have many of them that I didn't even know were self-destructive, because it was just part of like who I was and how I was living. I just, yeah, it's like habitual, right? And when you realize that the coping skills are habitual, you can also then learn how to change them. But it's a matter of getting to a point where you're self-aware enough to see it and then work on changing it. And that's all healing is.
The problem is the self-awareness.
Yeah.
That's something that like, so there's so many things, especially when I did my ADHD test, there's the whole thing on like self-awareness. I was like, my self-awareness is really good. And turns out it's not.
I really thought mine was too until recently.
Yeah. So I thought I was really good at being self-aware because I'm so self-critical. But that's being self-critical, not being aware. And I didn't understand the difference. But I think it is good to be critical to a degree, only if you want to improve things though. Like if you're having a hard day, it's okay to have a moment and understand that, like, we all have days. We don't need criticizing ourselves on our worst days, but just learn from it from the future.
Yeah.
For the future, sorry. But, like, yeah, I think the self-awareness is the biggest thing. I found out that, like, my self-awareness in social settings is really bad. I don't realize that I don't understand cues of, like, how to, if people are getting bored with what I'm saying and stuff. So I'll just keep going. And that was like, oh, okay.
Well, maybe that's
But
their
just, like,
problem.
learning those things.
I think that's a them problem.
I know. But I'll just keep going. But I'm, like, learning now that, like, so that's something I would have been so self-critical on in the past, and now I'm just like, I don't really care because that's just who I am, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And there's some things that you should want to change and some things that you shouldn't want to change. But the awareness is important.
Okay, Bubbles, your question was about school.
It's my lipstick.
Okay. Got it. You think you did it? Mojo did. Mojo did it. I'm proud of you, Mojo. That was amazing. Doing it from a phone is what is the part that I was like, I don't know if you can do it from a phone, but you did it.
Can you do it from a phone?
Apparently you can.
Ah. Pretty cool. I didn't know you could do that.
We have a book project coming out this year, and I'm very excited and anxious about it. Ooh.
Thank you, Miss.
Okay, I can see that. Oh my gosh, 1,000 bits.
I know. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Ness. I really do appreciate that. Especially when I look like this.
I just saw the lips.
Especially when I look like this. Hi there. Now, I'm thinking, do I do fake lashes with this?
Yeah, I think you do.
Yeah. Red lips fix everything. They really, really do. This is a mixed one too. This is the turn it up one. It's like a really creamy one. And
I love
really
NYX.
glossy.
NYX is so good.
Me too. I was like, that's all I had. Actually, this is NYX too. There's like that much. There's like nothing left because I used so much of it.
I love it.
And this one. It's so good too because it's so affordable, but it's such good quality products. Like, that's what I find is difficult a lot of the time, to find the quality in something that's not super expensive. I'm doing like a little bit of a bling. I did it for the horror that would be washing it. I'm just going straight in the shower.
It's still with the wax in the shower. Oh my gosh.
That'd be great.
It's gonna be great. Alright. I want to look at a couple of these because this is a very interesting read. Yeah.
Pretty sure my partner just got home and he's gonna walk in here and be like, "What are you doing?"
Sexy time.
Why?
It's time for sexy times.
My daughter might scream, so if you hear a kid screaming, it's her screaming at my face. It's fine. Alright.
Now I'm even more anxious. Okay, so Bubbles asked about their book project that's coming out this year, and they're very excited and anxious about it. The last one was very mixed in how people received it. So I can see that you're really excited about it. We have the Chariot, just charging forward and things that you're passionate about. The Lovers, talking about being like really, really passionate. This is a passionate endeavor. We have the Prince of Cups, talking about this is something from the heart, something that you put your heart into. And we have the Four of Wands here, talks about like celebration, and so it's gonna be a celebration as it comes out. You're gonna be excited about it. The reviews might be mixed, but I think it's gonna have a lot to do with how you perceive it. I think that because then we have the Five of Cups, which is talking about feeling a little disappointed. But that disappointment, it could be that maybe it didn't do as well as you thought, because there is definitely celebration around this. Like there's definitely going to be a lot of happiness, and a lot of like has a very romantic vibe to it, and in the way of how you like interact with your creations type of thing. But a lot of times when especially if you get stuck on a certain way that you're hoping that it gets perceived, or trying to control a narrative, it is going to cause disappointment. Yeah, you'll be happy. But if you focus on wanting it to do a specific way, then you're going to find disappointment no matter what happens, unless it exceeds any expectations. And so then you're putting like way too much pressure on yourself. Yeah. And the thing is, if your stuff is getting mixed reviews, maybe it's check these two things, okay? Check, am I being 100% authentic in what I'm creating, and that it's 100% me and what I want to put out there and what I want to do? And if the answer is yes, then you're good. You're on track. The other question is, if the answer is no, then you need to focus more on like being the most authentic version of you, so that you can attract the type of opportunities and projects and things that you want to be doing. And the other question is this the right audience for this? Because being as authentic as you can be in your creation will attract the audience that wants it. I have a few not preferably people who stumbled on my writing. They didn't like it. Well, then they can suck it. If people...
Yeah, they can go suck an egg, honestly.
Not everything is for everyone. That's
and
the funny thing
as well is something can be good and like really good quality. It's just you know, it's just not for someone, but it doesn't mean that your work is any less good. Is that how you say that? I don't know.
Yeah,
less
that works.
Good.
Yeah, that works.
It doesn't mean that it's not any, you know, like it just means it's someone who can't appreciate it. Like, look at all these artworks all around the world, and some people are like, it's absolute trash, why is this famous? And then you got people like, I'm really into art and I can see a lot of the like emotion and an intent behind it. It doesn't mean that it's not good, it just means it's the wrong people looking at it.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah. Like, I can look at Kim Kardashian's house and I can understand that it's completely empty and the thoughts behind it, but I don't like it.
Yeah.
I think I'm a maximalist, and so looking at it gives me anxiety. There is nothing on the walls. Everything is concrete, and it's like white or cream or whatever the fuck color it is. It's, to me, not something I'd want. Doesn't matter though, because it's not for me.
Yeah,
you know?
Exactly.
And I think more people out there need to learn that. I think that mainstream stuff has just taught people that like everything is supposed to be for you. And it's like, and going on the...
also supposed to be an argument if you have a different opinion.
Yeah.
That's one of the things I don't get either.
Well, I think that's because of I think that's gotten worse with TikTok. That's one of the things that I think has gotten worse with TikTok. because
I think so too.
because people will be
one
like, I
person
have to
says
have an
something once
opinion.
and take it for fact.
Yeah.
I think that's a really big problem as well, why people argue. But I saw it on TikTok. Okay, who said it? Who said it?
Yeah. Yeah, and beyond that, it's like, well, I don't like it. And it's like, well, maybe it's not for you. Maybe you just don't
Yeah,
say
exactly.
anything. Like, I'm
So
trying
I
to...
had like someone be like
Yeah.
on my YouTube video, I don't like this. I'm like, okay, well, don't watch it then. Like, you came onto my YouTube, you know? Why are you laughing?
That's just so, like, I've had the same thing. And also, it's just so
Really?
funny. Yeah, it's just so funny to me that people feel a need to say it. Like,
I know,
just
it's
don't say it.
I know, just go do something else with your time. And that's me, coming from me looking like this.
Yeah, I get that a lot
This
with
is-
my if I have, especially on YouTube
Yeah.
because it's more hateful. If I have any videos of me in drag, a lot of times people say really mean things.
Well, they can just get over it, you know? Like,
Yeah.
cool. Like, that's like the whole thing. Like, I don't like getting into a lot of politics or anything. But, like, I was saying, like, the other night, in terms of, like, we were, when in Australia, we had to vote to pass gay marriage. And my thing was, like, why is it even a vote? If you don't want to do it, just don't do it. Like, just don't be a part of it. It doesn't mean that you have to prevent other people from doing it. It's the same kind of thing, you know? It's like, it's rude.
For me,
Bloody rude.
I do tend to get political on my stream, but it's because I don't think that there was a guy who came into my stream one time, and luckily he just left. But he said he came in and he was like, oh, thank God, a sim stream where I can swear. And I was like, yeah, sure, swear away. Like, you know, we're 18 plus. And then he was like, started going off about the Bud Light thing where they got a trans spokesperson. And it wasn't, he didn't really go off on it. He was just like, mentioned liking beer and like not woke beer or something. And I was just like, oh, well, this is not the place for you.
Imagine being offended by beer. Like,
I was like, this is not the place for you. This is a very queer friendly space.
Definitely not.
And luckily they just left. That looks so good.
Hi there. Oh my God, I can't breathe.
It looks so good.
Tell me and I just like how there's boobs as well. That's
all the TikToks.
Underwater.
I do want to color.
I was doubting myself, but I actually look like old Greg.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Sexy old Greg.
Sexy old Greg. Have it.
It's so good.
Oh wait, I forgot the mustache. Jeez, who am I?
Definitely need a mustache.
I definitely need the mustache.
Definitely. No, Emma needs a shoe full
I
of Baileys. A shoey.
I don't. Oh, I don't know about Bailey's, but I'll see what I've got. See what I've got. Where's my eyelash glue? 'Cause I'm gonna use it. I feel like I'm talking wrong for looking like this, you know? Emily, you look so hot, thanks.
I forgot.
Bailey's from a shoe.
I forgot what you looked like until that just played.
Gonna look. What?
You had like the picture of you came up.
Oh.
And I was like, oh yeah, that's what you look like.
Oh yeah, she kind of looks like normal usually. Give myself a mustache.
There have
I
been
think
people.
The mustache just adds a lot.
Oh yeah. So before streaming, I mostly did photography, and there were definitely people.
I don't have a sugar daddy. I've never had a sugar daddy. If I wanted a sugar daddy, yes, I probably could go out and get one because I am what?
Oh my
Sickening.
God.
You could never have a sugar daddy because you are not that kind of girl.
There were definitely people that I photographed that I did not remember what they looked like before because I gave them a makeover, and then I was like, well, you have pink hair now. I don't know why you think you have other hair.
Yeah.
Or like this one girl had brown hair and I made her blonde, and I swear I do not. She was meant to be blonde.
Oh, really?
I was like, why do you have brown hair? I don't remember that.
I think green's my color.
The mustache.
This is a lot of hair not sticking. Let's just do something here.
This would be a good thing for your kids to walk in on.
Oh my god, I could almost do like a whole old Greg reenactment right now.
Yeah,
It's looking really nice.
I think Noel would love it.
I think so. I
Yeah.
definitely need to make sure I get some nice photos because
Yeah.
this is
You should do a
definitely
TikTok with it.
Should
With
do a
some
what?
a TikTok with some old Greg sounds.
I will. I definitely will. Rod, mother liquor. It's like going up my nose though. This is like giving me. I don't know how people have mustaches in real life.
I wondered that.
It's giving me like issues. Mother liquor.
You did it so fast.
When I have a vision, I'm pretty good with it. It's when I don't have a vision, it takes me forever.
Yeah.
There we go.
It's so good.
I'm not going to wear glasses because it was going to ruin it. So
Yeah.
if I can't read something properly, oh my god, there's literally hair. Thank you for that clip. I'll do some impersonations in a minute. There's hair everywhere.
You look like
There's makeup
seaweed.
What is up my nose? It's literally this one piece of hair.
Guys, it says this is what they wanted for their drag art. Is that I'm making just lots of green. Do you want to be a different color, Cactus? We could make you green in general.
Wait, I feel like I need to do this too. Where's my lights? Like make it a little bit darker. Right. Hi there.
Mojo just said
Doing
one
my
time.
worst.
Mojo just said one time I couldn't remember old Greg's name, so I googled mother liquor. Do not recommend.
I think I look nice. After drinking, you just walked up to your partner and be like, hi there. I could almost like reenact the whole scene now. This has gone like very unhinged very quickly. Like very quickly. And my nose is itchy because I have a mustache. Your man with a mustache.
That was why though. Okay, wait. We were talking about astrology before I had started doing tarot readings. When I looked at Tom Sandoval's chart, but I saw that he was a Cancer. I was like, what? But that explains why he's clearly okay. Just like my take on the whole thing, not that everybody is up to speed with Vanderpump Rules, but
yeah.
I missed the last one. Wasn't that yesterday?
Oh, it's so good. Like,
I
honestly,
missed it.
It's so good.
I'm excited. Okay. Is that it's the classic situation of being in a relationship with somebody that you genuinely care about, but no longer being in love and not wanting to work on the relationship anymore. So you're trying to find any way to get out, but you also don't want to get out because that's going to end the relationship completely because there's no way to like be in each other's lives.
I feel like this is something I've struggled with, not with like cheating, but like with abruptly wanting to like end relationships because I get bored and I need that chase for the dopamine. That has been an issue. Within saying that, I feel like he is very entitled, and that's the difference. I feel like he thinks he deserves and is entitled to kind of do that and everything be okay and him still have support and everything. When it might be hard to have like hard conversations, but maybe talking about it with your partner is the best option, you know, instead of cheating. Yeah, I would say that's probably a better option.
Yeah. But he just like doesn't even think about that. Because he was just chasing the dopamine, which it's like, I think that there's a genuine, I think that if you're in a relationship with someone who you, okay, well, this is like a multi-level thing. If you are representing yourself authentically in a way that you're not operating out of trauma all the time and you are able to just be yourself without overthinking it, then you are going to then that's the sweet spot when you're going to attract the person that's right for you. Oh god,
I just broke my drink. We're talking about Tom Sandoval, Miss Lally, the one with a mustache.
So like if you are able to be authentic and not just operate out of trauma and like genuinely present yourself as yourself, you are going to attract people who are the most like you and have the best opportunity to have a long-lasting relationship, because you're going to be attracting people who like you as you are authentically.
Exactly.
Whereas like a lot of people, including myself, have spent a lot of time just trying to go after specific things that you think would be good when you don't realize that like that's not long lasting.
I need to get, hold on a moment, I'm just getting, oh my gosh, I'm stuck.
Oh no.
I'm just getting a lighter to put my candle on for these cards to give them a good energy source.
So I think that what it is that a lot of people operate out of like this idea of, I'm just going to find the person who fits the best into my life. Not recognizing that that doesn't work, because then you're going to have certain things that you want to like change of people. You know, you're going to want to be like, well, I don't like this about them, so they need to change that. That's not how it works. You have to find somebody who you love all those things, and the littlest and the things that do bother you, you can like let slide because they're just too little. It doesn't really matter, you know?
Yeah.
And so the problem is with like Tom Sandoval and stuff is that they didn't do that. They were really young when they met. Neither of them really know who they are. So they picked the best person at the time to get with. And so they weren't really compatible to begin with, but they really care for each other, which is nice. But their relationship probably should have ended 5 years ago. And he doesn't care enough about her. It's so funny. He clearly didn't care enough, because he wouldn't have cheated. If he genuinely cared, he would have broken up with her and not cheated with her best friend. By the way, if you don't know that's what happened.
Yeah.
But he clearly didn't.
8 months.
And she definitely didn't care about her, because you would not do that to a best friend if you cared about them.
So I've heard a theory though. So basically it all started with this notion in Coachella, right? They didn't do anything in Coachella, but they were both there. So apparently he cheated on Ariana with someone else, and she witnessed it. And this is the theory. And he was like, oh, we're not in a good place, blah, blah, blah. We kind of have an open relationship. It's like a don't ask, don't tell situation. So this whole time she's had that mentality until it's kind of come out, and she's been like, that has never been how it's supposed to be. So for so long, she probably feels bad because she's keeping it behind Ariana's back, but it hasn't been this much of a big deal because it's a no. So then when everyone's like, oh my God, like, how could you do this? How could you not feel bad and everything? She's desensitized herself for so long because she thought it was normal. She thought that was just what was happening and that it was fine. Because I'll say one thing that was mentioned in the reunion today.
Okay.
She literally at one point was like to Sandoval, maybe we should be a throuple because I love Ariana as a person and I love you. So maybe we should be a throuple. And he was like, no, that would never work. That's where her line of thinking was, with her genuinely believing that she just doesn't care.
Okay.
And she just doesn't want to know.
Okay.
So that's what I think. That's why I think that because today she, like, you know how she's very emotionless and she's just like, this is how it is, this is how it is. There is a part at the end where she does show a lot of emotion and everything, and you can see that, like, the drunk Baileys from a shoe. I've been to a club
Daddy,
with
chill.
on each other. Sorry, someone just did a routine.
Oh, thank you
But yeah,
so much,
I genuinely believe that. I genuinely believe. I feel like my hair needs to be messier.
It does,
Get
yeah.
some volume in there.
If you take your hair out like this, and you go like this, scrunch it up, like takes a few pieces and do that.
Like that.
Mm-hmm.
Hi there. Oh yes. Thank you so much for that follow.
It shouldn't be too
What
hard
is
to get out.
going on?
What is going
I'm
on?
old Greg. I'm old Greg. So last month we did a sub goal. Not a sub. Yeah, it was a sub goal. And if I hit it, I'd have to dress up as old Greg. So I did my makeup on stream to kind of show everyone the process. And it looked like trash until it didn't. All tied together in the end. You have to have the face, you know? What movie? It's from The Mighty Boosh.
Hi, Larry,
I think
welcome
that tip worked so well.
Yes.
Let's look how good that looks now.
Yeah.
What you doing in my waters?
That's my, like, quick tease method.
I make you look great. Thank you. See, like, I never have to tease my hair. I'm going to show you real quick. My hair, right? Oh my gosh, my hair looks so orange now. This is my natural hair after I brushed it. So I never have to tease my hair. Because my hair's curly, when I brush it, it's just like everywhere. It does have wax in the front of it too at the moment. So I never have to worry about teasing my hair. So I don't know how to do it.
It's like, for me, I only worry about the roots because my hair is so long that it, like, weighs it down. But even then, it like still weighs it down. My hair,
Maybe
I
should
cut.
dye my hair. I'm feeling inspired now.
I cut 5 inches off my hair,
Yeah.
and it's still
That's
like
a lot.
to here.
That's a lot to cut up. Ah, hello. So in love. Oh my gosh, it's not working. Oh wow, that's so long still.
It's crazy. It's like still almost to my butt. Oh yeah, I have a butt.
This is a good look
These
too.
are not great pants for that. These are not good pants. Hi, Larry. Thank you. I want to shave my head.
It. What's this hook in my head then? I don't know, sir. It's attached to your rod, mother liquor. I swear old Greg is my vocal stim, like my ultimate vocal stim. I think that's why I love having it on stream so much as well, because I can just stim all the time and everyone's like, oh, you're just doing old Greg. And I'm like, no. We're in Australia. I'm from Melbourne. Glam's from California.
Mm-hmm.
Where did I have that parted before? It was more...
It was more to the side, yeah. It was, I think, the other side. That looks good, though, too.
Yeah, it was. It's supposed to sit there.
Yeah.
That's fine. You're from Perth? And it was down a little bit more. There we go.
The vintage flavor, wait, really? Not the Victorian. I forgot we didn't do a Victorian slang word of the day today. Shit. I totally forgot. I was so engrossed in Cass.
I need to do one of these for Beck too. Beck, what type of reading do you want? Do you want tarot or do you want oracle? Because I've got 2 different types of oracle here. I have 4 different types of oracle, but these are the ones I connect most with. This is a very feminine energy one, the Rose Oracle one. I don't know why I'm always so drawn to it.
It's because it's so pretty.
I'm gonna do one of these ones. They're so pretty. Glam, you will really appreciate this.
I have
this is like the back of the cards.
I have like,
and then these are like pictures.
I definitely have decks from the same people, but I don't think I have that one. I have like
so
2
many.
other ones. I have like the
ones do
Starseed
you have?
one,
I've got that one too.
and
Wait, I'll get the other.
I have way too many Oracle decks.
Got the Starseed one.
Yeah, that one. And then
And I've
what's
got
the
the-
other one? I have that one. Yeah,
You've got the.
I have those
I
two.
love
Yeah.
that we live across the world from each other and we bought the same oracle deck.
I also have a
Sorry,
bunch
Dame
of.
reading. We'll get to it.
I have a bunch of them on my phone. I have like decks on. I have the Work Your Light one on my phone. I have Sacred
Oh, yeah.
Traveler, Moonology. I have my personal tarot deck on
Ooh.
here, Earth Magic, and like an animal one, and the
I
Rumi
wish I
deck.
could draw still because like the amount of like I've got so many ideas for like tarot cards of what I'd like. Like I want almost like an art thing of the star one, but of me like being dramatic eating bacon, like with underneath the star. Like I think that would be like iconic. How many are cute? We'll get to them all. I'm just so we've got. Right, maybe I should write them down. I also can't. I don't have my glasses on because it will ruin the look. So if I miss something, just say it again because I might not have actually been able to see it. I've got chat right in front of me and made the font bigger. The oracle card you have now is what it's called. This
Wait.
one.
Yeah, that one. The rose one.
How do you redeem a reading? Just through channel points. I'm happy to do more though. It's just that kind of gives it more of an order. Because it can be hard when there's so many people, but I'll write it down too. You should give me one and I'll give you one too, Glenn.
Yeah, I'd love to.
So like with tarot, I'm still learning quite a bit, but with oracle cards, I'm very in tuned with them, and I get so many chills and stuff. Like I get goosebumps all over my body when I read oracle. With tarot, it's more of like have to use more of my intuition and stuff. But with oracle, it's just like full body chills and everything. So it's really cool.
We do have new sounds. We have new drag sounds for Tragic Glam Race.
Ooh.
My friend Hilaria is in here, and they gifted a bunch of subs last time they were here, and they started gifting them to like random names that they were like drag themed, and then one of them to like Bob the Drag Queen, and I was like, cool.
Oh my god, I just forgot that I have those sounds as well. You know, the one from the TikTok, the high gay one?
Oh yeah. I need to put that one on mine.
We sell candles now too. Wouldn't candles be great for gay stuff?
Wouldn't candles be great for gay stuff?
We have been inclusive and supporting people for 4 months now.
For 4 months now. Hi, gay. It's so funny because that was such a big deal when it came out in like the gay community, and like so many people had no idea what I was talking. Like I played it the first day of June.
I feel like if you don't know it's a joke as well, it'd be so offensive. Like if I saw that and thought that was real, I'd be like, excuse me, like what the hell is wrong with you?
Oh, I had to tell people it was satire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's so true though. Like I see it all the time. And like I think the biggest problem with like Pride Month and like World Pride Day and everything, people are like, oh cool, here have a flag. We're gonna put a flag in the background. We're not gonna talk about any of the issues. We're not gonna do anything to support the community, but here have a flag. We support you. Like it's like
Well, the worst
No,
is that
and
a lot
especially
of them.
business.
The worst is that a lot of them put up a flag on their stuff, but then donate to Republican, like, anti-LGBT stuff. So, like, what are you trying to prove?
There we go. Here's my flag. There we go. But like, another thing is because like this is the bi flag for those who don't know. You can't really see the difference between the purple and the blue, but they maybe closer. There we go. But this month, this is one of the reasons I think it's so important to have these discussions. I'm going to wear it like it's like it's quite fancy actually. It's so important to have these discussions because I've realized like I fit more into the pan category than I do bi. And there's a lot of confusion about the difference. I've done like a whole heap of research and I feel like the biggest difference is bi is two genders. It's talking about two different genders. It's talking about males and females that you're attracted to. Pan is go for your life, you know? Like it doesn't matter what gender you are at all.
But that's the weird part is that when you do talk to bi people, to them it's not that. It's just that was what it was originally intended as. And so for me it's like
I'm both,
I don't know. Yeah, I kind of identify just as both too because I don't really know either because I would usually say I'm pan, but
yeah,
which is also followed by a lot of funny jokes about loving pans usually.
So like I saw this thing on TikTok and she was talking about how she has really open communication with her son and he's just started high school.
I saw that.
Oh, you saw it? And
yeah,
like, she was
that's
like,
my life.
Whatever question you have, don't Google it. Come to me and I'll give you the answer. Then you're not looking up stuff and getting wrong information and stuff. And he came to her and he's like, oh, we were talking about like our sexualities and stuff. And there's someone in our class who like really like is in love with pans. They're pansexual. They're in love with pans. And she was like, I don't think that's right. Let's look that up together. And they figured out what it actually was. But it's so funny because I feel like in a lot of like saying bisexual is very like it's very self-explanatory. Like more than one, like bi too. And then pan it's just like I love cooking. I love cooking bacon in pans. Like but it's something that like because like I'm very I don't care like I'm attracted to the person. I'm attracted to what's on the inside, and that sounds like a bit like people are, oh yeah, whatever, but I genuinely am like I'm more like attracted to intelligent discussions and everything that I have with people, and that will attract me to someone, but also like physically as well. But
yeah,
I don't, to me it seems my whole life that thinking, well not my whole life, but up until like maybe 10 years ago, let's say 10 years ago, I thought I was, yeah, no problems, Rob, I'll send you a message. And like you said, paint your hands green. No, that's stupid.
Get all your cards green. I've
already got makeup green. Everywhere. My boobs are green. Is that fine? But yeah, I was like, from a straight mentality, I thought it was normal being straight, thinking it was normal to just be attracted to everyone. Yeah. You know? And I thought the only people who weren't attracted to women were gay people who liked men. Like guys who like guys. That's literally what I thought. And I was like, everyone else loves girls. Everyone else loves them.
I also thought that.
And then I was like, oh wait, they don't. You're not attracted to girls as well. Like, and it's really hard because the way that females describe each other as hot and everything, I was like, yeah, they are hot, but they were just like saying that they look good, and I'm like, no, they're really hot, you know?
Right.
Like, so it's interesting.
Yeah, totally.
That's what I said. Goodness, there's makeup bloody everywhere. I've got hair up my nose. I don't know how people have mustaches. Like, wait, oh my god, I've got
that's
no
crazy.
wax.
It's hard to explain. Really no, I think we're still there. Because like there's a lot of people chiming in on my stuff about it, and it's hard to explain it to like people who have this mentality that you have to be, that there's only two genders, which there isn't, and there never has been, because like intersex people exist. Like,
Yeah.
you know, like there are people born with all the parts,
I
and
think
so
one of the
for
big
people to be like,
problems is, sorry, you go. I'm doing ADHD, buddy.
me. So for people to be like, oh, like trans people wasn't like in God's plan or something, I'm like, well, then why did he make intersex people? Like, it's very clear that it was part of, it was very intentional. And also, to throw another thing in here, I'm also demisexual, which means I am only attracted to people who I have an emotional connection with.
Oh, me too.
And I have
I'm
to
the same, and that's why I struggle with celebrity crushes.
I have to mentally create a romantic an emotional relationship with someone in my head to have a fantasy about them.
Oh, I'm the same. And that's
Yeah.
like when people like send nudes and stuff, I'm like, no, tell me your darkest secret.
Yeah.
Like, please tell me your darkest secret. That will like, that's my thing. That's how like you get to me, you know?
Yeah. People are like, oh, how's the weather? I'm like, how about we don't? How about we don't?
What's your biggest flaw, and what are you in therapy for?
Yeah, what's your biggest trauma?
Oh my god, this mustache. How do people do it?
Oh my god, you should have your partner kiss you with the mustache.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Ness. Thank you for gifting stuff.
They will just,
oh my gosh,
just tell you this 3 new times and we're all indecisive.
My nose.
Yeah. It's the fact that like there are people out there who to them the thing is, people are choosing to ignore the fact that these things have not only been around forever, like having different sexualities, different genders, and it's not even gender, it's technically like sex, you know. But like all of it, like they want to act like it's a new thing, but it's not a new thing. It's been in our history. It's been in very different countries all over the place, and they want to believe that it's not, because they grew up in white supremacy, not recognizing that a lot of stuff was suppressed from us learning it. And that's and in order for them to dissect that, they have to actually go down the rabbit hole of recognizing that they have they have learned white supremacy, and they don't want to do that, because then that actually crumbles everything that they consider to be safe and comfortable. That it is easier for them to control surroundings if they can control people around them. So for instance, if you have, and I say this as a person who grew up in a very conservative family, and not to the point where they're like openly racist or openly homophobic, they're just like, we think that there's a certain way of being, and that's it. And still, it's just like, it makes that it would crumble their world down to open their minds to the idea that they're wrong, and to be able to like actually like look at the bingo.
Can you quickly do a face? I'm gonna just quickly take a screenshot for Twitter.
Be like, hold on, let me do another one.
We look amazing. We look amazing. I'm just gonna say that right now. We look incredible. This mustache is like, I'm gonna do an old Greg face next. Wait, no. Oh my god, it's not listening to me. Save. Okay, I'll do another one. I'll try and be serious in this one. Oh my god, where's the mouse there? Alright, we ready? That's the most amount of eye contact you will ever get from me.
That is the longest I have stayed still in a very long time. Thank you, Barbie. Barbie loves my nails.
Okay, I just need to read something out from Beck real quick to you as well, because she wants your opinion on it too. And another quick comment that Broken said, Broken quickly I'll mention this. Broken said, if I'm non-binary and non-binary people don't exist, I don't exist and I can commit crimes. And you know what? I love that.
I love that.
because
Be gay, do crimes.
sure, why not? And Beth said, which I think's quite introspective, is it weird to not want to identify as anything? Like, I've been with both males and females, I'm not sure what I identify as, and if that makes sense. And I identify with that as well. I'm very bad with labels and being like, I identify as this. I just like who I like. I don't like who I don't like. And I find it hard to put labels on things about myself. And I think also it's hard when you're like, for me, saying like I'm bisexual or I'm pan, but I'm in a like relationship with a man, because most people would just assume that I'm straight and they're like, oh yeah, but you're in a relationship with a man, so how are you saying that? And people don't realize, even if you're if you're bisexual and you have only been with men, you still have every right to identify as bisexual or not, or pan or anything. It's the attraction. It's like saying to like a straight guy, how do you know that you're straight if you've never been with a man? It's exactly the same. And I think a lot of people forget that.
A lot of them aren't straight. And that's what they're so angry about, because they were taught that that's the worst thing that you could be, was gay.
Absolutely. I think that's
and that's why like Republicans are so transphobic, because a lot of them, I was telling my mom, like, people who transfix on trans people, like conservatives who do that, are like doing so because they find something about it that they really like, and they don't know how to handle that, and they just can't handle that idea. But yeah, so okay, on that, I think that we are actually moving as a society out of labels. We currently have a lot of labels, and labels make us feel safe and comfortable, and we have needed them in order to move through a lot of different stages. And when you have people who are very anti certain things, then it helps to identify as a certain way in order to be around like-minded people, so that you can be safe and you can be yourself authentically. But I think that the more we move towards like a progressive, open society where we're more focused on people being people and accepting people for who they are, we won't have labels. I don't even know if we would even have non-binary at that point. It would just be people are people, because it wouldn't be based on like gender, or like there wouldn't be like, there might be feminine and masculine because there is a feminine and a masculine, but it wouldn't be based in like that's girl or boy type stuff. So I think
one of the big problems too is with people not understanding multiple genders, is like gender roles, and also what we assume to be masculine and feminine, because you can have a very masculine female who's quite comfortable being a female, and then you can have quite comfortable a very being feminine man who's very comfortable identifying as a man. So I think that has a lot to do with it, because there's so many stigmas. Oh no, you're extremely feminine for a man, so you must be gay. And they might not be gay, they might identify more as a female, they might identify as a man, but the femininity and the masculinity, I think what people assume about that is a massive problem. Like the fact that my daughter, she loves cars, she has the biggest Hot Wheels collection, like more than my son, and people are like, that's so good of you to let her play with cars. I'm like, why wouldn't I? It's not a car is not masculine, And I think that has a massive issue with people being able to identify with not being within those two categories of male or female, because there's so many. You are a feminine girl. You're definitely identify as a woman, and you might not. You might just be masculine, but not identify as a female, like, or a male, or you could identify as both or none. Like
Well, and the whole
I
thing
just
is really
don't
just
agree.
so it's for what too? Like, what is the reason of needing to be identified as a certain way? That's kind of the question.
Yeah.
Like, why do I have to be female as far as like how I'm perceived? Whereas, because currently society has it to where women have a certain role and men have a certain role, and they don't really know what to do with anybody in between that. So
Yeah,
they
that's
just,
very true.
but like really, it's what's the difference? It's you want us to fit a specific idea of a woman or a specific idea of a man, and you want us to like wear pink or something. Like, I am a very feminine person, and I work to connect to my masculinity and my femininity, which is why I do drag in the first place as a drag queen. Like, I do that to connect to my femininity, more so because I have felt suppressed being a female and not being able to
Yeah.
like dress the way I want to dress because people will overjudge you, or like there's so many other aspects to that. But yeah, Cactus is saying they think the future is just where everybody will be like neutral until you identify as a certain way that you've chosen.
Absolutely. There's Rise Against his life was my teenage years, and there's lyrics by then that literally says neutrality means that you don't really care. And I agree with that
Mhm.
because to be on neutral for something, you're not taking a stand for something. So you can say that you're neutral and on, oh, I'm neutral on it. I don't hate it. I don't hate that people identify as non binary or trans or gay. But like you can be neutral on it, but then when someone does it, it's like, I didn't expect that from you. Like neutrality, you don't care about it.
Neutrality would
You
be
don't
like,
care
oh,
about the
okay.
issues.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like, and it's the same with like certain policies and stuff like that. Like with all the abortion changes in the US, like so many people are like, oh, well, that doesn't affect me, so I'm neutral on it. Okay,
Yeah.
what about when you get a girl pregnant, you don't want to have a baby with her, and then you have to have that baby with her now? Now, are you still neutral on it? No, you have a stance. It's because people think it doesn't affect them or they don't know anyone that it affects them. You should
Well,
still have your moral compass,
the messed up thing about that in the US is that the people who want to do these things outside of the law have the ability to do them no matter what the law is. So it's,
Oh, absolutely.
like Republicans have been proven multiple times over, and I'm sure Democrats as well. I'm not saying it's like all them, because it's everybody. The whole system's corrupt, but like many of them have been proven and shown to have had affairs and then had like gotten their mistresses abortions and stuff, and it's like, really? Because I thought you were so pro-life. Like,
I just literally went to have a sip of my coffee and picked up my candle.
Good candle, yummy.
What is life? I know, right? There's like some things in my chat too that I'm just going to quickly read to you as well. Where is it? My eyes are bad. Identifying as straight does not make that person homophobic. That's also very true.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with that as well. Just because you're like, no, I don't, that's something I don't understand either. Like, I feel like there have been some people within the community who've been like, oh, you're just not open minded enough or anything like that. But just as I have the right to be attracted to anyone who I'm attracted to, straight people also have the right to be attracted to just the opposite sex. Like,
it's so funny because I never hear that
right
argument. I never hear that argument.
I've heard
I guess
it a couple of times.
Yeah.
I think it's like where I grew up. I grew up in a very wealthy area that's predominantly white and predominantly Christian. Went to Christian schools. I was raised Catholic, and then went into LDS, which we'll have a discussion about later.
Yeah.
I've got that in my head for later. So for me, like, I did hear that a lot, but I did hear that a lot from genuine points of view of people being like, I understand it, but I don't feel that way. And then there's been like the complete opposite of like very hyper religious people that actually being homophobic with saying that.
Yeah.
But I feel like I think that's also like important. But if people are doing that, there's toxic people who identify as anything, you know. That's
Absolutely.
just being toxic nonstop.
Yeah, there's toxic people all over. Within the gay community, there's a lot of like, there's discrimination against trans people. There's racial discrimination. There's a lot of, like, there's people are people, you know. People have issues. Yeah. I will say that I think that the idea of like, wanting of, I'm straight, but that doesn't mean I'm homophobic. Nobody. To me, those two things don't go together mentally in my brain. It's like saying I'm white, but I'm not racist, you know?
Oh,
it's
no,
like,
I totally
it's kind of like the same thing. They're not correlated. Just because you're white doesn't mean you're racist. It's more like the guilt of the fact that there are a lot of white racist people and a lot of white people have done awful things. Whereas it's the same with, I think it's like straight guilt, where it's like, I understand that a lot of this stuff is going on. I'm not one of those people. And it's like, babe, I know you're not. Like, you don't even have to prove that. You know?
I think it can be hard for some people sometimes, being like, I feel like there's a lot of people, I know, like, being neurodivergent, like, not understanding where I fit in society a lot of the times as well. I have had those thoughts as well, though, because I do see people who do take it to the extreme, like, in, like, as I said before, I was brought up in a mainly, like, predominantly white area, neighborhood and area, like, honestly, like, within, like, a 30-meter radius, most people there were white from Europe, like European white. And the racism that I saw there was horrible. And I was brought up not seeing many people of color around me. So it hit me quite a bit, like, when a lot of, like, the Black Lives Matter things came out and stuff. I did do some reflecting. I'm like, am I pushing some of these views forward? Am I racist? Not because I'm choosing to be, but because of how I was brought up. And I think it can be the same thing in terms of being straight and seeing all this discrimination against the LGBTQI plus community. I think it's more like, almost like self-reflection, being like, no, actually, I know that you might think that I think that way. I don't think it comes from like a like, oh no, I'm straight, I'm definitely not homophobic kind of way. Like, I think it's more self-assurance of saying, no, like, I'm definitely not like that, and I don't want to be classed as that, because I know myself, I've done the work to not be discriminatory in that way.
Yeah. I think the best thing on both of those areas to do is that if you recognize the systems that are causing suppression to groups of people, then and you're against it, then the best thing to do is to fight against it, to stand up for people, to educate yourself, to educate others, to do what you can to fight for their rights, because those are the things that are needed the most. And it's like, for a lot of people, it really doesn't, like, for instance, my mom, I don't consider her to be homophobic or transphobic or racist, but she did grow up with a lot of those mentalities, and a lot of it's very new for her, and because she just never thought about it. And I think that's the whole thing for a lot of these people who are, it's like, oh, all this new stuff. It's not new. You just never thought about it. And now you have to think about it, because we're working on changing it in our society to be a more accepting society. And it makes people uncomfortable, and they don't like to be uncomfortable. And but it's, yeah, as long as you are educating yourself and working to help make sure that people have the ability to have, I just realized that my little Kevin guy, like you can see my little stream pet on there.
That's so good.
Hi, Kevin. He's just his little ears.
Oh my god. What? Oh, I mustn't have cropped it in properly there. That's so good though.
Yeah,
Is it-
Cactus says once you
Oh.
stop seeing it as a personal moral failing, you can actually work on learning, unlearning, and getting where you need to be
Yeah.
to support people you care about. Yeah, because it's not about us.
I just need to quickly say something.
Yeah,
Haley
yeah.
had surgery today and she just popped in and said hello. So can everyone just wish her like the best healing ever?
Sending you all the healing.
Yeah, all the healing. And I appreciate you even popping in and saying hi. I hope you're feeling okay. I did just I don't know if you just saw me. I just pulled a card for Beck and I've got goosebumps all over my body. So that's why I was like, what? And that
Ooh,
hasn't happened.
let's
in
hear
so
about it.
long.
Let's hear about it.
So I pulled from the Oracle deck one called Held. I'll let you know what it's about. But it's also about it's about support and being sure you are in the right place. You've got a community supporting you. It's unseen help going on in the background, all of that. But it basically says when times are turbulent, to keep ourselves steady, we need something to hold on to. When things are crumbling around us, we must find something we can count on that won't budge. Deep roots hold us steady when the wind changes. So basically, wait, let me go. You're being called to trust that a great mother has got you. Because this is all about a mother, the rose kind of thing.
Mhm.
So it's just I just say the universe. I prefer saying the universe. That includes everyone's belief systems. To trust the sureness of the soil, to trust the process that's unfolding, that you're not going through this alone. So it's all about support. Just a reminder that you are so supported right now. From the universe, from your community, by everyone. I've never pulled this card before either. Ever. It's so pretty though.
Very pretty.
But yeah, no, this is for you, Beck. It's a reminder that that you're supported at the moment. It's called held, like you're being held and supported, like a little baby.
I love being held and supported.
Me too. Me too. I can't remember what we were talking about. I just had to tell you because I had really bad goosebumps, and that's
Oh no, you're
usually
good.
a really good sign that I need to tell right now.
Yeah, I think the whole point, and Cactus said it perfectly, was that it's just once we recognize that a lot of people will be like, oh, I'm not homophobic, or oh, I'm not racist. It's it's not about you though. The whole point is that you see it now with new perspectives so that you can now educate yourself and help other people. You know, you can then fight for other people's rights. The biggest thing in in America that we need right now is people fighting for.
You just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't.
Sorry, I got a bunch of sounds going on. You gotta
My daughter just
fight.
came home and she just looked at me. She was like,
yeah, so it's just a matter of fighting for people's rights because and I've been seeing a lot of people doing that here, which is really lovely. Seeing a lot of town halls where people are coming out to genuinely speak against the bills that are going up, and it's been really lovely to see because it's not something we've seen a lot of before. People are actually using their voices.
I think as well, even if you can't physically do something, I'm in a position where I can't really come over to the US and physically help. Raising awareness is one of the best things you can do to help.
Totally.
About what's happening. Yeah, Astro just said every person deserves to have rights, and I completely agree with of course they do. And I think at the end of the day, people forget that this is not an issue about politics. This is not an issue about religion. This is people's human rights that are being violated. Everyone has the right to be who they are, love who they love, identify how they want to identify, and even at a level of with the trans community, not even going through the process of actually transitioning, but there's so much stigma on even calling people the right pronouns. I know that I think it's in Florida, if a parent encourages that and like even call someone by the pronouns they prefer to be called by, they can have their child taken away from them. Like that's just like absolutely ludicrous to me. Like I don't
Florida's
even call my
yeah.
kids the right name. I get their names mixed up. Like
Florida's a
you know?
blackout state right now for trans people. Like Florida's not a place
Oh.
that people can go. I mean,
Your
people
voice
still
just
are.
went really weird.
Did it?
Oh my god, you turned into a robot.
Robot. Am I a robot still?
You're still a robot. Everyone, Glam is not a human. Went in here, but not in Glams. It must be Discord. It must be.
Sorry, I was doing my robot. Am I still a robot?
What the hell? Why is it doing that? Tandy just clipped it. Hold on. Talk again.
Hello?
Why are you a robot?
I don't know. I didn't change anything with the settings, but
Oh my god, can you please send a pic of my card? Yeah, of course. I had left it down to send a picture. Let me... I didn't change anything. I wonder if it's my internet being internety again. Because that could be it. That is so weird.
Let me try. Good night, Mish.
Glam has the Utter Chaos mod in real life. Tandy's like, I'm gonna pee.
I wonder if I put it on my actual microphone, if it would take it off of my stream or something.
That is so random. Like, honestly.
Does this work?
Yes, that's better.
Okay, I put it on my actual microphone. Is it working on stream? It looks like it is. I can see it moving.
Finally home. Did the Wicked Witch of the West hijack stream?
Oh my god, you sound better too. What is that?
Hi there.
Hi there.
We're Bean, bitch. Where have you bloody been? I wonder if we've got that clip. I will show you it.
My robots. Good night, Mish. Okay, good. You can still hear me. Good.
With this one.
Yeah, these are the types of conversations I like to have, and it's kind of funny how many people don't like to have these conversations. I'm always just, like this is what I live for. I love having deep conversations, and my mom's always like, "Oh my god, can we not talk about this right now?"
Not today. Not today.
I can't handle this. And I'm like, no, I want to talk about it.
I'm the same. Oh wait, what's that? Share? Okay, copy this link. I will send it to you. I'll put it in your stream real quick. Where are you? There. I'm gonna put the link in there of you being a robot.
Okay.
There you go.
It's probably gonna take you off my stream for a second, but that's okay.
This is why we have these communities. That's very true. That's very true.
Wow, that's very robotic.
Really weird.
Wow.
Oh my god. You turned into a robot.
That's very roboty.
How do people...
Oh my god.
Everyone, Glam is not a human. Went in here, but not in Glams. It's like really tight there.
That's crazy.
God.
That is crazy.
I have so much more appreciation for people with mustaches now.
Glambot. That was what I was gonna name my bot if I had a name for it, but I honestly haven't even figured that out. There are multiple things I should ask you about when I remember to learn how to do for stream. It's so funny watching you do the dance to the redeem, and I know what it is, but I can't hear the sound.
Also, I'm old Greg. Let me send this to Beck.
Clip the clip.
So good. What? There's something else I needed to read to you too. I can't.
Can
I
you get a
can't
thing?
remember.
What thing? What do you need?
There we go. We should. Do you wanna? Do you have any more readings that you've got in line?
Mm-mm.
All right, I've got a couple. Did you wanna hear these? Do you want me to do one for you?
Yeah.
I'm gonna do two for you.
Mojo's trying to describe something to me. Oh, a reading. Okay, yeah, Mojo wants to read. I'll give you a reading too after this. Yeah, for sure. They were just
I'm
like
gonna
the
give
thing.
you a life purpose one.
They were just like the thingy, and I'm like, I don't know what that means.
I've got a lot backed up. Pinky. Oh my! I literally picked them up and I've got goosebumps already. Good sign. Good sign, Glenn. So I'm going to do one from the Rose Oracle and one from the Life Purpose, just to give you two different directions. These are so accurate. These
I have those
always
too.
told me I needed to do something involving speaking.
Yeah, I think I got that a lot too.
And then as soon as I started streaming, it was just reinforcement. So
Yeah.
I got to use my voice. I hope you know I'm fully distracted from whatever I was doing for old Greg. All right, let's get this to Glenn. Let's see what. Oh, okay, that's a lot of cards. It just jumped out. That one. Oh, okay. This is called the Second Bloom, and like with these, most of the time I won't know what it means until oh my god, the goosebumps are real. They're literally on my legs and everything.
I can guess what it means just by what it's named.
Yeah, so it's a second chance, never too late, and new possibilities. That's what this card's all about.
That's
oh my
really accurate.
That's what I mean. My connection with Oracle is like on a whole new level. This deck in particular, these two decks are like, I don't know why. I was really worried when I got this new deck. I was like, I don't know if I'm going to connect with it, and then I got chills, and everything I've done is been so ridiculously like right. I had at one point, there was someone who asked for a reading, and they weren't being particularly nice at the time, and always complaining, like literally non-stop complaining, like everything was everyone else's fault, always issues. I'm like, okay. And it literally was about the card I pulled. I can't remember the exact name of it, but it was literally said in the description, your circumstances aren't going to change until you do. And I was like, oh, like they can be brutal sometimes, and usually I can tell when they're going to be brutal.
I love that though. I love that.
It's
hold
just
on.
like, this is what you need to know, and we're going to tell you.
In my chat, if you want a reading, just tell me. We have Mojo next, and then you could just tell me, and then I will do it when we have the time.
So it says, this is a card of second chances, new beginnings, regeneration, and reinventing yourself. Never too late to surrender what's blooming within you. All that matters is, why am I feel very emotional with this one. Why are you feeling emotional right now? Because I feel like I'm going to start crying.
I was laughing because Cater Tot said that they woke up and this is what they came into.
Good morning. If I get the tower again, I'll cry. The tower's not necessarily bad.
The tower is good, actually.
Destruction to create new. It's like ending of something for something new. That's what I'm learning.
There are no bad cards. Only things you just don't want to hear right now because you don't want to deal with it.
True. Well, Pinky has actually like a really bad story with getting that card in the past of like literally fires and everything. Like it was like to the whole different extreme. Like,
wow.
Whole extreme. I'll finish reading this to you there. All that matters is that you surrender, not the buds that are longing to grow is that you surrender to the buds that are longing to grow and be known. No matter what age or what may have previously occurred, this card is an invitation to surrender to a second bloom, to welcome the new and share it with the world, to acknowledge the secret passions, longings, creations, and yearnings, and let them bud within the bloom. If we properly allow things to end, new beginnings will always come. If we surrender to the cycles of life, after winter, spring will always return. If we tend to the seeds in the fertile earth, they will eventually emerge. So the more open we are to change, the more open we are to life, the more open we are to life, the more open we are to being born and getting new. So yeah.
That definitely is like where I'm at. There's not only a lot with like healing stuff that I've realized I have been realizing and whatever that I have held on to without knowing it, just because it's safe and comfortable, without like really understanding that I was holding on to it. And then there's also like a whole way that I viewed myself, where I thought like I was gonna be this huge star from like a very young age, and I had to like I had to like let go of that to recognize that if I keep holding on to me wanting to be or hoping for something, it's just not gonna happen. I just have to focus on what I love and doing that and being the most authentic version of myself, and then opportunities will come, because I tried to engineer, some sort of life, or like even like I mean I am a powerful manifester. I have manifested a lot of things, and a lot of it I didn't realize I was manifesting, but it was because I believed that it was genuinely going to happen, and then it did. And you don't even realize that you do that with like negative things too,
Oh, absolutely. I swear I do, like with negative things more. Oh, so this is what happened to Pinky the last time she got the tower card before I pulled it for her the last time. Said I had my job and house burned down, my partner and I broke up, and I had to find a new job within like 4 weeks and move literally in the 2 days after getting that card. And it literally was a burning building. She got the literal sense of the tower.
Well, the universe said that whatever situation you were in was not something you were supposed to, was not a path that was going to lead you to happiness. And so they had to actually physically remove you. What's crazy is that the more that I've worked on healing stuff, I've had things where it's like really subtle, right? Like just subtle hints of, you need to change this, you need to get out of this, you need to not do this or whatever, or you need to go do this. And if you don't listen to those, then they just get bigger. They escalate.
Oh, absolutely.
So much.
What I said when I gave her that card as well.
Yeah.
So I'm like, because it was a 3-card reading, and the end was a tower. I'm like, okay, if you don't listen to these warnings, this is what's going to happen. But it's been interesting because since then, now Pinky's moving to Melbourne. So that's obviously like, I think it's more of a like, if you don't follow through with these things, the universe is going to make it happen, and it's going to be like a shit show. So doing it by yourself, otherwise we're going to do it for you. The universe will do it for you, and it might not be comfortable at all. So I think that's how I view that card. Keep forgetting about the makeup and looking. What a sight to behold. Kate is in here too. What a sight to behold.
Stunning.
Hi there.
Yes, Zora, definitely.
Funny thing is, I'm the same partner that I was with the last time I got a tower.
Well, it might have just been, I mean, it's a lot of things, it's a matter of, maybe it just wasn't the right timing, maybe it just wasn't the right place, maybe it just other things needed to change in order for you to be in a situation where you could be in a better spot with that relationship. There's so many aspects that can go into it. Oh,
for the life purpose one, you literally got infinite abundance, which is my favorite card. I think it's the best card. It's not saying, no, you need to change it, you need to do this, you need to do this. It's just saying, you are supported. You're doing what you need to do. You're fully supported. So it's like it's a pretty too. Like, there's no way to like.
That one might make me cry.
I'll see what it says in here, because this is a very godish one, and I don't like using that, so I'll always replace it with the universe, because I don't feel like these cards.
It's funny because I've had that right. I think it's different for everyone. I still like believe in a god, but I also use universe usually. Yeah. But it's funny when my mom like literally views God as like a person, and I view God as an energy source.
I agree with that.
Yeah, it's interesting how people view things. It's like seeing the differences.
Yeah. I always say universe as well, because like I feel like with these readings, whatever energy is providing like this information,
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a single being. I don't know who it is. It's something in the universe, and the universe could be a god. Like, we don't know. So, like, I always change it with universe, because regardless of what you personally believe, something's giving me this information. So
Yeah.
I don't want people to be like, oh, God, I'm not Christian. I'm not going to believe in that now, you know?
Yeah.
So
Totally.
this literally says this card provides the reassurance that as you focus upon being service and following your inner guidance, your needs are taken care of. The more you can let go of worry and trust in the universe's infinite abundance, the faster you will flow. Oh my God, I cannot read.
No, reading's hard.
The faster your flow of abundance comes to you. Always remember that positive feelings improve situations while worry worsens everything. I think that comes into like what we're saying before about manifesting stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So hold positive visions and feelings of being financially secure. Affirm that this is your truth right now. See and feel yourself being completely supported, because you are. So
that last part, the part about like being completely supported, is like a feeling I'm trying to like really get in touch with, because that's both very emotional and also very I grew up like, my dad left when I was at a young age, and my mom, they both like had drug problems. My mom specifically was like on and off drug addict for my whole life until like my 20s, and is still like struggles with it, you know, mentally, because not being on drugs, but just addiction in general, right? And because it transfers to like different things, and to like alcohol and gambling and shopping and like whatever.
Is that like more like dopamine seeking though?
It might be. Yeah, it might be. I think that, I mean, it was a lot of
like,
totally.
Yeah.
It's a mixture, right? It's like both a coping mechanism for trauma, and then also I'm pretty sure my mom has ADHD. It seems like it, and so it would make sense that it would be dopamine chasing, for sure.
Especially considering like you're wanting to get tested for ADHD.
Mm-hmm.
It's genetic, so that just seems like I've had the same issues with my dad. Like, he had a lot of issues with drugs and alcohol. He's now able to, because he went to rehab, all this stuff, and he's way better with it now. We can't give up cigarettes. That's like his addiction, cigarettes. And I'm like, you know what? That's better than like an instant death. You know, like, it's not good for you, but it's better than, it's better. But I
definitely grew up with like not feeling supported, because I pretty much had to take care of myself since I was 5. In like a lot of ways, not every way obviously, but like I remember my mom would like take me to the store at like 7, and then I would go in the store and get all the groceries, and she would be like, you can just get whatever you want, and then I would get like, you know, cookies and whatever I wanted to eat. And that was part of why I started like having weight issues, because I just ate whatever I wanted, because she felt bad about everything. And then and it was just like a whole cycle, and now I have to deal with all of this as an adult, which is so annoying. But feeling why? But like feeling supported, like recognizing, one, that like your parents are never going to be what you want them to be, and 2, that you have to learn how to parent yourself at a certain point. It's frustrating, but that's kind of where I'm at with it.
Well, you are supported. I think, like, as crazy as it is, like, Twitch is very good for that, because the amount of people you meet with the same mindset, that will help you feel that support, even if they're not physically doing anything. Just the understanding itself is support. And I think that's what's helped me the most, because I really struggled. I didn't feel supported because I didn't feel understood. I think that was the biggest thing. And no matter what people did, because I didn't understand, I didn't feel like, okay, but you don't understand, you know? So how are you supporting something that you don't understand? But I feel like with the community, both your community and my community, with feeling so supported and accepted, that's like helped a lot.
That need to like be understood, I forgot, was like a deep-seated need for me for so much of my life.
and the over explaining that goes with everything because you're trying to be understood and they're never going to get it, but then you over explain and then people think you're lying because you're over explaining. It's like, no, just understand me. Someone just get me.
Or they'll get annoyed, like, why are you explaining this? It's like, I need you to understand.
Like, yeah, okay, but it's fine. I don't care if it's fine. I need you to understand, like, why I feel this way and why I'm doing what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Like, to that, like, my partner does not have ADHD. Most neurotypical person you have ever met. And
I don't even know what that
though,
looks like.
well, it's
I don't even know what that
such
looks like.
stability. It's just stability in every part of his life, except for me. I'm just like the tornado that rips through. But I didn't understand because I've only ever dated people, like if I look back, that have ADHD. And that makes sense why I was attracted to that, because it was people who understood how I felt. Even if I didn't know that I had ADHD at the time, it made sense to me. But after going through the trauma that I did, I met him like a month and a half after I went through like a massive trauma in my life. And that stability was what I was attracted to. So now he doesn't understand, but he's my stability. So I've literally like bought him books explaining adult ADHD. I'm like, you have to read all of these because I don't care if like you can't do anything. I need you to understand it. And it's driving him crazy. He's like, yeah, I listen to you. I understand. I'm like, no, you don't read the book.
No, you don't. You don't understand. I mean, even like books, I think a lot of times it's just finding like a specific relation, like a way to relate to it. You know,
Yeah.
that's really the only way. Because like, there's a ton of things. That's one of the craziest parts about healing for me, is that like there are so many things that I know, but I don't know it until later on because it's sunk in a completely different way.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
I think
you're
a
just
lot
like,
of the times as well with like when you're physically in that situation, or like you can learn something from a book, but until you experience, whether that's hands-on experience or just being in that situation, then you go, oh yeah, that makes sense now. I understand that now. It's like when I did biology in high school, we were learning about like cells and stuff, and I was like, oh, it kind of makes sense. And then like we went to like the Melbourne University thing and we got to look at them underneath the microscope. I'm like, yeah, it makes sense now because I'm physically doing it and physically seeing it. I think that's a big difference with ADHD, like as well. Like you can't just get told something. You need to do it or see it to understand it.
Mm-hmm. And I was
I
experiencing that earlier.
Yeah.
Where
I also
cactus.
feel like it's hard for us to believe that people understand things when they haven't seen it or felt it as well. Even though that you might be able to tell something, I'm like, oh yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I understand that. You're like, no, you don't, because you haven't seen it, you haven't felt it, like, and all that stuff. And I think that's where a lot of our feeling misunderstood comes from as well, because it's like, how can you haven't felt it, you haven't been in my situation, how can you understand? But people can genuinely understand things without being in your shoes.
Right. That's true. Yeah.
Do you have a reading?
I have a couple lined up, but let's do yours. Do you have a question?
Oh, okay. I'm just gonna just maybe like a general one, just like, what do I need to know? Just tell me, you know.
Okay.
You know what? Polygamy before. Wait.
Go ahead.
Wait a second. Wait, what? I tried polygamy before, and the girl tried me to read a book to get comfortable with it. Oh yeah. But it's just not who I am personally. I don't want to take part in sharing my partner. Oh yeah. So like the book, it was like, read this book and then you'll understand and you'll be completely okay with it. No, books don't work like that.
It just reminded me when you said that of like when like you're about to have a baby and you're just like, read all these books.
Oh, it's no
you need
help.
to know.
It's no help. I think like the problem with that too, like just Mama old Greg here for a moment. I think like as well, like a lot of mothers in chat will understand this. You can get every single bit of advice out of every single book, have the best plan, but every baby is different. Not one. I've got 3 kids, and the way they were when they were born were completely different. My daughter, my youngest daughter, literally came out and was just like, ugh, like literally sighing, like she didn't want to be there. And they're like, worried. I was like worried because she wasn't crying, but she was just like, oh, like, why am I here kind of thing. Like, I want to go back to bed. She's literally the same now. If I wake her up in the morning, she's like, I'm tired. Like,
Ugh.
But she was like, she just wants to feel loved all the time. She's a Gemini. She needs that security, you know?
Yeah.
And then my older daughter, as a baby, and even now, she does not like to be touched. But people are like, oh, just rock them to sleep, or don't rock them to sleep. Don't let them sleep with you. Don't hold them while they're sleeping and stuff like that. I couldn't with my daughter. If I was touching her, she would scream at me. And she's still kind of the same. She doesn't like to be touched. But then my youngest daughter is like, don't let me go. Like, I need to be touching you at all times. So, like,
That's
yeah, cool,
crazy.
read the books, but, like, they're such different people.
Yeah.
So, but she's a Virgo, so that's why she's probably very independent.
I also heard something recently that I thought was an interesting anecdote just about ADHD, where people have like theorized that ADHD and autism is actually a progression in our evolution, and like the next stage of like our body, like we are actually actively like, which is probably why so many people have ADHD or autism.
Yeah.
And we're finding out that it's like way more than we thought it did, to the point where I'm like, do I even have ADHD? Because it seems like everybody else is the same way.
Well, like, I've seen the same thing, and it dated back to like hunting and gathering time.
Right.
Literally back to then, right? And think about sensory issues with like being super sensitive to sound, light, all of that. That would have been so beneficial back then.
True.
Welcome in. That would have been so beneficial back then. It's like, oh my gosh, someone's about to attack us. I can hear it. No, I can't hear anything. I can hear it. I can hear it. I can hear the sounds. It's annoying the crap out of me. They won't shut up. You know, like, it would have been really beneficial back then. But now it's just like, there's like 7 different things going on in my house at one time, and it's overstimulating me.
Yeah.
Virgo checks out. I'm saying, there you go. Miss Independent.
Okay.
It's so funny too, because my son is an Aquarius. And like, the more I look into it of like compatibility in friendships, like with my, like being a Cancer, like my most compatible signs are Aquarius, Taurus, Gemini, and Virgo. And another interesting fact, all my kids were either born on a full moon or a new moon.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I'm just like, that's weird.
Ending or beginning cycles every time.
Yeah, exactly. I'm also a Virgo. See, like, I just attract the Virgos. Like, attract them all. And the Geminis. Geminis seem to be, like, come in a lot as well.
Okay, I got your reading.
Yeah, a lot more are coming out with it because so many are being diagnosed, like, due to lack of research. Yeah, that's it.
Lack of research, for sure. For sure. If only they'd give us actual brain scans here. It costs, like, my friend looked into getting one of those brain scans for ADHD. Because, like, I guess that they're so accurate that they could, like, pinpoint the exact medications that could help you with certain things, like with depression or whatever. It was like $4,000.
Yeah.
I'm like, who can afford that?
But then when you look at, like, just getting a diagnosis from, like, a psychiatrist, it's not that far off once you've, like, paid for every appointment and everything. The brain scan, at least, it's just like, here it is, here's your medication, this is what you've got, and all of that. Like, I feel like that's, like, expensive in one
I thought you were supposed to have good insurance in Australia.
So I don't. So, like, with my appointments, right? So each appointment I go to for my ADHD or my son's ADHD is $260, right?
That's crazy.
We get half of that back, so it's $130. That's still a lot. So we might need 4 appointments. And then on top of that, then we have to get the psychological report, $880. Then on top of that, then we need to go to the psychiatrist. First initial appointment, $500. And then after that, it's cheaper. And then medications, like my medication will be no more than $20 per month. No more. That's like maximum. Most of the time it will be subsidized to around $5.
Well, that's pretty good because here medication
But-
can get really expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But all of that is free in Canada. You're very, very lucky. And like we can go on the public waiting list and then it'll be completely free, but that might take 3 years. I don't have 3 years. I'm struggling now, you know? It's like, oh yeah, I'm having mental health issues and I need some assistance. Okay, we'll put you on a waiting list for 3 years so you can struggle for 3 years and then you can get it for free. It's like, no, people are going to go privately. People are
It's
going to
just,
go privately.
it's kind of funny because we could have that exact system here in the United States, but people are so convinced that it's going to be worse than what we have. When it's like, well,
Yeah.
here it's like, if you don't have the money to pay for anything, then it's like
Then you
exponentially
die.
more expensive, or you just die.
Yeah.
And it's like,
Well, I think the
like an
interesting
am-
thing is too.
if you don't
Sorry,
have
you go.
insurance, if you don't have insurance, an ambulance ride here, it can be up to $7,000.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like,
in Australia, so we pay for ambulance cover. I think it's $90 a year for my whole family, for the 5 of us. And that's however many ambulance trips you need for any of us. If you don't have it though, it's like $2,500 just to go to the hospital. So it's like, I'd rather pay $90 a year.
it's like weirdly not even that different from here. It's just like, because honestly, like here, people will be like, oh, in those other countries, you have to wait like so long to do this and that. And I'm like, yeah, for some things, but like there's also
Yeah.
other options.
But like to go
and,
to the
like,
doctor is completely free. Like I could book a doctor's appointment with my like family doctor tomorrow and it would cost nothing.
yeah.
It doesn't cost me a cent. And then most of our medications are subsidized, so they're like very, very cheap. Like
That's
when
crazy.
I was my Crohn's medication, the first one I was on was $600 a month, and I paid $20 a month because they subsidized that much. My second one wasn't on the subsidized system, so I had to pay a lot. But like the fact that it's subsidized so much is so good.
Yeah.
Like I feel very lucky that we do have that, and the only thing that's not subsidized at all is dental.
Which is so strange.
It is. Look, we'll look after every other aspect of your life, but we're not going to help you with dental, you know?
Even though
So
they
you need
say
private
that,
health insurance
yeah.
for that.
Even though
But
they
then
say that,
if you
like,
go- yeah.
if you don't take care of your teeth, you could get heart disease. Okay.
Exactly.
I feel like
But
that's
they'll
correlated.
treat the heart disease, but they won't prevent it, you know?
Yeah.
But like even because I've got chronic illnesses, I get like 6 free sessions with a physio. I don't know why they chose a physio, but there's all these different, like a dietitian, all of that, and get 6 free sessions, like a year on that, which is still pretty good because that in itself is expensive too.
Cactus is telling me about the failings of the Canadian health system.
Oh yeah,
If you're disabled and can't work, you don't have insurance, and then so many things are not free for disabled people who are also below.
we have that
The poverty
issue here
line.
too.
Yeah.
So like here, like we have a disability payment, right? Extremely hard to get on. Extremely hard. They won't do it if you can never work again. So like people like who get diagnosed with like cancer, like terminal cancer, they can't go on it because they're going to die. So they just get no support whatsoever because they're going to die.
That doesn't make any
Um,
sense.
But they can't work because they're that sick. On top of that, if you are living with a partner and they are earning income, they will take your partner's income and say, oh no, we're going to take that into account. So right now for me, I'm not working much, but I don't get any assistance with anything because my partner has a job. And this is as soon as you move in with them. You could be living with them for a week and then the government will be like, oh, well, we assume that you get 50% of their income. Because that's what
Yeah.
you do in relationships. I'm like, no, it's not like that. So like people like trying to leave from domestic violence and stuff, they don't get any support because they count in their partner's income.
Yeah, we have those issues.
So they
here,
might
too.
not get anything.
See, this
They might
is
have
where
nothing.
this is exactly where I think that this is not like a U.S. problem. This is a global issue of changing how our societies are ran in every country. Like, there's no country that's really doing the most. You know, I mean, maybe like Denmark,
Yeah.
but like other than that, I don't really
I think
know.
everyone has their strengths, but
Yeah.
there's also like ways to improve everywhere.
Yeah.
I definitely think I definitely think there's everywhere there's issues. I was making more money. We were making more money as a family during COVID when my partner wasn't working.
That's
because
crazy.
I was getting support. Because I've got kids, so they support like women with kids.
That's
and
crazy.
Because we're considered a low income household, we actually had more money, and we were getting more money when my partner wasn't working. It was more beneficial for us.
Yeah.
It makes no sense.
Yeah. The benefits that they did during the beginning of the pandemic, I was making more money than I was making before too, just because they were helping out really consistently. And I was like, oh, wow, thanks.
You're on disability in Canada and you can't work for the rest of your life. You're very lucky. Like if you're in Australia, like you can have like 7 different like reports from people being like, she cannot work, she's too unwell to work, she just cannot work. And they will be like, oh, okay, but we're going to need you to apply for jobs to get the payment. And then
Which
if you
is
reject
so
any
weird.
of those jobs, you don't get it anymore. Hey, Rochelle. Hi there. Hi there.
Okay, let me go into your reading because we could
Yeah,
go on
let's
and
do
on
that.
about this forever. And I know that there's a lot of issues that we have with it. Okay. So this is very interesting. It feels like it starts with like 4 of Pentacles. You're working towards gaining skills. You have 9 of Cups here. So like 4 of Pentacles, working towards like gaining skills, building up. We have 9 of Cups. I feel like celebrating, having friends around, having people around, feeling very good about things. I don't know
how many times I get that card.
Really?
Yeah, that's like my Pinky's pulled it for me for like 12 times, I swear. Every time she does a reading for me, it's that card. It's the 9 of Cups every single time.
And then we got in the middle in the present situation, the 9 of Swords. So I don't know if mentally you are beating yourself up, or if you are like, when is like something's just like you're just not happy with how things are going. But it's really telling you to like stay strong in where you're at, because you're gonna go into a period of like a really romantic falling in love with your life and the things around you and where you're at. So I think it's just a matter of, I want to like elaborate a little bit on that, but yeah, staying optimistic, even though
I think
like
at the moment I feel like I'm being pulled everywhere, but like everything's being like, stay where you are, keep going forward. But I keep like getting thrown everywhere and like not just like being like, do I jump over here instead? No, stay on your path. But I want, that's more fun, you know, like, and I think it's
the ADHD kills it.
Stay on the path. Stay on the path. Stay on it. Things are gonna happen, just stay on it. And I think, I'm
Is
really
it with streaming
with
you feel like you should be in like these many places, or just like life in general?
I think it's life in general, so that comes into streaming as well. That comes into streaming as well, but I think everywhere, like the way I like even hobby jumping, you know, this is what you need to focus on. Don't just jump over there. Like, stay focused, you know.
Well, and the thing about this too that I think is really cool about streaming is that if I don't want to do like what I usually do in streaming, then I could do a stream where I do a different hobby.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, like
I think that's like what
it's an all-encompassing platform.
Yeah, that it is. Like, if I haven't got bored of The Sims yet. I think that's because I bring in so many mods and change it all the time. Yeah, I think that's why. I just realized I'm in beauty still. I need to go to just chatting. So we're just chatting.
So yeah, I pulled some more, and then we have the Chariot. Like, we are charging towards these goals, these dreams. And then we've got 10 of Swords. We're feeling defeated. Things aren't going quick enough. Yeah, but then in the middle, it's harvesting game. We got 7 of Pentacles. We are harvesting all the rewards. We are building. We are getting everything that we have, all the fruits of your labor. And then you have the 8 of Cups. telling you to let go of everything that is not suiting you.
Yeah.
It's gonna be like, it might look like, for me, and this is where like what you were saying reminded me of this, so I feel like I need to say it. For me, it's been like creating boundaries with things, not realizing that I left those doors totally open and I shouldn't have, you know? Like I need to actually close the door on like not doing photography for a while, because it's just it being left open is causing me to be like, maybe I should do more with that. And it's like, no, I need to focus on this right now, and then I can, if I want to do that, I can do it later. Like, this is what I'm doing right now.
Bring it into streaming, because streaming's like the focus, you know?
Right.
I feel like,
and then it
that
ends,
makes sense.
And then it ends with the 8 of Wands, everything moving swiftly towards new goals, everything moving quickly. I really do feel like, and you and I have both talked about this, where I really do feel like we're both on the cusp of like some big like wave.
Yeah, and absolutely. It's just that build up. It's like, like, am I supposed to be doing this? I've been waiting too long, you know?
Yeah.
Just need to, it's gonna happen. Just keep going.
Okay, why don't you do you have more readings backed up, right?
Yeah, I think I've got quite a few, but that was spot on.
Yeah.
And I always tend to get the same message like the past couple of months. So I feel like I'm going through a cycle. I feel like I'm getting towards the end of that cycle right now. But I feel like all the readings within this cycle have been saying the same thing.
Yeah.
And I'm not listening to it, and that's why it's like, Emma, listen. Listen, please.
Why don't you do a reading and then I'll do a reading, because I only have 2, but like we'll just like go back and forth, and then I'm gonna take a quick break while you start, just to go to the bathroom and get a new drink. Okay, I will be right back.
Sounds good. All right, Amy, if you are here, I've got a reading for you. No, I'll do it anyway, and then I'll send you the cards. Thank you, Rochelle. Thank you for subscribing. Also, let me just quickly run through here. Rochelle, thank you for the sub. Aniki, thank you for the follow. In-house Sammy, thank you so much for that follow as well. Demon, thank you for the follow. And Skyrim, thank you for the follow. Welcome back, Amy. Okay. I pulled a card. It's really interesting because I used to pull the same cards all the time, but now I'm pulling different ones. This is called the Sun. I've never pulled this card either, which is crazy. So it's about joy, enjoyment, life force, success, and vitality. So let me get this one. I've got the goosebumps again. The Sun. There it is. I'm back to see your face. Oh my god, beauty is too intense. Wait a second. Hi there. Hi there. So it's saying, we just wait. Okay, so it's saying this is your invitation to relish your aliveness, to embrace your joyfulness, to enjoy the simple things in life. Want to come to a club where people wee on each other? Wait, do I need to do it like this? Want to come to a club where people wee on each other? There we go. To make time to play, to be grateful for your body, to acknowledge the wondrous life force and energy that's been woven into life, to remember that your soul had a dream and it's your life. So it's just saying that this is a time for you where you really need to be enjoying yourself, appreciating things. This is a time for joy. Do the things that you enjoy doing. Tap into that inner child. What hobbies and stuff. This is something that I've noticed as well. For the longest time, everything that I used to enjoy when I was younger, I kind of put aside, even though it brought me so much joy. Just because I'm busy being an adult. I'm an adult. I don't do those things anymore. get back into those things that really gave you joy earlier on in your life, or that you know that brings you joy that you haven't been tapping into because you're like, I don't have the time for that. I need to be doing this instead. You need to be focusing on your joy at the moment, like what you love. That's the main one. That's the main one. Did you want a life purpose one as well? And do one of them as well. So I think it's interesting pulling from the two decks. So usually they correlate quite a bit. And then no problems, Cisco. Can I take you to a club and wheel you? All right. So this might give you more of a direct answer on like exactly what you're supposed to be doing. That was like, you need to focus on what makes you happy and what brings you joy. This is saying builder. So this is all about building things. So this could be building a community. This could be physically making something. So it could be art. It could be physically building a house. It's something within your life that I'm going to say this is where the joy comes from. Something that you like crafting, building, creating. That's where you should focus your energy on at the moment. And that's what you are being called to do. Building my business, absolutely. I think it actually mentions that in here. Where is it? Okay. Where is it? Yeah, so it literally says, for example, you can build a successful business from scratch. So that would 100% be it. Thank you so much, Clara. I appreciate that. What drink did you get?
So I make Thai tea at home. So it's Thai tea with like stevia and half.
I like that. I like that. So yeah, that's your card. Second card, Amy.
It was how I got off of, I was getting like boba teas every day.
Oh,
and I was
yeah.
like, I need to stop having these every day. So I was like, I'm just going to make it from home.
So we just did Amy's.
Yeah, I was listening.
Yeah, I think it's definitely like for you. I think
Pinky's going to get
Amy.
Pinky wants a tarot reading over here too.
Pinky's like, am I going to get the tarot? You know, it'd be really cool if we both pulled tarot and see, like, compare our things to Pinky.
That would be crazy.
That could be cool. Because me and Pinky have done that before and we pulled the same cards.
Do you ever get like obsessive about something, like really wanting a certain answer, and you keep pulling cards and it just is eventually just tells you fucking nothing? It's like just the most random cards and you're like, fine, fuck it.
Me and Pinky used to do a lot of like Discord calls. Why we like because we both got decks around the same time, so we do Discord calls and just like try and connect with the cards more. And we'd be like, no, I don't believe that one, and it would come out of the deck, literally flying out of the deck like 4 times in a row. And I'm like, okay, I'll listen.
You're like, damn it, I don't want that one.
Well, that's what happened with the tower. So I pulled it when I was talking to her. I was like, I don't feel like this is for me, and just pulled the tower. And I was like, no, that surely can't be for you. Pulled it back. I was like, finished my thing, and then I was like, I'll do your reading. And then I pulled the tower. I was like, no way. And then I put it back in, and then it pulled out again. I was like, okay, I've got
the cards. For you. The cards literally said, "Did I stutter?"
Yeah, legit. Legit.
I said what I said.
Oh, they're so strict. Like, they're just like, I don't care how you feel about this. This is what you need to know, and I'm gonna make sure you hear it. You know.
It's kind of lovely, though, in a way.
Oh, I'm glad. It is.
You know, for me, at least.
I think it, like, really validates, like, that I do have the connection with them, and that it's not just all in my head. Because if you pull the same card, like, I shuffle the crap out of them, pull the same card. Mm-hmm. And, like, it's not even like I pull it. It will literally come flying out at me. I'm like, okay. All right, yeah. I understand. Oh, Amy just said, also had breast surgery last year. I'm seriously struggling with body issues a lot since then, so I can definitely resonate with both those cards. So it's weird because a lot of the time I don't know what it means to someone, and they tell me, and I'm like, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
I kind of love that about
that
it too.
Sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny because, like, when you get into this stuff, a lot of people have these preconceived ideas of, oh, well, if you're psychic, then you should just, like, know. And it's like, Well, if you're claircognizant, you might kind of know for some reason,
Yeah.
but for the most part, you don't really know. It's just like whatever, you know, whatever your guides want to tell you, the type of thing.
I
It's-
definitely think, I know that you're kind of the same. It's like
Mhm.
all about intuition and feelings that I get. So like,
Yeah.
I will feel the emotion sometimes in the cards. Like, I've pulled cards for someone before, and even before looking at it, I'm like, you're not going to want to hear this. I feel upset reading this to you. And before I've even looked at the card. And things like that. So I really think it goes off. Just
I think
everyone's so different.
It's
and how
also
they
about
read them as well.
It's also about like perspective too. Like you could I get like people will get bad cards, like cards that people consider to be bad, right?
Yeah.
But if you have like the belief system of there is no good or bad, there only is, it's that
Yeah.
like you could look at it from any situation. You know, it could be
Yeah.
good or it could be bad. But usually it
definitely
just
think-
means some sort of change, or like how you're viewing things is affecting it negatively. Like,
Yeah.
you know, whereas like people will get like the Tower or like the Death card and they'll be like, oh god, and I'm like, well, death
I
just means
love
like
the
a new
Death card. I'm
cycle.
like-
Yeah.
I'm just like, hell yeah, that means I'm like bringing something new into my life. That's how I think. I feel like when you're being told again and again, like, you need to make this change, 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 and you know that you need to do it, and you're being stubborn, and then you get like the death card. It's like, okay, well, if you're not going to do it, we're going to do it for you, and it's not going to be nice.
Yeah.
But we're going to make that change, and it's going to be good for you, you know?
Yeah.
So I think that comes into play. And at the time, it can feel like everything sucks. I hate this. This is horrible. But then give it a month and like, look how amazing things are now, kind of thing.
Well, and there's so many people who are just, and I mean, this is like everybody, I think, to an extent, where we're all disconnected in certain areas or certain
Yeah.
perspectives or whatever. We can be disconnected from understanding or seeing things various ways, and so we'll be like, oh, that's not whatever, and then you like have to genuinely be woken up to
Yeah.
like, oh shit, I didn't realize that was a thing or an issue for me, and then like now I really have to change
Yeah.
it because I was in my face the whole time and I just didn't even realize it. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
It can be hard. It can definitely be hard. But that doesn't mean it's not. Things can be bad a lot of the time after something so horrible. A lot of changes happen, which push the rest of your life more positive, if that makes sense. And that's been the hardest thing for me. And that's not to say that it's good that people go through bad things, because I think it's horrible. It's just to say that with every bad situation or any like death of a situation, it's an opening to something else.
Yeah.
But I feel like a lot of the time people don't realize that in the situation, which is completely.
Yeah.
Welcome in, Kova.
Okay, Mojo, what was your question? Or do you want like a general reading?
I just saw my face in the mirror.
Have you taken any photos yet? You should take some photos before it like
I should.
gets too sweaty.
I should, shouldn't I? Let me.
It's okay. You guys, you don't have to redeem the readings. You can just tell me in the chat that you want a reading and I can give you one. Oh my god, Toke's here.
Jesus. What happened to my... Oh, my earbuds are dying. That's what it is. Let's put this one in.
Okay. Talking to a new guy, so love. Okay. Hi, Toke. How are you? I'm always flirting with Toke because apparently they're a surfer in Southern California.
Oh, cool. I like it.
I like it.
We can-
The whole chat just like is like, oh, so are you getting together? And I'm like, I don't think you realize we don't live close to each other.
Yeah. That's like, you two live in Australia. Why haven't you two met yet?
Thanks for the apparently. Well, I don't know you. I know you through here. I don't know you for real, for real.
Trying to figure out, why isn't it letting me do this?
Can I get one to move to Melbourne too? Melbourne. How do you say it?
Right.
When you're from there. Oh, good. You're taking
Put
photos.
my lights
Yeah.
down. Yeah. I'm gonna put my lights down.
Okay. Well, Emma takes photos. Let's see. Mojo. Mojo. Okay. So yours was about love. This is gonna be another stepping stone. This isn't the one. I can already tell you, because right off the bat, you're like, there's a feeling limited. And this could be like just in general, like in life, but because this is in the furthest position, so maybe you've just been feeling limited. Oh my god. Then we have the Prince of Pentacles. Hold on. I always forget what the Prince of Pentacles wants to tell me.
Hey, Tina. Just
Yeah,
look
being
at the
practical,
photos.
realistic. And then we have the Five of Wands. It's like a tussle or like a playful back and forth. Could also be that. But like feeling, it could be like a challenge or it could be like a playful tussle. Then we have the Four of Cups, feeling like you're just like a little disappointed, like you're not getting exactly what you need. But then we end it with the Ten of Cups, like building a legacy for your family and like genuine happiness, being surrounded by people who love you. So if this isn't the one, it's going to lead you to that. It's going to lead you to understanding more about what you really want and finding that. But it also could be, let me ask like more directly, really quick. Emma just being cute during the reading, of course.
I had to do the old Greg dance, you know, that we have as
Gotta.
a remote.
Gotta.
Oh, it's way too bright now.
I do like the darker, the lighting with it. It feels
Yeah,
way
that's
real.
It feels, and then we just got like the pride rainbow there. Everything
I
else
love
is
it.
green.
I love it. That seems very on point for old Greg.
It
Okay,
does.
so then if I pull more, it goes into like the feelings of home and abundance, moving quickly in this direction, but still feeling limited and learning how to juggle things. So it's possible that maybe this relationship would show you that maybe you aren't able to fully be yourself yet, or that's really the vibe I'm getting, is that it would be really good to help get you out of like, it's going to be really good for you, but it's going to also connect you to parts of yourself that you don't realize you have suppressed. And that will help, once you've like unlocked those, it'll help you really get to realizing what you actually want in relationships. And those relationships will open up.
I put the rest of my iced coffee in my shoe because I was like, I have to drink from a shoe. It looks like this.
You gotta drink from a shoe. No, come here. Let me get you. Chewy's here.
You ever drunk Bailey's from a shoe?
Chewy says, no, but I would eat the shoe. Would you eat a shoe?
You would eat a shoe. That's fair. I understand that.
I know that's probably not what you wanted to hear, Mojo, but every situation in life that isn't exactly what we hope it is going to be is to help us get to another one, you know? Go into it with the optimism of it working out. And let me see. The thing is that we should always go into every situation with the optimism of the absolute best situation is going to happen from this. Are you recording that on your phone? Because you should be. Are you putting that on the TikTok?
I'll play it. There we go. I just did. So I put literally a clip thing on my stream deck so I can just press it, but I always forget it's there. I'm
Oh,
also
that's
eating
smart.
spring rolls right now.
I got a stream deck and I have not set it up yet. I need to do that.
Well, I'll help you with that too, you know.
I make really positive strides and then I only do about half of it, but yeah, I eventually finish it. I just have to have it ready.
Yeah, you have to be motivated to get completed tasks too.
Yeah.
Your ADHD is like you plan it or you start it, or like even planning it in your head.
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna do this, or you buy something and then it's just like completing the task that's the hard bit.
Yeah. I have to, yeah, for me, I always have to like get it out, like it's ready to go. And then eventually I'll keep looking at it. I'll be like, oh, I can do that right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You look so shiny. Thank you. I put like a whole heap of like holographic glitter on my face, or shimmer. So it's like, I feel like this is what old Greg would look like after it comes out of the water. You know?
Totally.
Are
Toke
you
said,
going to do another one, or do you want me to do one?
we'll go back and forth. You do one.
Okay.
Toke said, going into relationship stuff full on is always good, so you know you get the most out of it, even if it doesn't work. I think that's true.
I think so too. I think everything that you go into, like every relationship, every friendship, even if it doesn't work out, you learn from it. And I think the most important thing, sometimes we are in those situations, and if all we get out of it is learning, then that's probably the best outcome.
I think that actually, like the actual lesson of this, the right wording for it is to go into it with no expectations.
Yeah.
Only expect that you're gonna learn and have fun. And if you're not having fun, then it's not worth being in anymore.
I agree with that.
You know, unless you're like in a really serious relationship, even if I feel like if you're in a really good relationship where you've been together for a long time and you are really good together, even if you fall out of love, I think that you would be able to at least talk about it, work through it, and not just be like, oh, I don't have fun with this anymore, so I'm leaving. I think that those relationships are really only the ones where people are like not really fully in anyway.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. I'm feeling cold for this deck for broken. I don't know why. I feel like I should be using this one, so I'm going to. I'll listen for once.
Aurora, let me know your question if you want a general or regular. Sorry, just continue. I just wanted to get them ready.
I think relationships can be hard too, because like any type of reading, because also like you're getting these things and it's like, so like my partner and I, on every level, every reading, when you go into astrology, when you go into numerology, absolutely anything, the moon cycles, we are not supposed to be together. We are complete opposites, but like literally complete opposite. I'm a Cancer and he's an Aries. That alone says a lot. He's very logical, and in that aspect, and I am very emotional. But I think what's really good is we teach each other a lot. He's very introverted and quiet. I am very loud. He barely talks. I talk for 5 people. We teach each other and balance each other out. I think that's what sometimes people forget as well. Just because it says that you're not compatible, or like the cards say you're going to have these challenges together, it doesn't mean it's a bad thing. It means you have the ability to grow from it.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's why it's so hard.
Totally. I
got 10 of Swords and the Knight of Swords upside down, so we'll see if we get the same. Okay, Pinky, when we do yours, we'll have a look, and when Glam does yours, we'll have a look too. Alright, so this one is for Broken, and Demi, I have 3 kids. When he's off to the club to we all do. Oh, okay, this one. Okay. Broken, if you're here. If not, I'll send you this card anyway. This is literally called Fall Into My Arms. Surrender, holding... Oh my god. Is this for me? It's all about opposites and extremes.
I love when that happens.
It might not be for me. It might just... Read it out anyway.
There's a lot of times where you'll have readings that also are talking to you.
Yeah. I think sometimes it's hard to tell, but like, I'll know. I should know. I'll feel it if it's meant for me, I think. So this one is, often we see things as either good or bad. When we go into things, we'll make it mean that we're being rewarded. And then when bad things, perhaps it will mean we've done something wrong. However, we're all here to expand and... Okay, this is for me. We've done something wrong. However, we're all here to expand and grow. And it's through the extremes of life that we do that. It's all about like experiencing the good and bad and learning from it. It says, hand over your loneliness, worries, hurt, sorrow, fears, burdens, and doubts, and just surrender them to the universe. And yeah, just surrender it. Just surrender it all and accept that both good and bad, what might be perceived as good and bad, is all a chance to grow and evolve and learn. So, which is an interesting card to pull after we've had so many discussions like that today.
Yeah.
I summoned the card. That was for Broken. I'm not sure if they're here still. I might also pull a Rose one as well. Quickly. I love working with multiple decks at the same time because I think the way that they word things differently works really well.
Yeah.
It might be the same message, but it might be the same kind of card on every deck, but it makes sense more in some. Right. Okay, that one jumped. The Throne. Protection, boundaries, and the thorn, sorry, not throne. This is why I wear glasses. Protection, boundaries, and clear communication. Thorn. Okay, so it's all about it's just basically saying you're not clearing your needs when you don't communicate, and then you don't take responsibility for them. And it's impossible for other people to give you what you need if you're not communicating that. And it's often the results in breakdown of relationships. So it's really clear to, you really need to set those boundaries and be clear about them. And have communication expressing what you need exactly, rather than just assuming that everyone around you knows. It says this card delivers the message of importance of clear communication, boundaries, and taking responsibility for our own needs. What am I? I'm old Greg. Pleased to meet you. But yeah, but to be clear with others, we must be clear with ourselves first. So I think that's like a really important card. That is such an action card as well. Who's that? It's a character from the Mighty Boosh. Scaly Manfish. Scaly Manfish.
Google it.
That's old Greg.
Yeah, Google it. I swear, people forget Google exists, and it really irritates me.
Me too.
I have people, even like close friends of mine, who will be like, "How do I do this?" And I'm like, "Google it." Like, why are you messaging me about it? Why are you asking me?
Like, Asteroid's response just in here is like, "Are you new?" Because old Greg is just. Even those who haven't seen Old Greg now know who Old Greg is and know everything about Old Greg from being in here. Yeah.
Did they do any more than? Did they do more than just the one skit? I think it was like 2 skits, right? Or like a couple?
Old Greg.
Or was it just one? Yeah.
So I think it's just one. I think it's just one episode. Who's our sim who's a scaly manfish, yeah, and who likes going to clubs where people wee on each other and drinking Baileys from a shoe. As soon as I saw you, yeah. Those who love old Greg, you don't love old Greg, I'll make you love old Greg. Who's yours
Skating
next?
manfish. Aurora's next, and I already pulled, and it looks like so theirs was about like career and jobs. So I pulled a lot because it started with talking about like building up skills, partnerships, and like building a legacy for family. But then it went into like Nine of Swords, where you're like feeling like mental anguish about it, not sure where to go from here, feeling like, and then we have the Four of Cups. Oh my god, my headphones are dying. Four of Cups, feeling like you are like missing out on opportunities, not able to like fully take advantage of things, which is, it feels like where you're at for sure. When you're like, I don't know where I'm going with this, and it's causing mental anguish. But like everything after that here is, it's kind of like needing to let go of the need to know. It's about focusing on things that bring you joy. It's about hold on, princess. I want my princess. Thank you. Yeah. Princess of Pentacles. New creative phase, new money, new opportunities coming up. The wheel, things happening as they should be happening, in like just basically it's needing to trust that if you continue to do things that bring you joy, that it's going to just happen for you. Like you're going to just, the opportunities will present themselves. You don't have to look for them. The King of Swords, like you're looking at this like intellectually, needing for everything to make sense. But in the Six of Cups, it's like returning to returning more to like who you were when you were younger, returning more to like Emma was saying earlier about like trying like getting back in touch with things you like doing when you were younger. It's like, it's that kind of feeling. It's the more that you focus on like the things that bring you joy, the stuff will just like the path will just open itself up. Yeah.
If you come into my stream and you start abusing me, you're gone. Don't do it. Don't call me a bitch either, because if you want me to be a bitch to you, I will be a bitch to you. Do not come in here and start abusing me and other members of the community. This is a safe space for them, and if you're going to be rude, I'll just delete you. And if you make bot accounts, I'll report them as well. So I don't appreciate it at all. All right? Be nice to people. Be nice. Okay, continue. Sorry, I had to say something because on.
Okay, here.
Sorry to bring.
No, you're great. No, you're great. I had to switch headphones.
Why am I so dark now? Oh.
Can you still hear me okay? As far as like mic goes? I switched headphones and it like changed things. You know, you've been streaming for a while when you have to change your headphones a third time.
Yeah, that's why I have, because I have like the headphone ones as well.
Yeah.
I just, I usually have one in at a time, so I can just swap between them.
Third time, yeah. Third time's a charm. But yeah, don't fuck with my friends. Was it the same person?
The same person that came in.
Yeah. Just being rude.
Yeah.
So they didn't like that.
They made a second account. They kept asking me if I was a boy or girl, so like, that's not appropriate. and then they start
Oh.
abusing people.
I get that a lot because when I do drag, yeah.
I mean,
Or they'll
if you
just
don't
start
know who
calling
I'm
me a
drag-
groomer.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Stunning. I was free. Yeah, I'm usually very tolerant with people, but when it starts to get to that level, there's no room for that here. No room for that here.
Everyone's talking about third time, like it's my third time, like sexually, and Stokes like third, I go once and fall asleep. Yeah,
I just love that we're doing this, and it's like really beautiful and loving and everything, and I look like this.
I think it just really sums up you as a person, and also me
It
as a
does.
person. I think it sums up us.
It's not chaos.
Toke redeemed a pronoun check in my chat. I assume that it maybe you want in your if whoever wants to share their pronouns, please feel free to share them.
You can do that in my chat too. I should probably have that. I
I'm
have
a-
the extension, so it tells me. A lot
That's
of people
nice.
don't have the extension.
Why don't they just
so
put
they
that
put
in
it
Twitch?
I don't know.
It's really
Instead of
weird.
a lot of the things that they have implemented, which aren't very useful, that's
Yeah.
something that would be extremely useful.
Yeah. Well, they have more they're getting more competition, so hopefully that'll teach them that they can't keep doing that because they keep backtracking anyway.
Yeah, I definitely think the competition has been a positive thing.
Yeah.
So hopefully that it's something so simple as well. Apparently I need to check my emails.
My pronouns are she, her. Thank you for sharing
Alright.
yours.
I was like, I need to check my emails, and then it was literally from EA telling me that the kits have come out, and I'm like, oh, is that it?
You mean the kids that we already have?
I've already got them. I got them like a while ago.
They don't.
Like
they
a week
clearly
ago.
don't know us.
They don't.
But like, have you heard about the kits? Yeah, I own them.
Yeah, I did. I have actually. Thank you though. I appreciate it.
Oh, Disco is still here. I see Disco in yours, but Disco has not been in mine as much, and so and then Disco gave Toke a hug. I should have known.
Disco heard me get angry, and Disco was like, "I'll fight all of them." Every single one of them.
Disco just loves getting Toke hugs. Disco's everywhere.
That's fair. That is fair. Let me just put my. There we go. That's better. All right.
So I'm sorry, Aurora. Did that
turn
make
or
sense? Aurora, did that make sense? Did that help? I don't know if you have any follow-up questions. Let me know.
I'm sorry for my little outburst.
Oh no, you're good. You're good.
I think mine is rub. My rub's here.
I posted my bag of the day there, and some bitch ruined it. Did that person ruin it? Is that who ruined it?
Yeah. Well, they had 2 accounts as well.
Ugh.
Welcome in. I reckon let's do this for you. Rub, I'm feeling very feminine energy, and this is, I don't know why, like how I can sense that, but for some reason when I sense that, I know this is the cards to use. I got scared for a minute, and imagine, you know what's funny? I told someone off like that, looking like, oh, Greg, and it's just so... What a moment.
Yeah, it's perfect. That's how it's supposed to. Honestly, old Greg would be proud.
Oh, Greg would be like... Oh, Greg would be like, that's what you need to do sometimes. You know?
Shine his shiny mangina in his face.
Well, next time, if we get any other trolls, I'm just going to quote old Greg.
Yeah.
It's attached to your rod, mother liquor.
What category are you in right now?
I'm in just chatting.
Okay, that's kind of weird to get that, but yeah.
I know. And I understand people come in and be like, "Who? Like, I don't know who you are," and that's, yeah, I'm old Greg. Yeah. That's fine. But then, like, you're a boy. I just got a dono. Thank you so much, Elephant Day.
Yay!
Thank you so much for that. Let's put you on the board real quick.
I'm so glad that was spot on. I hope it helps, Aurora. Slips into shadows in a sexy way. Good, John. Very sexy, Disco.
Daisy, thank you so much for donating. There we go. So that's to Pride Foundation Australia. I appreciate that a lot. I really, really do. I really, really do. What? We're up to 305 out of our 500, which is exciting. A new follower with a donation. Yeah, I know. It's so sweet. Thank you so, so much. I appreciate you. Let's go into Rob's reading. I am keeping score of the tattoos and stuff, and we'll do them on Monday too, because I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot that I need to put on, but I've been writing a list. Okay. Okay. There it is.
Sorry, my chat just keeps me laughing.
Oh, these are two of my favorite cards.
Of course.
I like this for you, Rob. So it's called the crowning, which is literally a picture of someone crowning, but it's like in a beautiful way. It's not literally like you're not giving literal birth to a baby. But it's about initiation, birth, rebirth, and having a seat at the table. And that's put together with the third of void, which is all about saying that there's so many opportunities and being presented to you at the moment. You need to rest and be patient with it, and it will happen. It's saying like it uses the analogy because these are feminine cards of like literally like crowning, like you're about to give birth to this baby, but you're about to give birth to something in the world, whether that's a new project, new beginnings, new relationship, or new aspects in your relationship. So relationship dynamics changing. It can also mean like self-growth, like self-discoveries as well. And the third of void is just a reassurance kind of card that's just saying you like, which is basically using the analogy of like a fertile womb, saying you're ready to go. You're ready to go. You don't need to do anything. It's fertile. It's happening. You're in the position. You've got the support, and you're in the positions for things to happen, and new beginnings to take place. So it's really interesting that I pulled those together because it's saying it is going to happen, and you're in the place for it to happen. So. I'm struggling to find work in my industry and it's been kicking me in the gut. That could be a good way, a good indication that maybe it's going to be something new and you're in the position for there to be something new as well.
Yeah.
Thank you for the donation as well, Pinky. Thank you. I appreciate it. I move over to Western Australia for work, and then you're having issues with work. It might say that that change has opened new opportunities for you. It might be saying that that change of moving location has opened new opportunities for you that you haven't really explored yet, and you're in the position to take it. Then mighty boost. Thank you for knowing that I'm all correct. Thank you. I just have random alerts going off.
You
You'll be
looked in my
fine.
direction.
What?
You looked in my direction on the screen, and I was like, "What did I do?"
I was like, "Is there an alert here?" Because I've got my like OBS over this side,
Mm-hmm.
then Discord over this side, and then chat in front of me. So that's probably why.
Do you have 3 screens?
Yeah, I've got my 3 screens.
Wow,
And most
fancy.
of the time, I split my 3rd screen as well. So technically, I have 4 because this one's the biggest one over this side. So I usually split it in half.
That's fancy.
But Rob, I would say, like, I know that you're probably having that doubt, but it's literally saying that you're supported and that you're in the position for it to happen. So it's saying, it literally said patience in there. So it's saying sit back, chill out, it's going to happen. The new beginnings are happening.
Also, like, every industry is super struggling. People are struggling in every industry to get work. So
Yeah.
be sure to have like grace with yourself and understand it's not you. It is what we're in right now.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something to point out. Like it is really difficult at the moment. I feel like every industry is struggling. Wait, you know what I'm going to quickly do? I'm going to quickly do one of these as well for you, Rob, because this is work focus. This is like career and life purpose focus. And I swear to God, if it says keep doing what you're doing, I'm going to be very annoyed because I want something specific.
Well, mine was abundance, wasn't it?
No,
Which is still good.
I literally pulled the let go card. Nah, give me something specific, please. I'll listen to you, but I want something. Okay, that one throughout. Okay. Creative expression.
Mm.
So this one's saying, it is saying let go, so you need to walk away from the current situation. So that might be mindset wise or physical wise to resolve it. But it's also saying that your soul longs to express itself creatively. So something revolving around creating anything and expressing anything creatively, which does look different to everyone. Some people it's cooking, some people it's like art, some people, like for me, I find streaming and content creation is my creative expression. Photography, anything like that. And that doesn't mean that it has to be your job either. While I'm not working, I started making my own Simpson embroidery pieces and selling them.
That's so cool.
That is it. And
Maybe
that's why it's saying let go and do this.
Maybe that's
like
what
for the last few weeks. There you go. It's happening, and that's probably where the new beginnings cards earlier came from as well, because it's saying that is the new beginnings, and you've set everything in place for it to happen. Let go of your fears and what you're worrying about in terms of why you moved in the industry, and continue with the creative expression.
I love that.
See how like it's so weird with tarot cards. I'm like very unsure of it, but with oracle cards, they just like, this is how it is.
It also could just be I was like that for a long time until I found this deck. And I have other decks, but this deck is the only one that I am so connected to that I could read it pretty easily. Whereas every other deck, I'm like, what the fuck is this? And it's the same cards.
Yeah.
Because it's tarot.
I feel that already with the one that I hadn't received. I don't know why, but I already feel connected to it. I'm like, I need to read from that deck even though I physically don't have it yet. So I feel like that's going to be good. These were just like my learning cards, my tarot cards. So I feel like that's why I don't connect to them as well. I think I need like a deck where it's like, this is your reading cards, these were your learning, this is reading.
I can't even hear the sound, but I'm doing it in my head.
Just fix my, you're aware with mustache. I'm glad that I did that second deck for you though, Rob, because I feel like that just reinforced it even more.
Okay, the next one in my line is Pinky, and then it's Toke. So, Pinky, do you have a question or do you want a general reading?
So Pinky actually sent me the cards that I might do this at the same time as you with tarot. So Pinky pulled 2 cards.
Okay, so we'll both do Pinky right now.
Yeah. We can do a combined one.
We're double teaming Pinky right now.
That's so good. Oh, okay, 2 fell out. Jesus, okay. 3 fell out. I'm sorry, Pinky, you have to have 3.
Pinky, are you ready for this? Are you ready for this threesome?
They're proving themselves now. They're literally flying out at me. They're like, don't you talk about me that way. There's none of that. Don't worry, Pinky.
Toge is jealous about the threesome.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay.
It's okay. Okay, what were the cards that Pinky got before?
So Pinky pulled out for herself
I'm jealous of every threesome.
Pinky pulled 10 of Swords. And then, what's that one? Knight of Swords reversed.
Yeah, I didn't get any of those.
Neither did I.
No whammies.
I got Ace of Cups reverse. Let me just get this open. Then I got Two of Swords. And they actually, I didn't get it. They flew out at me, and the Lovers.
They threw out at me.
They literally did. They're just like, I'm here. I'm here. Stop talking badly about me. I'm doing my job. Okay.
Should I do mine?
Yeah, I'm
You wanna
still
finish
trying
yours?
to find the connection between the
Okay.
three.
Okay. So, Pinky, you got the High Priestess entering a time of stillness, being able to look at things and yourself differently, trusting your intuition. We have the Four of Pentacles, building up skills, working on things. We have rebirth, a literal rebirth, a whole new cycle. We have Cernunos, which is the devil of this deck. It's a druid deck, so it has some that are different. Cernunos is the devil of this deck, so it's about indulging in life but not going too far one way or the other. And then we have coming together with friends and just enjoying what's around you. It seems like there's a lot of like this new chapter is like there's a lot of positivity around it, and it's a matter of continuing to work on yourself and focusing on the things that bring you the most joy.
I feel like mine kind of has the same kind of feeling to it, but like different cards.
Mm-hmm.
Also, hi, Smithy.
I like that.
So I got Ace of Cups.
I like that.
I didn't want to interrupt, but I wanted to say hello. Hi. Hi there. The way that I do. Oh yeah, the Emma. All right. So the Pinky just said funny because I'm moving closer to Emma and family, so I'll be closer. Yeah. I think it's all good. Pinky, all good things. So I got like the Ace of Cups reversed as the first one. And I feel like the positive message from this, because a lot of it is like repressed emotions and self-love and intuition. I think it's not saying that you're lacking these. I'm feeling like it's saying that you need to focus on yourself. You need to focus on what is going on inside you, especially in terms of self-love. You need to trust your gut. You need to, those feelings that you are pushing down, you need to address them in a way that's going to help you learn and grow. I feel like this could be read differently, but that's how I'm feeling.
Mm-hmm.
I also feel like it's kind of saying kind of an ending of a relationship or a friendship, so you can be true to yourself as well. Like that might be something that it's going to take to make this happen, but it's all about self-love and focus. Oh God, Pinky, don't tell me something. Well, what's well? And the next one I got was Two of Swords, and I feel this is like she's literally got a blindfold on. So it's either saying that you are intentionally like blindfolding yourself when you need to make an important decision, or you are blinded and can't make the decision.
Mm-hmm.
I have to end a relationship to move, so I guess it checks. I guess that kind of makes a lot of sense because it's all about growth and focusing on yourself, and ending the relationship so you can move and grow is probably what that's talking about. But I think, this is either you're blinding yourself to it because you don't want to deal with it and make a decision. This might even be about the relationship. It might even be about the timing or something like that. But it's encouraging you to take that blindfold off and deal with what's at hand. Whether the blindfold, you place it on yourself or you're just blinded to something. So have a look at your options, and try and be open to what needs to be done and do it, I guess. And then, okay, the next one is the Lovers card. So I guess that kind of ties everything in. So it's about finding the balance within yourself. It can be very, very literal. Sometimes I feel like in this, it could be literal in the sense that saying that this is about your relationship, but I'm feeling it's about yourself. I feel like it's talking more about finding harmony within yourself and the relationship you have within yourself. I also feel like it could be like lovers doesn't also have to be like romantic lovers. It could be because you are moving more closer to family and you're going to be restarting and building on those relationships as well. Yeah. It could be friendships as well. It could be because you're moving close to me, you know? But I feel like this is like I feel like it's relationship based. I feel that it's a romantic relationship based, that conflicting with your self-love. That's how it's feeling to me. I feel like there's this massive conflict at the moment. It's like you either put your energy into one or the other.
Yeah.
And you need to focus on yourself. That's how I'm feeling with this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It also is like moving will be better for you, and if the relationship was meant to be, it'll happen later down the line, but you have to focus on what's best for you.
Yeah. I also think like with the past, that the last reading I did was the Tower, and I do think that maybe that's talking about this, the ending of things, so new things can begin. Like literally, like not literally burning down something, but it's like,
please,
you know, like burn it down for regrowth, you know, which like is moving because you like you've just said, like you never felt like you belonged in Western Australia, so like it's the change. I think the Tower's talking more about the change and the ending of something and the new beginning rather than everything's going to burn to the ground kind of thing, you know. Yeah.
Definitely.
Who do you have next, Glam? You can go next as well.
Toke is next, and then Amy redeemed the tarot reading. Okay.
That's so weird. I've never connected with the cards better until I said that I'm getting a new deck out loud. It will be a better beginning piece.
I got a tarot deck called Territorial, where it's like it's literally the cards literally just say what they are, like in words.
Yes.
And it's cool, and it's funny how many people get really elitist about it, and they're like, oh, but you have that. It's like, dude, I've been reading tarot for 10 years. Like, it's really just because I wanted to see if I could learn more, and also because I've now realized like it would be a great travel set, because this set is like my favorite, and unless I want to buy like multiples of this deck so I can have it in different places, like that's a good version.
I think so too.
Yeah,
I think so too.
Disco's singing Fresh Prince of Bel-Air lyrics to me.
I'm just gonna quickly go to the toilet while you start off. So I need to pee. I'll be back.
Toke says somebody hold their hand, they're scared. You're gonna be great, Toke. It's gonna be great. Alright, let me see. Yeah, it seems like since you got that new job, you've been pretty like burnt out. So I'm interested to see what this says. Is this new job like a permanent job or a temporary job, or? Can be either. Can be either. Let's see. It's open-ended. Okay. I feel like I need more information. I feel like there's steps missing in here, or maybe I'm just not understanding. If I explain it, you probably understand it. Let me just pull a few more. Okay. So there's like a lot of... There's conflicting energy. The first energy is like a tussle type energy, feeling a lot of burden, feeling a lot of like a lot of weight on your shoulders, and feeling like you maybe are not getting along with some people, or yeah, just like not, it's just, there's a lot of like resistance, a lot of like it's just not going in the way that you would like. And the one after that here, I only have this to make others happy right now. Okay, well that's a big part of that. That's yep. What I'm confused about is after that, there is so much positivity. I think that this is going to be like an internal change. Because we have the Hanged Man next. So we started with the, for anybody interested, we started with the 5 of Wands. And then we also have the 10 of Wands, both of which carry, like, the 10 of Wands, very burdened, like a lot of, like, holding a bunch of shit on their back, physically. This one, the 5 of Wands, is about, like, a lot of, like, tussle energy. In some instances, it can be, like, playful type of tussle, but, like, in this one, it feels more of, like, a struggle. And then we have the Hanged Man, and the Hanged Man is like needing to let go of control and just like allow things to unfold. And then next to that one is Justice. So it's like needing to find a balance between something that's going to bring you joy and something that is it's needing to find balance. But then everything after that here, we have the 4 of Wands, which is like a feeling of home and hearth. The 7 of Pentacles, which is harvesting abundance. The Ace of Cups, which is a new phase of creativity. The King of Wands, which is like king energy, feeling more like stable and secure. The 9 of Pentacles, which is like an overwhelming amount of abundance to the point where you don't even like understand where it came from. And then why is that one not working? I don't know, one of my emotes isn't working. I don't understand why. Okay, and then we have the Ace of Swords, which is like a new beginning, literally cutting ties with things from the past, like not like you're ready to like really start over. It's connecting. Okay, so I'm like not sure how that all plays out, but personally, but I think that you know. This is definitely one of those situations where I'm like, I think you know more than I know. Yeah.
Oh, I haven't drank this yet. It's my vitamins and I haven't drunk it yet. And it tastes so good too,
Yeah.
so I don't know why I haven't drunk it.
Yeah, I think that would be like finding balance if you find, because it seems like right now the job is just like a means to an end, and you have to find a job that's going to allow you more life to live, because really that's the issue, right? Is so many of us are doing things where we're just like working to get by, whereas what you want is to find something that you at least enjoy enough to where even if it's just to get by, it allows you the freedom to still live life, you know? And so I think it's a matter of finding that balance. Because otherwise it's soul crushing. If you're just working to get by, it's soul crushing. You have an interview tomorrow? Let me pull a quick card for that.
I feel like, I don't know why, but doing these readings with you, I feel like they're more clear and more precise.
Do you?
I don't know why. Like, it's really weird. It's the same as, like, whenever there's someone else. So, like, when I do it with Pinky as well, I feel like they're very direct.
How long have you been reading
like,
cards?
So, Oracle cards, I've been reading since I was it'll be over 10 years now.
Okay.
Tarot is like 2 years, so I'm still
Okay.
like, and it's not 2 years of constantly learning. It's like picking them up for like a month and then forgetting they exist for a little bit.
Yeah.
But like this deck, like you can tell how used it is, like the box and everything.
Yeah.
Like I used to like, this is the one that I've had. This is the first deck I bought. So this one was like this. If I pull something from it, it's usually 100% like what someone needs to know, or like instruction on like exactly what someone needs to know. With the other ones, I need to interpret them a little bit more. But tarot, I'm still learning. So
Yeah. Well, I think also like when you're able to be around other people who like, because I've only in the past 2 years felt like really secure in how I read, because for a long time it was like just questioning everything, and and I think the more that you're around people who are, since I'm more secure in it, I think it's showing you like that you're not like crazy, that these are real things and you're actually getting this information, and it's like you're able to like really process it differently.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
I think so too. And I think also it's just reassuring, like, especially when we're doing it at similar times and getting similar messages, it just reinforces it. And then I'm just
Totally.
And like just the trusting your intuition. Dilemma Bot's still telling me to save my game, and I haven't opened up a game.
I put that on my bot too, and it told me the same thing just now.
That's all right. It's save my game. I'll have a drink every time.
Saved. Okay, Toke, I pulled one card for the job interview tomorrow. The Princess of Swords, inquisitive, objective, aloof. Someone with good communication skills, good conversation, an impulse to learn and grow, and a fresh viewpoint. So I think that a fresh viewpoint is a very good. Fresh viewpoint and good communication skills are great things to go with a job interview.
Drink out of the shoe every time it says it. I would, but that means I need to make more coffee.
Okay, who do you have next?
I have Tandy.
Tandy. Candy. Tandy.
Oh my god. I'm just messaging my partner because I can hear my daughter. It's like, she's awake. So like, I don't want to be. I think I'm being drawn to tarot with you, Tandy. I think the tarot cards heard me and they're just like, nah, it's my time to shine.
My time to
shine. Alright, Tandy, let's see. And it's probably good while I have you on here as well, so if I'm a little bit unsure, you can probably clarify it for me, Plan. Ooh. Okay, thank you. I pulled 4. Ooh, I like all of these. Okay, let's get. I've got my guide up on here. Because this one didn't come with this. Like this deck, usually you know how they come with like the little booklet, so you can like learn better. It didn't come with it. It only came with one online, which is a bit annoying, but it is what it is. It is what it is. They're still accurate. It's just harder to interpret them.
Yeah.
And what's the last one? Let me just have a little see at this.
You know, I don't have a lot of days where I look at myself anymore. When I was younger, I thought I looked like Britney Spears, and I don't have a lot of days where I think that anymore. But right now, I feel it. I don't know.
Spears, no, oh my god, Britney Spears and old Greg get married in The Sims.
Yes.
It's old Greg, bitch. Yep, that's it. That's the tagline. That's the tagline. Alright.
It's old Greg,
so we
bitch.
have 6 of Wands, So I feel like this is all about like achievements. I feel like this one's like about achievements and that the support around you. What's the word? Like supporting you. Like you've got all this support around you cheering for you. It literally is someone writing it like a victory. So it's something to do with achievements. Feeling 9. I don't know. I feel like the words and the cards aren't actually that helpful. Oh yeah, so this is another one of achievement as well. So this one's also about why is this not okay there? Oh, what is happening? What is happening? So yeah, this is all about prosperity, like abundance, wishes coming true, dreams being fulfilled. So I feel like these go hand in hand. I feel like this goes together. I think that's why they came out together. And I think it's basically saying, yeah, it's okay. These are all very positive and all about celebration and achieving things, because we've got the 10 of Cups as well, which is very big on positivity and like love and peace and teamwork and achieving things and celebration, family. But I feel like it's pushing more towards the family kind of side of things. These are all very connected. Let me just check that one too. I'm just seeing how they all tie into each other. Okay, this makes sense then. So what I'm getting is the achievement of something and having a good support around you when you're achieving that thing. I'm not sure what it is, Andy. I'm feeling like it's in your home life. There's massive celebration about it, and you're feeling, I finally did it, kind of. I finally did it. We finally did it. We've achieved it. Finally did it. I'm also feeling this thing at the end is the planning for the future. Okay, I achieved this. Okay, what do I need to do? What do I need to do next? What's the next step? And the planning process of the next goal. I feel like this is very, goal orientated, ticking something off the box, achieving it, having the support to achieve it, and having the praise around you and everyone cheering for you. I'm going through all this autism assessment. Okay, yeah, that kind of makes sense. But yeah, it is about family as well. I don't know. I feel like this one's really hard because I feel like they're all kind of giving me the same message and they're just touching on different aspects of it, like the support and that one's clearly like something that you really wanted to do and really wanted to achieve, and you finally achieved it and you're very happy with yourself that you achieved it. And then the 10 of Cups, I'm feeling more of the family aspect and the celebration around the fact that you did achieve it. And then the 2 of Wands, like saying, okay, this is the next step in the future, time to set some new goals to achieve. That's how I'm feeling.
That's good.
Yeah. I feel like that one was hard for me to connect with, though. My mum's doing a lot to help with forms and then getting into things to help cope. Well, there you go. I think that's why I felt so family driven with that, because it's like your boys and your mum's involved in it as well, and obviously a support to you as well. But yeah, I think it's like, okay, what's the next step? And that's probably what's the next step in terms of like after being like diagnosed with your assessments. Okay, where do we go from here? Let's find the next not task, but the next goal to kind of achieve. Where do we go from here? But yeah, you've got such a big family, that makes sense that there'd be something around family then. Do you have anything you want to add, Glenn?
I think that when you're feeling not as connected to it, sometimes it's just because you don't have the information. So like, for instance, when I read Tokes, I didn't know exactly what it was trying to tell me, but I knew that if I just told them what it was saying to me, it would connect for them. And so so a lot of times like you feel like you're not connecting, but it's really just that you just
You
don't
don't
know the
understand.
information, so you can
Yeah.
only say what you know. Yeah.
But that makes sense because
Yeah.
Chandy's like going through all the autism assessments and stuff, and there's a lot of family involved in that. And
Mhm.
obviously, after the assessments are done, it's kind of like, okay, what's our next goal to help this issue? So, like, you get your assessments, okay, what's the next step in terms
Yeah.
of helping me out, like getting, yeah.
Definitely.
You got this, Chandy, you got this. I think that's all like a very good indication that you're going through this, trying to get your assessments, trying to get diagnosis and all of that. You've got the support behind you. I think that's the big thing. You've got the support. You've got people cheering for you, saying, you've got this, you're doing the right thing, you're heading in the right path. And then the family card, like you're going to celebrate as a family towards it, about it. Like you and your boys are all going through the same thing together, which is where I think a lot of the celebration and the support aspects come from. But yeah, I definitely think it's also saying, okay, after this is not the end of the line. You have to celebrate. This is such a big milestone, such a big achievement, even just getting a diagnosis and doing the assessments. But then afterwards, you need to start planning for the future in terms of like what that's going to look like after the diagnosis.
Mhm.
Yeah. Like that makes a lot more sense to me now. And it's something like, it's not like, if it was like, oh yeah, I just got engaged or something, I feel like that's a lot easier to read. But I feel like going through assessments to something is so personal and so specific that sometimes it's hard to be like, okay, this is definitely about getting an autism assessment, you know?
Yeah. Plus, like when you do readings for people in person, you get like that confirmation as you're doing it. Like you're like, this is what I'm seeing, and they're like, yeah, 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 and then it's like, okay, good, I feel good about this reading.
Yeah.
But when you're doing it like digitally, like you just have to trust.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's the biggest thing I need to do. And then your Twitch family behind you virtually. That's true. We've all got your back too, Cobra. We've all got, oh, Tandy, sorry. We've all got your back. I read Cobra's comments. Yeah, Tandy, and I was like, yes, Cobra.
All right,
Who have you got next?
I've got Amy next. Amy, what is your
Oh.
question or general? If we do this again, we should probably do all the readings like we did for Pinky.
Yeah, that's actually a cool idea.
That would be kind of funny.
That, I think it's like, and maybe some things that like you pick up on, I might, and some things that I pick up on, you might not as well.
Yeah, because I feel like with Pinky's, you got like the most immediate thing, and then I got like the general story.
I feel like my cards almost know Pinky very well because that I've learnt with her. So I feel like everyone else I really struggle to read, but with Pinky it's very direct with me. It tells me exactly what I need to know very easily. I'm just eating a spring roll while you do this.
Sounds good. Relationship? Okay.
I'll just put you on the list, Mom.
And we can just keep doing tarot. I mean, we did talk about doing astrology stuff before. But it's really just up to y'all, because we could always go into that another time. And I was really just gonna go over like, we were gonna look at people's charts and look at like who, like celebrity charts and stuff, and then we were gonna like, I was gonna show y'all different places you can look at your own charts and look at each other's charts.
My chart for me though.
Yeah.
Because I want to see if like you're getting the same things that I get on it.
Yeah.
It's very Cancer heavy, which is it. My chart. You look at it and you're like, this person probably cries a lot.
Yeah. Are you okay?
In a good way. I'm okay. I'm just have a lot of emotions.
It's really just that like when you're a Cancer, you just feel very deeply. It doesn't necessarily mean you cry all the time, but you feel things very strongly.
I definitely cry a lot though. You know?
That's good. You gotta let it out. Okay.
Thank you.
Let's do Amy's.
That's okay, Mon. We'll do it. Don't even worry about it.
What happened with your internet yesterday? Why was the internet was literally preventing you from being on the different platform? That's interesting.
Yeah. It happened today as well. It's happening today a lot as well. Basically, we worked out, we've got an extender for our Wi-Fi. and it was messing with our actual internet. So then our internet wouldn't connect with anything, not even through a cable. But we got them to separate the two internets, so technically now we have two internets, so it's fine. But it took them so long to figure it out, and they sent us the extender, so they should have fixed it.
Ridiculous. It just
It
like
was-
stopped working out of nowhere.
Yeah, like, so yesterday it was just dropping out all day. So I'd be like loading something and I'd be like, you have no internet now. I'm like, oh, okay. So it was on and off, but then yesterday night at about probably like 4:30 yesterday, it just, nothing would load. And I was annoyed because I hadn't watched Vanderpump Rules yet. I couldn't even watch it. I was like, I can't stream, but I also, like, normally if I can't stream, I'll catch up on things on TV.
Yeah.
And I was like, I can't even do that. What am I going to do? But then eventually we got it working at like 9:30 at night. And I was like, okay, well, I'm in my pajamas, so I'm going to watch Vanderpump Rules now. But I get what you're saying with the timing and what I was doing and everything.
I wasn't gonna hammer it home or anything.
Yeah.
Although I do think it's good to expand. I do think that is a good thing. It's just over expanding.
Yeah, I'm definitely trying to figure out my limits, and
Yeah.
I like having the options open. That
Yeah.
doesn't mean I need to take the options. I need to remind myself that it's good to have the options, but I don't always have to.
God, so
take
relatable.
them.
So
Yeah.
relatable.
Thank
I'm
you
like-
for that, Lily, by the way.
I'm like, but I know how to do this and this and this, so doesn't that mean I'm supposed to do it? No, it's not.
Oh,
It's not
that's
what I
the same
mean.
with me, because like I almost finished nursing, and I'm like, okay, do I go back into nursing because I really love it? And I'm like, no, there's a reason I'm not doing it. There's a reason
Yeah.
I haven't gone back to it yet.
Yeah.
Because my immune system's crap, and I cannot work in a hospital.
Mhm.
So I'm not like, I can't be around sick people. That's why I'm not doing nursing, but I love learning about it. It's like a special interest of mine, but I'm not going to do anything with it. I'll just enjoy it myself. Doesn't mean I need to take that option.
I bet your astrology chart says a lot about the fact that you like to collect information. I bet that's
I
in
think
there.
so too.
Yeah.
I think a big part of it as well is like the whole nurturing part of it is in there a lot.
Mm.
From what I've read. And I think that's why I love being a mum. I think that's why I was drawn to do nursing to begin with. I think that's why I like streaming as well, because interacting and helping others.
Mhm.
I think it's all the nurturing aspects in there everywhere. Is like really interesting.
I bet that that's one of the areas that you and I relate to so much on, because I do feel
Yeah.
like, yeah, I feel that.
But yeah, we'll just say, because you're a Cancer moon, aren't you?
Mhm. Yeah, and I think I have more Cancer in my chart. I have a lot of Capricorn in my chart though. Very like,
Mine's very split.
yeah,
Like,
mine's
I
very like
have-
water and earth, so I'm very muddy.
Oh yeah, I feel that.
I'm very muddy.
I feel that. You go. I'm gonna get it up. Just to have it there.
Okay, Amy, are you ready? Relationships. So it doesn't really want to tell me about relationships. And if it is telling about relationships, it's not being like, it's not giving clear answers. But you've never had a chart reading? Oh yeah, it does say a lot. I can show you where to get it. We're gonna do it. We'll get into that.
I found a really pretty one.
A pretty what chart?
Yeah, a really pretty chart website, Astro Charts.
Astro Charts, yeah.
Right. It's just so pretty.
It is, yeah. AstroSeek is probably the most detailed, and then Astro Charts is really good for like the basics. Really
Yeah.
covers like the basics of everything, and it even goes into like what moon phase you had when you were born and stuff like that, which is cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really aesthetically pleasing. Yeah.
That's
Okay.
what I like.
Yeah, Astro Seek is not aesthetically pleasing, but it has like way more information. It's crazy.
I'm gonna have a look at that. Oh, where?
Okay. So we start off with the Five of Wands. It's been coming up a bit today. Multiple times, even in relationships, which is like a tussle, or it could even be, like I said earlier, a playful tussle between people, like a sexual or like a back and forth with someone. But it can also just be like a tussle in general, feeling like a struggle with a colleague or a struggle with a person, feeling like there is a struggle in general. And then we have the High Priest talking about structure and routine and tradition and like needing to create structure. We have the Four of Wands, which is home and comfort and feeling like you finally get to be like, you feel safe and comfortable and like you found home. But then we have the Five of Cups, which is talking about a sense of loss, of like a fear that you're going to be like disappointed, of like anxiety essentially. But it's like a sense of like feeling like you're missing out on things. And then we have the Queen of Wands, and she is strong-willed, she is confident, she is fiery. Yeah. So let me pull just a couple more really quick, just to like see if what else there is. Because there's nothing, again, there's nothing negative. It just isn't really defined. It's like there's a sense of home and comfort, but not being able to really see it. Checking your mustache.
Yeah. No, chocolate's all good.
Yeah, see, like here's like, okay, so then we have like the Six of Cups, which is like healing and returning to like doing inner child work, a feeling of like coming home to yourself almost. We have the Two of Swords, which is feeling like you need to make a decision, or like you're at a crossroads, like you can't quite figure out which direction to go down. We have the Prince of Cups, who is idealistic and romantic and wanting the best thing to happen. This is in slightly past, like most recent past position, which maybe you did make a decision, but it's telling you to like follow your heart essentially, because then we have Six of Pentacles, which is so much abundance and generosity coming into your life, and then the lady who is just a big thing of abundance, like she is pregnant with abundance. She is ready to burst. She is ready to give birth. By the way, we found out today doing Cass that one of the drag sims is pregnant, so we're gonna have a drag baby.
That's amazing.
I was like, why can't I add another person to this household? Because there's a baby in there.
Asteroid will help you with that. We'll help you with that. Asteroid's just done their chart and it's like, I don't know what any of it means.
The Six of Cups relates to the things Emma said. Yeah. It's honestly, you know, like the whole, okay, I know that there can be like the toxic positivity culture, but the genuine, it genuinely just finding things in life that bring you joy and focusing on those things is the key to happiness.
I think so.
And
I think that's especially important during work as well. Like, I don't know why people are like, oh, well, we just do our job and stuff like that. I find if you don't enjoy what you're doing, it's just such a waste of time.
Yeah.
Like,
well, and people know that, which is why it's so soul crushing. They don't like doing it, but they feel like there is no other option.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I totally get it.
And I think that we're moving into a direction where people are, we're empowering people to recognize that you do have options. You could make your own business. I own my own
I think
business. I work
that's
with
really
puppies, so I
important.
absolutely love my work. Yes, that's perfect. Honestly.
Ooh. I'm just shuffling and seeing if anything pops out.
Okay, I'm
But
gonna use.
Rochelle, Cobra, and Mon.
Okay, I'm gonna use the restroom really quick while you go,
Alright.
and then I'm gonna stop taking readings, or I can do readings with you for the other people
Yeah.
if they want me to do one too.
Yeah.
And then we'll just do astrology charts for a bit, and then we'll end after that.
Sounds good.
Okay, I'm gonna run to the bathroom. You're welcome.
So, Rochelle, if you're here, I've got your card. If you're not, I'll put it aside and read it for you in a minute. But if you're here, I've got your card. I'm going to pull 3 at a time. I'm just going to pull them all out. Oh, okay. All right, that's yours, Cobra. It's very bossy. And these two as well went with it. All right. No, it's here. It's here. And then we've got Cobra. Then we've got Mon as well. I'm not going to do Mons because I think it's going to be one of these cards as well. All right, so yours, Rochelle, is the Sacred Waters. So it's all about nourishment, replenishment, health, rest, and self-care. So where is this? Oh, no, it's right here, Cobra. Yours is right here. I'll read it to you in a sec. So let's have a look. The Sacred Waters. So, no, that's wrong. That's not it. The wrong one. I was like, this me. Oh, you're kidding me. So this is saying we must drop our roots deep to receive the nourishment we deeply need. So we need, it says that you need to slow down and take care of yourself, especially your body. Rochelle just informed me she's just been diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis after so it's a bit crazy. So yeah, it says so you need to slow down and take care of yourself, particularly your body, to prioritize your well-being and live in a way that's sustainable. You need to make sure you're replenishing yourself, nourishing yourself, and taking care of your health all the time, not just when you're not feeling well. So that needs to be a really big priority with rheumatoid arthritis, with it being an autoimmune disease. That makes a lot of sense. Says you're being called to nourish and replenish yourself before you become brittle and harsh. I feel like that's very extreme, but it gets the point across. Again, it's saying take care of yourself, cherish your body, and just keep putting more and more into yourself. There's never going to be too much nourishment that you can put in there. Like, do it until it overflows. Like, take care of yourself. That's really weird. That was a very specific reading. It was very, very specific.
Sometimes it needs to be really straightforward.
Yeah. This creeps me out sometimes, just the accuracy, which is why I don't want a reading. I'm too scared. That was crazy. This deck I connect with very well, so that's where I'm at. Thank you. No problem, no problems. But I still redeemed it. Okay, this is what you got. Cova. This is yours. So it's saying the return, a new story, you decide, alignment, it's all coming together. Oh, okay. I feel like this definitely all ties into each other. So I'm gonna read this one first. The return. Where is it? What? Where is it? I'm still getting to know these. I haven't used these that much. Excuse me. Work. There we go. Okay, so it's basically saying about the return is all about alignment. So it says you waited patiently for this moment. You've likely been working on the inner for some time, and now the outer is becoming is beginning to come into alignment. So as chasing beings, we're never ending cycle of growth. So it's just like basically saying that things are starting to align. You've done the groundwork. It's a new story. You've decided this. You've been putting in the work. If you want to, Cova said, if you want to pull something for her and see if it aligns with this as well.
You're doing Cova right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just pulled for that too.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
So the next one is Rose Without Thorns, which is all about peace and joy and sweetness in your life. So it's literally saying, I think this is coming together to say, okay, you've aligned, it's all coming into alignment. You don't need to worry about the challenges at this point. Focus on the joy, the happiness, the peace of what you've created that's coming into alignment now. And the last one is the Sacred Union, which is all about being loved. So this is within, with yourself and by the people around you. So I think this is more of like a support card saying the union of you between yourself and other people. Definitely you're going to be a support in this new story, this whatever's coming into alignment. It's definitely going to be a big factor. And to remember that you do have the support around you. You do have trust yourself and love yourself within this process as well. I'm just going to read what this says as well, just to see if there's anything that can add. Okay, it's literally saying this is all about returning to yourself, which is interesting because we got the return card as well. To grow through the people around you, and to be focused also on the union within yourself. Yeah, this is an invitation to deepen the connection within, to embrace yourself fully and treat yourself like the most precious person in the planet. The more embrace you feel, the easier it is to embrace others. So, all connected. They're pretty cards too. I love these. Look how pretty they are. So pretty. I love them. But yeah. I'm not sure what journey you're on or what you've been trying to bring into your life, but it's saying it's all coming together. Just don't forget about yourself and to love yourself.
Self-love.
Self-love.
Yeah, I got something pretty similar. Just we got like the Prince of Wands in the very past position, like things moving quickly in new directions. The High Priest creating like routine and structure in your life. The Magician trusting yourself. We have the Four of Cups. You're like the fear of missing out on things or like being disappointed, etc. But you're on a new journey with the Fool. This is a whole new like path, and just embrace it. Embrace everything about it, because at the end of the day, like as much as we don't want to hear it, we kind of choose to be miserable. And the more that we embrace like the positives in our life and focus on the things we're grateful for, we start to realize that there's so much more to be happy for than we really think on a regular basis, because we're so focused on like doing better and achieving and trying to be better and trying to like be better than somebody else in society, and like society makes you feel like a piece of shit on a regular basis. But like we don't have to live like that. Like we can shift our focus to things that we're grateful for, and then that in itself is an act of self-love, just by focusing on the things that bring you joy and happiness. I've said that so many times today. I
feel like we've got that common thing going on.
Yeah.
The common themes. The common theme. Now this is I definitely think I definitely think they're all intertwined. It's interesting though, we got like a similar message just said in almost in a different way,
Yeah.
and like different aspects of that.
Yeah, they
Mine,
like
I
go
feel
together.
like this deck is so loving and so nurturing and so kind to people, I find. There are cards in here that aren't like that at all, but I never pull them. It's always very positive and loving, uplifting. And then if I go to another one, it's like brutal as. But and the tarot is very brutal as well. But it's interesting that I feel like these like pulled out like love yourself, you're being supported, all this stuff. And then yours
Yeah.
is like a little bit more honest.
Yeah. I think it's just my perspective, probably.
No problems.
Yeah.
That's it. True. That's true as well. I've got this one from Mon as well. This is my last one.
Okay.
So this one I got the open card for Mon, and it's all about saying yes and saying yes. Like even if it's a bad situation, you're gonna expand through that, and you need to trust. You need to trust that it's for growth. So it's saying it's probably one of the biggest challenges in life, keeping your heart open and being open to things, even when there's extreme circumstances. No one is immune to the highs and lows. But the most important thing is to stay open and try and learn from these experiences. And wait a second. Yeah, otherwise you won't be able to bloom. That's the words that they use. Says when we're going through difficult times, when we want to be more separate, the healing is often found in connection, not separation. So don't close yourself off people, opportunities, even though things are hard. And yeah, when we close our heart and shut down because the pain is too much, we often find ourselves more separate than before. So this card is here to encourage you to say yes to life, expand through the extremes, and put your 2 feet in wholly and completely in. So jump into the opportunities and take the chance to learn from the hard times, I guess. I don't know what's going. Sometimes, like, this is very vague. It could be about anything, but I'm assuming there's something that's going on that you're unsure about. There's something going on that you're unsure about, and you're feeling very closed off to it. Maybe it's just a reminder to stay open to it, and take it as an opportunity to learn and yeah, and not close people off because of it, because you need that support.
Yeah.
See how nicely it says those things? I feel like if it was tarot, it would just be like tower.
Which is all just also about perspective, you know, like when I say like,
absolutely.
Yeah, there's no good, there's no bad, there just is. It's because, like, for instance, people can look at like the murder of some horrible person as a positive thing, for, you know.
Yeah.
It's like there's so many things that we consider to be absolutes, but they're really not. There is, you know, good and bad and gray area all over the place. So and I think it's almost like lovely to look at life like that, because then you're like, well, if it's not bad, then what's the then what is it? You know, it makes me uncomfortable. It makes me,
I definitely feel like it's been like that. Like every like bad situation I feel like I have been in, like big turning points in my life that I'm like, oh my god, my world is ending. It has opened me up to so many better things. And if I had been closed off and not willing to learn in those situations, or not willing to accept that, okay, like this is just the end of this chapter, I don't think I wouldn't be in the position I am now, and wouldn't have the support that I have now as well. So it can be really hard in those situations to accept that, though. Okay, everything I've been worrying, everything I'm doing is silly and not worth doing. Like I should be doing something more adult now that I know what, what that's meant to do. I'm like, I'll make a cake top and some paper thing and organize my paper, but I'm worried, did I waste my day? No, you didn't. You didn't. I think also in terms of that, like, I
Well,
feel
thank you,
like
too.
we think we get to a certain age and we have these expectations of ourselves of what we should be doing and what our days should look like, and we compare ourselves to a lot of other people, but everyone's different. What you can manage is so much different to what someone else can manage.
But I don't.
Like, I know some days for me, getting out of bed is difficult, and I know people say that a lot, but I physically can't get up. I will almost wet my pants because I don't want to get out of bed that badly to go pee, because I'm struggling that badly mentally. So everyone has different capabilities, and everyone has different. How did I? This is something that someone said to me, and it was, you might be doing the same task as someone, but your mental energy might be 10 times the amount. Physical energy might be the same, but the mental energy it takes might be 10 times as much you need to get through that one task than the other person. And then you have no mental energy left for anything else. Or maybe you need to do that thing that you find fun and then like what you enjoy instead of like doing the laundry, you know? Like everyone's different. And I hate it because like I get caught up in that too. And I'm like, no, everyone's different. Everyone has different capabilities. Everyone has different strengths and weaknesses. And everyone also has different tolerances of what they can do, different amounts of mental energy, all of that. Like, and some days it's going to be better. Some days it's going to be worse. Some days it's going to be all about having fun. Some days it's going to be about responsibility. So, yeah.
To just like add on to that really quick, also sometimes when you do things with intention, it takes so much more of your energy than if you were to just do it to get it done. So like for instance, when I changed my whole stream setup, I had to redo, like I had to clean out and redo this room that it's in order to do it, and it took me like 2 months to do. And I was like, why is this taking me so long? You know, usually I could just like get this done. It's like, no, you're literally creating a space to build a new life in. Like you are putting way more energy into this than just getting it cleaned, you know?
Yeah.
So sometimes there's our mental energy. It just takes so much more because we need to intentionally do something as well.
Yeah, I think so too. I think the best thing I've done, like, I have a list of I've got a list of things that I needed to do today, for example, and it wasn't like, okay, tick this off, now I need to move on to the next one. It's like, okay, I've got these things here, so if I've got the energy to do something, I can just do one of these things.
Yeah,
as well.
I love
and
those.
Most of the times I have that list there for like a week, and okay, I've got some energy. I have energy to do this. So I have energy today to the washing away. I'm going to do that. That's been on the list for like a week, but I have the energy today to do it. Thanks to this convo, I've been trying to get myself to plug in a monitor for like months. When you feel the motivation to do it, you know? Like, I understand, like, most people don't understand, like, with the whole motivation side of things. Like, for me, with ADHD, I don't have the motivation to do most things. And you need that motivation to get things done. Your brain just doesn't fire. It's like, no, you cannot do that. I also have ADHD. Well, there you go.
I also have a monitor that I need to. It's like looking at. I have a second. I bought a second monitor. Be
really important, or like 3 o'clock in the morning when you're in bed and can't sleep. You're like, I need to do that monitor right now.
Oh my god, that happens so much. I made this background last night at like right when I was about to go to bed because I was like, I had the idea and I was like, I need this for us. I need to make this for us.
Laundry is my worst household task. I hate it and don't even have a reason why. It's boring. That's why it's repetitive and it's boring. Yeah. And it doesn't go away. Once you do it, the next day there's going to be more. I always work best at last minute. Me too. That's because you've got stress fueling you. You've got all this cortisol in your body being like, we have to get this done.
Yeah.
Instead of dopamine, we've got stress. We've got cortisol instead.
Stress is way better.
Whatever works.
I will say, we were talking about self-love earlier. 2 things that I think could, just like little tips. The biggest way to start loving yourself more is to, one, focus on gratitude. Like every day, get yourself to think of like something you're grateful for, even if it's just one thing.
Yeah.
If you can list
And it
more
can
than
be
that,
anything as well.
yeah.
I'm grateful for Pepsi Max.
Literally, yesterday
gives
I
me
was
joy.
great. Yeah, yesterday I was grateful for edibles. Like it is literally
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
Like whatever brings you joy, you can be grateful for. It's just finding something to be grateful for. And then also, I got this app, and a bunch of people in my community got it. It's called Finch, and it's an app. It's a self-care app, and it's like it's essentially you have a bird and you can name it, and then you can take care of it by doing self-care. And
Yeah.
it's really cute. And so if you are looking for a cute way to be motivated, to be like, oh, I got out of bed today, that's one of them. I put clothes on,
Yeah.
that's one of them. You know, just like little things. Doing a breathing exercise, like, cool. It goes into the great gratitude stuff. So that's just a really cute app if anybody wants something that's just a little, like, you know, a little nice.
And it is helpful because you're like, it's so cute. I want it to have food. I don't want it to starve to death. I'll starve myself, but this pet cannot have anything. Like, I will, like, literally, like, I will tick it off. Can I hear something? I'm hearing feedback from somewhere. I don't know where it's coming from. I will literally tick something off. Like, I will literally go eat to tick something off so I can feed something else, but I'll forget about myself. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know why it's so difficult, but I always forget to eat. And the only thing that reminds me is going, oh, it's around lunchtime, I need to feed my daughter. But then I'll forget about myself. So.
Bacon.
Bacon. Bacon is always an answer.
That's the answer. Okay, do
I
you want
play
to...
Sims or watch... Oh, that's a good idea, doing something. I used to put my laundry on my bed and watch TV and fold it on my bed.
Yeah, I do that.
But then I get into the TV show and then I don't feel like doing the laundry anymore, and then my room's a mess. So
I have it like all on my bed, and then I will have to at least like either fold it or like fold it and put it back in the hamper so it's all folded in the hamper,
yeah.
or fold it and put it away. Either way, it has to be something has to be done with it.
Yeah.
But I also usually put it off and only do it once a month, so I have enough clothes to get me through a month, and then I can do it once a month because I hate it.
That's a good idea. I've got Keish actually gave me a really good idea with the little laundry baskets, because I do washing for 5 people in the house. Everyone has their own laundry basket, so when it's clean and dry, it goes into the laundry basket, everyone gets a basket, and then they can deal with it. But at least everyone's got clean clothes, they're dry, and it's out of the way, and it's not a huge mess. I feel like the more washing there is, the more overwhelming it is, and the less likely I'm to do it. So that's a really good way to make it not overwhelming. I pay my friend that's a cleaner to clean my bathrooms, and she folds my wash. That's a good idea. Like, it's such a good idea. I think using distraction works really well, though, like doing something else at the same time. Otherwise, because it's boring and repetitive.
Yeah. Okay,
But
so
look at these charts.
Yeah, do we want to talk a little bit about astrology?
Yeah. I may have to put my glasses on for this, though, because I'm really struggling. So if I'm reading, like, really bad, it's because, oh my God, it's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
Yes, I have. I need to clean them, though, because they've got makeup on it. What a surprise.
The other cool thing about the Astro chart site is that they have a bunch of celebrity charts on there.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, they do. That's why I got Pedro Pascal's.
That's where you got what?
Pedro Pascal's.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, wait, isn't he an Aries?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, he's an Aries. 2nd of April. I learned that today.
Fiery.
Oh.
Princess Diana was a Cancer. Oh, that makes sense.
What's her birthday?
July 1st.
Oh.
Ariana Grande is a
days
Cancer.
after me.
Of course, Ariana Grande is a Cancer. Of course she is.
Yeah.
June
Disco just
26th.
informed me about the headpiece on the drag sim not fitting in the frame. And I've never been more proud in my life. We all know that's the most important part of a look.
I started getting into this mindset of everybody needed a headpiece, and I was like, who am I, Emma?
I have my Astro on both sides now, so do I. I've got them too. Yeah, I find it. Wait, can I send you, like, I might even be able to send you this. I just don't know how. Maybe I'll send it through on Twitch, the link, because it, oh yeah, lets me share it.
Ariana Grande being 2 years older than Doja Cat really freaks me out.
I know, it's so weird. Hey?
That really freaks me out. Don't really like that.
Where are you? Plan.
Uh-oh, I messed it up. I fixed it back. I fixed it.
I'll whisper it too because I know we're using Discord, so it's hard.
Kim Kardashian's a Libra?
Yeah. October the 20th, I think. I remember dates really well, which is really weird. With ADHD, I don't remember things, but I remember people's birthdays and dates really well. Like,
some of these are really strange. Like, I didn't... Taylor Swift being a Sagittarius says a lot about, like, makes me look at her as a completely different person.
It makes sense though, right?
Yeah, it does. But, like, also, especially in the love department, but that, like, like really makes me look... But this is why just your sun sign only tells you so much. Like, you have to look at the whole chart, because there are so many other aspects to it, and each of them are in different houses. So, for instance, if you can get your astrology chart without your time of birth, but your time of birth gets your ascending, your rising sign or your ascending sign. It's the same thing. So like mine is a Capricorn, and that tells you where your chart starts in the houses, which means it tells you where basically where the stars were in the sky when you were born. And depending on where the planets were in your chart, the chart is like the actual like round chart, and that has all the houses on it. So if you don't know what time you were born, then it just defaults it. So you don't really know what your houses are in.
Yeah.
So it makes it harder to read the whole chart.
I find it interesting, like with the AstroSeek one, because it shows me all
the
my
things.
ascendant, moon. Like it shows me so many things.
Where did you send it?
Like, through Whispers.
Okay.
Actually, I'll send you. Wait, can I send this? I don't know if it will let me send it from the astro charts. It let me send that, but then there's so much more information on AstroSeek.
Oh, look
it's
at your
interesting
chart.
to see, like, what's my first house? Like my first house, I got Moon, Mercury, Mars. So that's like
your first house is at the very end of Cancer, about to go into Leo. So like most of your first house is also in Leo.
Yeah. Yes. Well, my moon's in Leo.
So that the different houses represent different areas of your life. For instance, like the first house represents the sense of self and how you view yourself. So this all matters because depending on where the planets are in the sky, like right now, that could be affecting you in certain areas of your chart. So like if you like if the moon is in Capricorn or something, then you look where like Capricorn is in your chart. And if you don't have it like in your chart, you do have it because all of the houses have to be in a sign. So even if you have no planets in that house, then you still have like it's still in there. So for instance, like if I think the most recent moon was in Sagittarius. So wherever Sagittarius would be in your chart would be the most affected, that area of your chart. So for instance, for you, Sagittarius is in your 5th house. Your 5th house also has your North Node. Your North Node is usually like your direction. It's like where you get, it's like your it's part of your creative center. Like they say that like your North Node is your direction and things you need to work on in this life, and your South Node, which is on the opposite side of your chart, is what you would have dealt with in your past life.
Okay.
So like for instance, you have Sagittarius in the 5th house. Hold on, let me get my cheat sheet of all the little
So I just put in chat the Astro Seek thing. So if you do your birth chart in there, it will actually tell you what everything means as well. Like it will go into so much detail. So that will give you a bit more understanding. The Astro chart one's good. It kind of just tells you what's where. But the the Astro Seek explains everything really well.
So the 5th house is romance, love, play, creativity, childlike spirit, etc. So when Sagittarius is being is amplified in astrology, because like the planets are moving all the time, right? But when it's being amplified in like the new moon or a full moon or something like that, then it might have a specific resonance on your love life, because that's where it is in your chart, type of thing.
I wonder why we just have like a Sagittarius full moon not long ago.
We just did. Yeah,
that was a shit show for me. Yeah, that was an absolute shit show for me, and that makes sense.
Yeah,
like it does make sense.
Yeah,
but I didn't know that. So I usually look at like the top 3. I usually look at sun, moon, and ascending. Right. But like it just shows like how important a lot of other things are.
I have to say I didn't realize I knew so much about astrology until right now.
Yeah. I feel like it's when you go to teach someone else, you're like, okay, I actually know a lot about this.
You're like, oh yeah. Your Venus is in Taurus?
Yeah.
Hilarious, beautiful, talented, and humble.
Disco just played the one of Bob the drag queen saying, I'm hilarious, beautiful, talented, and humble. Me.
As I tried to look into that, I couldn't, because Venus is like love.
Yeah, so my Venus is also in Taurus. Taurus is Venus's home planet, so it's where it feels comfortable. Taurus would mean that your humble, brag the house down. Taurus is very stable. Taurus is very earthy. It's very about, it's like a fixed sign. It's very about like creating stability. So you crave love that gives you stability. Really go
sense. That's
go
like
figure.
The only thing that's made sense, like with me and my partner, because like earlier I was saying it's so much stability.
Yeah, you were just saying it.
Probably why. Yeah, that makes sense then. Because then if you like pull up his chart, it's like it's so complete opposite. I also don't know what time he was born, so that makes like a big difference. Because his mum doesn't know, because she doesn't remember. So
he doesn't have a birth certificate that has it on it?
Probably. And so your old Greg makeup is wonderful. May your Baileys always be fresh. That's the best thing I've ever heard in my life. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Rosie, thank you.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
I like that. It's beautiful. I'm gonna cry. That's the nicest compliment I've received tonight. I appreciate you.
Oh my god, please say that. Please say it out loud. Who's this bitch?
Who's this bitch?
Yeah.
So that comes from when we were doing the 100 baby challenge, and someone just walked into the house, and I literally turned around and I was like, who's this bitch? And yeah, that's been a thing ever since.
I love that.
It's all Greg. Pleased to meet you. I feel like I do some pretty good old Greg impersonations. I'll probably look back and be like, no, I actually don't. But in the moment, I feel like I definitely do.
Disco has asked me to ask you to say deck.
Deck?
Yeah, tarot deck,
Tarot deck?
oracle deck.
Oracle deck? Why? What does it sound like?
What do you think it sounds like?
No, that's New Zealand accent is worse because they drop the vowels. They drop the vowels, so it sounds like when you're doing New Zealand accent, it's like the d, you know.
Yeah.
I'm like deck, and it's completely yes. There's been a lot of videos made about
I love it.
New Zealand deck.
I love it. So maybe
You
that's
dropped
what
a
I'm
vow
hearing.
earlier. I swear, I probably did. I have a deck.
It's a nice deck.
Right. It's a nice deck.
Nice deck.
It's a nice deck I've got here. Keep it with me all the time. I'm a bit concerned that my deck's blue.
A blue deck.
I'm from New Zealand. I definitely have a deck. Oh, Greg voice that I put in the new pictures. I back myself. The deck is. I know what you're talking about. I'll have to show you Glam and Disco. I'll put it in my Discord later on. But there's literally a deck clip from New Zealand. That's really funny. All right, we got really distracted again.
So like your Mercury is the, so each planet like represents various things. I don't have them all memorized. They usually in astrology you tend to focus on the inner planets. Once you get to the outer planets, they take longer to rotate around the sun, so they're more generational. For instance, the most generational planet is Pluto because it's the furthest. And so for instance, millennials are a Scorpio for the Scorpio what is it?
Someone just said she'll deal with your deck the way she dealt with Curly Jefferson. Oh, great. I love that. Oh, it's too good.
But
so, I feel like it makes sense. We are all rising up. We're all angry and making changes about it.
Yeah, and it's really cool too because if you look at like you know how like we talk about like millennials and Gen Z and stuff, if you look at people from those generations, if you look at the astrological charts, then it is like by generation. Like that's where the generation should be cut off.
Pluto goes into retrograde as well, you really notice a shift in groups of people at a time.
Totally.
I feel like you know, like it wasn't that. Is Pluto out of retrograde now?
Yes, it just came out of retrograde in March after being in retrograde for like a while, like a couple years. So
I feel like that was when we were getting burnt out. We were just done.
Yeah.
We
I felt done. I felt burnt every day.
Almost. Yeah.
Every day I woke up feeling burnt. Like that is the best way to describe it.
They removed Pluto from being a planet. Well, that's why it
not in astrology. Not in astrology.
We use the moon and everything, so like it's fine.
And astrology is like an ancient art form. Like they used it in the Bible, and there's theories that the Bible was even based off of astrology.
This is for you, Reboot. I just have a Mighty Boosh fan in here, so I had to do
of course.
Attach your rod, Motherlicker.
When that plays, does it sound like me, or do I legit do a different voice when I do that voice?
It's definitely your Kardashian voice.
Okay,
definitely
so it is a little different. Okay.
Yeah.
I never really know if I have that different of a voice. It all kind of just sounds the same to me.
It's more like the same voice. It's just the spacing of the words and everything. I think.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so like Mercury, for instance, is how you communicate. So when Mercury is in retrograde, it messes up communication. It can mess up travel. It can mess up technology. Those are all things that it rules. So your Mercury is in Cancer, which means that your like communication is very much based in how you feel, like needing to express
Absolutely.
how you feel
And
and have them understand it.
I definitely agree with that, and I definitely think during retrogrades, my biggest issue is expressing how I feel in a way that makes sense to people. A lot of the times, I'll be trying to express how I feel and be very emotional about it, and people will take it the wrong way. It's what I experience the most during retrogrades, which makes complete sense. Makes complete sense.
Yeah.
Don't kill me, I've got so much to give. I could just like reenact the whole episode of Old Greg at this point. Maybe I should for TikTok. Maybe I'll do it after stream for TikTok. I'll record it.
That'd be good.
I'm gonna do it. Well,
Mine's
that
in
side is
Gemini.
interesting. I need to learn so much more. I think the thing with astrology and tarot, actually anything spiritual, you can never learn enough. It's not like you reach a point where you're like, I've learned everything I need to know now. It's always progression. So the fact that you say that you need to learn more means that you're on the right path, you know, and you're doing it the right way. So
other things that are cool to look into if you're really interested in stuff is human design and numerology. Those are both really cool forms.
Numerology.
Yeah,
my numerology was very blunt with me. It was very blunt with me. Have you got green fingers, Emma? No, I don't actually. Oh, do I? No, I don't. It's literally, I'm not even scratching. I'm literally pushing the mustache back down so it doesn't go up my nose. That's something I didn't think I'd ever have to say. But, like, where's my numerology?
I feel like Pisces is kind of like it's like emotional but guarded. Pisces always comes off as really emotional but guarded.
I feel like Cancers are like different in that aspect. I feel like they're both very emotional signs, but I feel like Cancers are just like, I will show you my emotions.
Yeah, open.
I will show you everything. Like, very open about it. Some Cancers are known to be very manipulative, Sandoval, but but I feel like it just obviously depends on the person. I feel like I'm very outward expressive with my emotions. I cry a lot, and I think that's fine. I'll cry if I'm happy, I'll cry if I'm sad, I'll cry if I'm angry, I'll cry if I'm frustrated, I'll cry if I'm overwhelmed. Everyone can see how I'm feeling very openly, and sometimes that's not good. But at least I'm honest with it. I feel like Pisces hold it inwards more, and that's why people have issues with some Pisces in relationships and stuff, because they'll be feeling some kind of way, still with that heightened emotion, but then it will be held in, and then all of a sudden it's just like blah, and it makes no sense to the other person. It can seem overwhelming to them. But it's just because they're not expressing it as well. That's just what I've noticed.
I have said before that if I'm feeling shitty, then you're gonna know about it.
Yeah, I feel like that's a very Taurus thing, though. Like, to be completely honest,
that's possible.
I feel like it's a very Taurus thing.
What is my Mercury's in Gemini, which is very interesting.
Your Mercury's in Gemini. Oh, so that could mean I feel like
that could explain why sometimes I'm very open and other times I'm very closed off.
Yeah, it's just like, it's just the Gemini. It's just the Gemini in me.
Yeah.
Do I have any placements in Gemini? I don't think I have any in Gemini. Not one.
That's good.
I have 2 in Taurus, I think. I have Libra. I've got Jupiter. And what's Jupiter? I always forget what Jupiter is, but I know it's really important.
Jupiter is like luck and love and fortune. So like yours is...
Mine's in Libra.
In Libra, which is your third house. The third house, the mind. Oh God, of course it is. Of course it is. Of course you have like the expansive Jupiter in the mind, thinking, communication, siblings, social activity, interests, neighbors, early education. Of course, with your special interest in achieving all of the knowledge that you can.
I like knowledge. I like knowing things. And it's funny though, because a lot of people think I'm like rude a lot of the time because I ask a lot of questions thinking that I'm questioning them. I'm like, no, I want to learn. I'm asking the question because I want to know the answer. You know?
Your Jupiter is actually in your second house. It's right on the border. So your second house, wow, is money, work, income, daily routines, values, etc. So like that means you have more luck when it comes to money. More
That's not wrong.
I could feel that. I could feel that.
It's something that I don't feel like anything like I have never been in a situation, even if like I've been in financial distress, that I'm not like, I'm going to come out of this. This is just a low part of the wave, and then it will come back up again. That's how I feel like I am with financial stuff. Even if it's bad, I know I just need to ride the wave and it'll go back up again. And I think that's kind of what it's saying in terms of the luck and everything like that.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you, Reboot. Happy Pride. Happy Pride. But I do think it's interesting that it's in Libra.
I'm a Libra.
Yeah.
Mars is like masculine energy. Hold on, I forget about
like
Mars.
Assertiveness. It can be also
anger,
not love, but sex. And yeah. Wait a second. Mars tells us about our desires, sensuality, courage, and will. It also tells us how we are able to overcome obstacles and how active we are.
You know,
That's interesting that it's in Leo.
The
and
cool
in my
thing
first house.
In your first house.
Yeah.
Your Mars is in Aries in the ninth house. It's a very fiery sign to have your Mars in.
Yeah.
In the ninth house. You have a bit of Aries in your ninth house.
Do I?
It's creeping in a little bit. It's creeping in.
Yeah.
Ninth house is travel, wisdom, philosophy, higher education, law and religion, cross-cultural relations, learning ethics.
It would make sense why that's fiery at all for me.
I'm interested in your 10. Your 10 is, oh yeah. Oh, your midheaven is in your 10. The MC.
Is that
it's
good?
Right. It's like,
I don't know what it means.
Well, the fact that
like I'm getting better with like the actual signs and where they place and stuff. I'm not good with the houses yet. Something I'm trying to learn about more. I know that ninth is ninth about career and stuff like that.
10th is career.
10th. Okay.
And the fact that yours is in Taurus is that it will always be stable, or you'll always be focusing on having stability in career. Stability in career is very important. Your midheaven represents your higher aspirations, long-term goals, etc., and it's in your career. So it's a high emphasis on career being important in your life, and that it's going to be a stable thing for you.
That's good.
Yeah.
Emma, I have a Sims mod. You might like. Wait, what's the mod? I know. Actually, you know what I do need to install? There's like an astrology mod in The Sims.
Oh yeah. Why did they take that out of Sims?
I
mean, it was never really accurate anyway, but still.
But it was funny.
But it was funny.
I just looking at Lilith now, and it's in Pisces, and it's saying it's a nation with self-sacrifice and blending into others. I thought like that's also ADHD, but whatever. But the fact that it says that, and that's so like ADHD of me, you know. Lilith gives these people the ability to feel connected with everything, even with their deepest thoughts and the cosmic soul. These people are often midwives. That was the nursing I was doing. That was literally like what I studied in nursing. Prophets and wise men or women. I'm a wise old Greg. However, they may also perceive life as suffering and succumb to various dubious ways that they believe in bringing mysterious abilities or can heal people. Beware of alcohol, foot injury, and loss of consciousness. That's interesting. Tendency to ask questions about death or an obsession with death. Look, because it's in my 8th house. Look, I did have a near-death experience, and since then I love learning about that stuff. So that kind of makes sense as well.
Midheaven's over there. My midheaven's in Scorpio. Next to my Pluto. Scorpio. I do like Scorpios.
I do like Scorpios as well. I think they can be very, I don't know what the word is. I feel like the word is blunt, like truthful, honest, blunt. And I don't think blunt is a bad word. I think being blunt with people and being honest is very important. And I think a lot of the time, yeah, it can come across as stubborn and all that, but I also think that it's truthful and that's important. So.
Yeah, mine. I've gotten from looking at my chart multiple times that I should be harnessing Scorpio in the aspect of being a little more mysterious, not sharing everything. And I'm such an oversharer. Like I'm a big oversharer. So I'm like, but it's kind of like people would be more interested if I didn't share everything type of thing, which is kind of strange for me to wrap my head around because my Cancer moon says no.
It's interesting that my Venus is in my 10th house.
Yeah. Which usually could mean that you would meet your partner at like a work situation.
I'm on Tinder.
What's your what is your partner's sign?
He's an Aries. But hold on, I'm gonna do his. Hi there. Thank you so much for that follow. I'll get his up as well because you know why not? I don't know his time though.
Because sometimes people predict that the person that you are gonna end up with is the sign of your 7th or 5th house, which yours would be Aquarius or Sagittarius.
That's interesting. See, this is what I mean. My kids tie into these things really well. My son's an Aquarius. And we are like, I swear we're soulmates. Like, in that sense, we understand each other so well. Like, we can just, I don't know, we're just like 2 parts of the same person almost, me and my son. And it's so frustrating. We get into the biggest fights because we reflect each other so much. About the things that we're getting annoyed at with each other are things we both do. So, but it's very interesting because, like, in all of this, everything that I've seen, it reflects back to my kids more than anything, which I also think comes into being Cancer in my son and ascending because that's all about nurturing. So it's weird how it all ties together. I don't know what time. I don't know where he was born. There we go.
Yeah, your 7th house is like marriage and partnerships.
Actually, I should probably go on with this one. This one might actually be easier. Just give you straight information.
Yeah, your 4th house is home and like children and foundations and self-care and such like that. Yours is where your Pluto is, your generational planet, and it's also in Scorpio. Which also would mean that it's probably good.
Because I'm like fighting against generational trauma, basically. I feel like I ended a lot of cycles when I stopped talking to certain people in my family and decided I wanted to be the complete opposite. So that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. So my partner, oh my gosh, my partner's moon's in Aquarius. That makes so much sense. Oh, okay. So his sun is in Aries, moon Aquarius, ascendant in Capricorn. But it's not going to have all. Actually, no. It's not going to have all the information because I don't know the time he was born. It's not going to have the complete right information.
Right.
But yeah, he's in Aries, moon in Aquarius. What else? What one did you need to know for that?
What's their 7th house?
7th house.
Well, I guess you wouldn't know that because you don't have their time of birth, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's their Venus sign?
Venus is Aquarius. Oh, a lot of
Aquarius.
That makes sense.
Aquarius.
Yeah.
Usually that's like wanting to. It's like kind of an expansive, like, Aquarians are interesting because it's usually like the stereotype of it is wanting quantity over quality, tending to like want to have a lot of friends and don't really care to have like very like best friend relationships, or like, you know, just wanting to go out and be around people and like be social, but not necessarily like having deep conversations with people.
Yeah, no, that's very accurate. We're just talking about you.
How do you find your chart? astro-seek.com.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. Did you?
It's okay.
Oh, is he? I haven't looked at that. Sorry, I'm just like a little bit I'm hyper focusing. If I don't read your message, just say it again. I'm just in a micro focus at the moment. Micro focus, hyper focus at the moment. Hi, partner. We're just like talking about your Venus sign being in Aquarius, Luke. Are you sure you don't know what time you were born?
Get your birth certificate.
Very helpful right now. I feel like it was morning.
That narrows it down a little bit.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was in the morning. But what else is there?
So Saturn is a really interesting planet because Saturn is, you have like your Saturn return and you have it like periodically. It is every...
When you go to the
website, it 27 years?
You click on the charts. So there'll be like all these things. It says astrological chart, and you click on that one.
Yeah.
6:50 p.m. on a Friday night. If I give you the details, can you please check? Yeah, I can do that for you there. Just send me a message. Oh my God, why is everything going everywhere? Why are you going everywhere?
Yeah, so
I hate yourself.
Saturn takes somewhere between 27 and 30 years to rotate around this Earth.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's part of where they call it your solar return, when you're somewhere between 27 and 30, where you're going to have some like big shifts in your life. It's also going to happen again in what people would call your midlife crisis, which would be like about like turning somewhere between like 55 and 60 that time. Which my mom and I were having ours at the same time. That's always fun.
Yeah, that's fun.
I was actually good though, because it was like a good little like collective upgrade type of thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's one day on Saturn takes 10.7 hours. That's crazy.
Yeah, so ours, like, what's your one in?
My Saturn is... But Saturn is like a fairly transformational planet. Hold on, let me go into it. Just a little more. I have so many notes on it. My brain only holds so much information. Concentration, performance, rewards, ambition, tenacity, productivity, like building.
Why is this being weird? There we go. Okay. Is it one that like like groups of people will have at a time?
Yeah, I think people would have more of it, because it takes so long to orbit. So it'd be like, it's also a fairly generational planet.
Yeah.
Mine is in Capricorn.
Mine's in Pisces.
I think that's right. Hold on. No, just kidding.
Beck, I need to know where you as well.
Oh wait, that's not it. Hold on. No, wait, wasn't it? Oh my god, I'm getting confused. Yeah, that's it. That's it. I was right. It's there. Because the other one was Jupiter and Jupiter. My Jupiter's in Gemini? In my 5th house. Where is my luck in relationships? Where is it? Where is it?
Oh yeah, mine's in Libra.
Where is it? Pedro. Your Saturn is in Taurus in the 9th house.
It's
in
so weird. Oh my gosh, that's so weird.
Your 9th house is travel, wisdom, philosophy, higher education, law and religion, cross-cultural relations, learning ethics.
Attach your rod, mother liquor.
Pedro, come back home.
Okay.
So
That's
Saturn
where it
being
is.
in your 9th house. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm just looking at Bex now.
Mm-hmm.
Ascendant.
I would be interested to see Bex.
Ascendant Pisces.
What is Beck's big 3?
Big 3. So Ascendant in Pisces. We have Sun in Gemini and Moon in Aquarius.
Gemini. Aquarius. Oh my god.
Like
Yeah, of course you are.
Very emotional.
Gemini and Aquarius.
And then
No wonder.
And Pisces as well. Ascendant Pisces, like.
Oh my god, no wonder. No wonder. You are like every sign that I tend to that tends to be like so like effervescent and like out there doing a lot of things, really like just like ready to take on the world. And I'm just like, I can't go, I'm not ready.
Yeah. I'll send you that one too. I'll see if I might even be able to just send this. I don't know if that works. Just copied the link.
It explains it all.
Does that work?
Just have it be like, I don't know if you had Clarissa, that explains it all there. But...
Yeah, it worked.
Oh yeah, there it is. Wow, that's a huge link.
I know. I'm like, wow, as long as it works.
It's like a paragraph. Yeah, there it is. That's like crazy. That's like a paragraph of a link.
Oh, really interesting. I don't think any of them are too full on. I think they're just very, like, they just say a lot. Like,
yeah.
So
well,
like
there's nothing bad
in like your 4th house and everything, which isn't that the 4th house of like home?
Home, yeah.
Home. Yeah. So like that makes a lot like it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And like, and the sun's in Gemini.
In Gemini,
so.
yeah. Your Mercury is in Gemini. Your Venus is in Gemini. Your Sun's in Gemini. Your Lilith's in Gemini.
You are very Gemini.
I see it too. It's funny because I feel like there's another person, another streamer, and their name is like Gemini on here, and something about how they look and how you look remind me of each other. Like you could be cousins, and it's so. And I'm like,
Isn't that weird.
It is like there's like certain signs that have certain characteristics.
I just feel like I'm very interested in. Wait, what does my Mars say? My Mars in Leo.
Your midheaven is in Scorpio, which means your your north node is in Scorpio. Your south node is in Taurus. In your third house, you had to do a lot of, so like in past lives it would have been like there was a lot of stability and a lot of like needing to like keep things down in the mind and thinking and communication with family, etc., and neighbors. So that would explain why in this life it's like the opposite. Like I don't want to be tied down. I don't even stop me from like I can't be tied down into one situation. I need to experience life. That's like the vibe of it.
Yeah. I'm finding this really interesting though. I wish I had the houses for my partner though. Like.
Yeah, that would be good.
That would be very good.
Do they not have a birth certificate? Unless they were, I guess I learned that if you're adopted, they don't give you your time of birth, which is very strange.
Yeah.
I don't know why you wouldn't get that for like that. What does that have to do with
anything? Like, just because I was adopted doesn't mean I can't, like, I shouldn't be able to figure out my signs and my houses. Thank you.
Yeah.
The ruler of the ascendant, the moon, this is for me. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
They use their imagination to come to their dreams, moods, and yeah.
Well,
they
you could
change
do
their behavior according to the situation.
You could do something like in
they are moody.
You could do something like in the mid-morning and just see what sign you get with that. If you have an idea that it's morning.
I feel like because it was through C-section, which is usually early hours of the morning, like around like 9:30ish. I feel like that's around the time because I know it was in the morning, and I know that they don't just in the morning the busy hours of the morning are like 6, 7, 8 o'clock because people go into labor all night, and then they either speed it up, do sections where around 9:30 is usually like the time. I don't know why I'm just feeling 9:30, so maybe I'll just do 9:30 and just see what comes up. I know it was in the morning though.
Yeah, Beck, all the paragraphs are about you. If you scroll down on AstroSeek, all those paragraphs about your houses and whatnot, those are all about you. And there's 12 of them because there's 12 houses.
Okay, this is interesting.
It's a lot of
Why
information.
does it say we've got no houses? I just fixed it, didn't I?
On this same website, you can do compatibility with other people as well. We should do our compatibility.
Yes, do it. Do you want me to send you my info?
Yeah.
I'm just doing it through Twitch just because I don't want to stuff up Discord because...
Yeah, that's cool. That's good.
Okay, so... 20...
But yeah, another cool thing too, that I feel like I should mention, it's like a really fun, like random part of astrology, is you can look up your profection year. It's so like, it's kind of the same for everyone, but it helps you see like, okay, so it's a chart that looks like this. This isn't a very good like thing.
Yeah.
It's a chart that looks like that, and it has a bunch of numbers on it, and you use it to figure out, like, you start at 0, which would be the ascending. That would be the first house. and then it continues around. So for instance, if I'm 34 this year, so that would be my 11th house. The focus would be in my 11th house for that year. So like, if you give me your age, I can tell you yours, but you can also just look up perfection year astrology and you can find the same chart. And that means that there will be an emphasis in that house for that year. So for me, and with 11, it's groups, friends, social awareness, humanitarianism, technology, hopes and wishes, and the future. So that's apparently what my, like, a theme for this year is going to be.
Oh, that's cool.
So like, how old are you?
I'm 30 this year.
30? Wow.
In 2 weeks exactly.
So 30th. Oh, congratulations! It's a big year. It'll be in your. It's focused on your 7th, which is relationships, marriage, contracts, business partnerships, equality.
That's like what I've been getting in tarot readings quite a bit.
Yeah.
Dirty Fanny. Just a baby. Yeah.
Just a baby.
I am. I feel like, so like, I know age has been like saying I'm 30.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I've experienced a lot of the stuff that a lot of people would experience in their 30s because I've had kids and gone through so much so early in my life as well. So I feel like mentally, like I think that's why I'm so tired, you know. But but I feel like there's a lot of things that I've learnt a lot earlier on in life that people are still learning now, just because of like the stuff I've had to deal with.
Yeah.
So I'm actually really looking forward to my 30s. So I feel like it's going to be obviously still a time of growth and everything, but I feel like there's a lot of lessons, hard lessons that I've already learned. And I've learned from them, made sure I learned from them because I don't want to go through it again and again and again because that's what was happening. Just kept happening again and again and again until I learnt my lesson.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, there is so much squaring off in his chart. What? Oh my god. I'm sending you this, Glam. This is yeah. Oh my god. Never seen anything like it. Ascendant in Taurus.
There's the stability.
Oh my god, this is so accurate.
There's the stability.
The ascendant Venus.
You were born
Do
on...
not like living alone. That makes sense. They
Were
like
you...
good food and drinks. He used to be a chef.
Were you born on a new moon?
Maybe.
This says you were born on a new moon. Ours are almost like...
Oh my god. That's crazy.
Let me send this to you. Our relationship is mostly very easy. We have 13 easy compatibilities.
That's
like
pretty good because like with a lot of people it's really bad. Like a lot of people I'm close to.
Really?
It says waxing crescent phase. The phase where the moon okay, yeah, so the new moon, new beginnings.
Alright, I'm looking at your partners now for a minute. Yeah, Taurus. That makes a lot of sense. And also, like, it's part of your, like, your Venus is in Taurus.
Yeah. That makes, oh my god. It's very, very accurate.
Is that Scorpio? Their North Node is in Scorpio?
Is it?
Oh, they're right on the cusp of the generational.
Oh,
With,
this
like-
is very true. So his sun is in Aries, but in the 11th house. So it's like, it says the sun is in the 11th house, which brings help from those in position to provide it so other people can achieve their goals. That's 100% it. Like, I think that's, I feel like it's so accurate. What?
Well, their 7th house is in Scorpio, which means that they probably have very fun in bed.
Not wrong. My
There's
husband
also-
and I have 10 easy for 8 conflict. I don't know what's good. Wait, what did I need to look at? Where is that?
I'm not sure that's good. Well, conflict can just mean that, like, there might be differences and it's just something to work through. It doesn't mean that, like,
I
something's
think it's
so
good.
bad that you're gonna, like, you know, break up or something.
Okay, so here's my thing. Being ADHD, sometimes I need that. So it's not a bad thing for me.
Yeah.
And I think it's a good chance to grow and learn as well.
Yeah.
I feel like if you're completely compatible with someone and very similar, there's no room to learn. There's no room to grow almost. And I think it's really important to grow together in a relationship. That's my perspective. I think that's why for me there is a lot of conflicts or challenges, but I think it's yeah, I think it's important.
Also,
Keeps me on my toes.
Also, just to say this, your astrology chart is based off of who you are when you're born. You can change throughout your life.
Absolutely.
You know, like if, for instance, one of the first things here is our ascendants are in opposition. It's an exact aspect. So that means that our interactions could be tense because we would have differing opinions from each other. However, if you grow up and you work on those things, that could change. You know, the way that you were brought into the world can shift. So it doesn't mean, like, you can evolve past some, like, there's a lot of challenges that you'll find in your chart where it'll be like, this is a challenging aspect and blah blah blah, and it'll say this, and but that could be something you've already worked on. It could be something that has already happened. Yeah.
What the hell? Oh my god. I'm sending in another link because look at our moons. They could not be more opposite if they wanted to be. This is what I mean by complete opposites, but it works. Our ascendants are bad. They are, oh god. Oh yeah, this makes sense. Your views and opinions differ from each other significantly. Your reactions, the same impulse, are different. Are you laughing at the moons?
I'm laughing at I'm reading some more of our compatibility chart.
Oh really?
My Mars is conjunct your sun. This aspect suggests an active and progressive relationship. The Mars person can draw power from the Sun person and use the energy to take the necessary steps in life. There may be rivalry between them, but this energy can be transformed with common ground, such as mutual interest in some kind of sport or other activities.
Sport. Sims.
It is. Oh my god. It is possible for this relationship to be aggressively sexual.
I mean, we do have a love cult, so it does make sense. It does make sense.
I could see that though, because I could see how in a less evolved version of me, I might be like, you might be somebody I would get jealous of, or subconsciously compete with. But you're at this
Yeah, that
point
makes
in
sense.
my life a person who is motivating to me to be around. Like a
Yeah.
person, yeah.
I
So I
feel
could
the same.
I could see where that was coming from. But we've evolved.
We
Oh.
have evolved.
My sun is Taurus, your Venus is conjunct your Venus in Taurus. This aspect indicates natural warmth and attractiveness in the relationship, which is characterized by care and affection. They come together in a beautiful...
keep forgetting I'm old, Greg.
The sun person, who is me, would be able to shine their light onto the creativity of the Venus person, and both parties are allowed to grow and flourish in this relationship.
There we go.
I do feel that.
That's what we want. Yep. I do think so too. Oh.
There's a lot of... Okay, it's probably because it's a relationship compatibility. It's a lot about the sexual attraction between us.
Maybe we both just give off sexual energy. I mean, how can I not?
We
dress
do.
Like
there's a lot of woohoo spots in our Sims. So
look, this is very
I get
true.
it. I get it.
It makes sense. Oh, this is so. Although both partners maintained a sense of individual freedom, very important to me. The sun person often provides protection and stability to both, which is Luke. A lack of communication and mutual understanding may pull the two different lifestyles in opposite directions. Literally what I was talking about before.
So how many people do you have in your life named Luke?
A lot. I don't know why. It always happens. I don't know why it's the name, but they're people who are important to me in my life. Like my uncle is called Luke as well, and he's the uncle I'm closest to. Like it's just, I don't know what it is with that name.
Just a lot of Luke.
I don't know what it is. Just like very important people in my life.
Are their names like Luke, or is it like Lucas?
All Luke, not Lucas.
Well, I want to call them Lucas.
Yeah.
Just like when I feel mad or something. Just actually want to just for fun.
Just for fun.
Just for fun. I love people who have like extended names and then I can throw them out randomly.
Well, my son's name is 9 letters long, but we call him, his nickname that everyone calls him is 3 letters long.
Really?
It's very broken down. So I always call him by his full name.
I really... I had like a name pop up into my head last night when I was like thinking about... I've always hoped that like... I don't really believe it's a thing, but I've always kind of hoped that I would just randomly get like some download of like, oh yeah, the person that you're meant to be with is this person and this is their name.
So I've had something like that.
Really?
I just got the K-E at the end, and a guy called Jake started talking to me. So I was like, this is it. But it's Luke, and I met Luke a year later. So the
That's
K-E
crazy.
was the K-E. I was like, so sure it's the K-E. I remember speaking to people about it too. I was like, no, it was in a dream. I was like, I saw the K and the E. I saw the K and E because I saw a marriage certificate and I just saw the K on the E of the person I was getting married to. But I don't know if I'm ever going to get married to, but it's the K and the E. I don't know what other name. Duke. It could be Duke. Like, who knows?
It's some other... It's
it
just
could be
a whole...
some random. It could, like,
it's a
who
conga
knows?
line of Luke's
Yeah.
and Jake's.
Yeah.
And Flukes and
Okay.
Jukes and Toots. I don't know. All of them.
There's so many. But I saw 4 letters and K and E. But I didn't. I saw that it was 4 letters, but I didn't see the first 2.
That's crazy.
So,
well, at least it's not rebuke then. That's good.
yeah. I just like if you see that chart I sent you, our lunar phase matches So mine's like a new moon. It says birth, beginning, enthusiasm, new opportunities, clarity. His is balsamic dark moon, waning crescent, closure, preparation, incubation, transformation, renewal, and purity. So
Yeah,
we're
you have
like complete
17
opposite.
easy compatible. That's good. Very easy.
Yeah, I was surprised at that because everything else said no. Emotional pain. Oh god, I don't want to look at that. I probably emotional pain.
Oh yeah, your
Very
moons are
strong-
complete opposite.
Very strong sexual tension,
Very strong.
and also a particular emotional rashness which leads to impulsive. Yeah, that's me.
I will say
The
the one
Mars
thing that
moon.
like brings me some comfort is that with our generation, a lot of us are taking the time to like really get to know people before we get married
Yeah.
and stuff like that. And so it's pretty normal for at least our generation to wait a while to get married, which is nice because even though there's still that like social aspect of it where you're like the society aspect of it where you're like, I'm getting old. And there's yeah, a lot of people who are doing the same thing, which is helpful.
Well, I'm content. Yeah. I just don't see the point. And that's not to say I don't see the point ever, but right now I just don't see the point. And that's not to say that I don't want it to progress or anything. I just don't see the point in actual marriage right now for me. It just doesn't make sense to me right now. Reading these charts, so all the emotional pain ones, there's 3, and all of them mention sexual intensity. So one says very strong sexual tension. The other one says sexual intensity is high. And the other one says good sexuality.
Good sexuality.
I didn't know that was a bad thing.
It could just mean like it affects you greatly in emotional intensity or something. I don't know.
But it said over time the relationship can be resolved if they both face their internal struggles, and I think that's like really important.
Yeah.
Oh, it's because his bloody moon's in Aquarius. I swear that's the whole
It's the Aquarius.
It's the whole issue.
Everything got really quiet, so I'm not sure if everyone like went to bed or if everybody is reading their charts.
I think maybe a combination.
I think it's both.
Because what, in Australia right now, it's almost 12. And what time's it for you?
It is almost 7 a.m.
There you go. It's very late.
Impromptu 12-hour stream.
Oh, yeah. Oh my god, it is too. That's a long time. It's a long time.
Cool. I get to relax today.
We can always like go over this. Amy's still here. Amy's like, I'm still here. But Amy's got their chart up as well. It's just, I find it just all really, really interesting.
It is,
especially just to see how like other people like connect you with like compatibility. Be interesting to like put other people in here. Poor signal on the Cape. My phone is working. That's good. I'm still here too. Dandy's here too. Johnny's
I see it. It's blowing up. The chat's blowing up.
Everyone's like, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Maybe maybe we need a podcast, Glenn. An astrology
Thank
podcast.
you for the follow. Astrology cast, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think what I think is really cool is once you like really get a hang of astrology, then looking at where the astrology is right now to see how it's affecting things on a daily basis. That's the crazy part. Too. Yeah. So like right now, for instance, like when the sun, we know where the sun is because that's the one we pay attention to the most. We'll be like, oh, it's Aries season or it's Gemini season or whatever. You know, like it's Cancer season. Is it Cancer season? It's Gemini season.
Oh no, it's Gemini. It's not Cancer yet.
It's Gemini season. So So we all kind of like know that one. We'll be like more in touch with that one, but we won't know like where's the moon, where's the know.
See, that's like more important to me almost because like I am very emotional based. So, like the moon is very important to me, and depending on what the moon doing, like I gave birth 3 times, all to do with like a full new moon. Like that says everything. I'm very like the moon is very influential in my life, and I was born just after a new moon as well. So like it's just weird, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
It's just weird.
Yeah, I always pay a lot of attention to the moon as well because it's my moon sign is in Cancer, and that's the home of Cancer is the moon. I have a couple. That's also really interesting too. If you tend to have, if you have like a sign, if you have a a sign in the home on the home planet that it is. So for instance, the home planet of Taurus is, or the home planet of Taurus is Venus. The home planet of Cancer is the moon. I forget the other ones. Hold on, I gotta look at them. But if you have that, it tends to be a stronger aspect than in your chart than if it's not in its home space. Which doesn't mean that it's not important, but it's still like it tends to be a little more intense. Yeah.
Yeah, a bit more. You notice it a little bit.
Yeah.
So I think that's
So I'm gonna get the list for you. Okay, so like Mars is Aries, Venus is Taurus, Mercury is Gemini's. Oh, so my Mercury is in Gemini too. Wow, look at that. The moon is moon is Cancer, Sun is Leo, Mercury is Virgo. So Mercury, so you can have them in multiple planets sometimes. So like Mercury is also in Virgo. Venus, hold on.
Actually, I'm gonna pull up my kids' ones. I want to see what
that would be cute.
To, you know? We'll do my youngest because I feel like she's at an age where I'm really like learning her personality a lot. So it'll be interesting, and I feel like the younger they are, the more it matches almost, just because it's how they were born. It's their true inner child. What time was she born?
Yeah. Yeah, so Sun is Leo, Moon is Cancer, Mercury is Gemini and Virgo, Venus is Taurus and Libra, Mars is Aries, Jupiter is Sagittarius, Saturn is Capricorn, Uranus is Aquarius, Neptune is Pisces, and Pluto is Scorpio, which our Pluto is in Scorpio for the millennial generation. Oh, why are you horrified?
This is my daughter. Oh my god. Ascendant in Scorpio.
That's not bad. Scorpios get a bad rap.
Ascendant in Scorpio and Pluto. Wait, Ascendant Pluto in Capricorn. Oh, okay. In the 4th house. Pluto in the 4th house. Planets in the 1st house, none.
That's okay.
What does that mean?
Well, it just means that there's not as big of an emphasis on that aspect of the chart. So, for instance, that would be the house of self. They're not going to be as focused on needing to be so defining of who they are.
Okay. That makes sense because she's just her. She doesn't care.
Mm-hmm.
What's this? Oh, okay. So Sun's in Gemini, Moon is in... What is that? Is that Sagittarius? I think so.
So you just birthed back?
Oh, here we go.
Is that
here
what it is?
Sun is in Gemini and in the 8th house, which I like for her. Moon's in Sagittarius and in the 2nd house.
Sagittarius, the
Mercury in
2nd house?
Cancer. Yeah.
So money for them may come from traveling or doing more expansive work.
Yeah. Yeah. Mercury is in Cancer. And
So
in the
communicating
9th
also
house.
through emotions.
Yeah, that's okay. She does. She's also only 3, but she's very. Something that I've like really pushed on my kids is the ability to talk about how they feel. I've like tried to give them the tools to express themselves very well, so they don't hold it in. So she will tell me exactly what emotion she is feeling. She'll be like, "No, I'm not upset. I'm feeling frustrated." So she is very good at communication in terms of like emotionally and everything.
That's really good because our generation didn't really get that.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Mine says none in 1st as well. There you go. Our kids. Venus in Gemini. Gemini is a sign of youth. Okay.
What is their what
And in the 8th.
house is their Venus? 8th?
8th. Often means inheritance. Oh, there you go. You can have everything I've got, you know?
Also, sex, intimacy, inheritance, taxes, property, resources, merging of people, connections, whatever, money.
I think, yeah, it's basically saying like they're like family relationships or like romantic relationships are their heart, but their social relationships are their lungs that they use to breathe. Like that's very important.
Yeah, so Amy, that probably just means that your life is not so much of a huge emphasis on needing to define yourself in a certain way.
Yeah. And then like the Mars is in, oh, this is interesting. Mars is in Cancer as well in the 9th house as well. We got lots of Geminis, 2 Geminis, 8th house, Sun and Venus. Mercury and Mars in the 9th house, both in Cancer. And Moon and Jupiter both in the 2nd house in Sagittarius.
Which probably means their emotions are going to run the decisions they make around things like getting higher education, going traveling, going places in general.
I will say she is very spontaneous as well in terms of that with like physically going to places. Like, I'm sad. I want to go. Can we go to the play center? Like, for example, it's all driven by emotion and physical change because of that emotion, like moving out of a space and into another one. So, like, the traveling already at this point, she's 4 next Saturday, is already like, it's already kind of showing that itself a little bit. It's very hard because she is so young, but I feel like it makes sense. Saturn in Capricorn in the 3rd house.
Saturn in Capricorn in the 3rd house?
Yeah.
Those are some big ideas. Big ideas. Very expansive ideas and very driven to make them a reality.
Yep, and any kind of failures or criticism almost. It's a classic, you said I can't do this, so I'm going to do it wrong and I'm going to do it 10 times better than you ever expected kind of attitude to achieve goals, which it's a cool quality to have, I think. Uranus in Taurus in the 6th house. Unstable behavior at work. Sudden changes.
Well, the theory is that generationally, if you look at all the different generations astrologically, it goes in patterns, and the millennial generation and Gen Z are meant to break down the structures that are no longer working in our society. And then Gen Alpha, which is I think what your kids would be the ones who rebuild a new society that would be more of a certain progression. And that is where we're going. That is like the direction we're going in, whether people like it or not. We're going towards that progression. So yeah, I mean, astrologically, that is what it says about the generations. That our generation, basically, Gen X started. So okay, it goes the silent generation, which was our it was the greatest generation, which was our great grandparents. They built major structure, major things. And then it was the silent generation, which was our grandparents. They took what they got and kept the status quo.
Yeah, that makes very much sense.
Then we have the boomer generation. Yeah. They saw what was there and wanted to take advantage of all of it. So it's essentially like this is the analogy that I think works really well for it. The greatest generation built the table. The silent generation got all the food out on the table and everyone was having a feast together from those two generations. The boomer generation came in and ate as much as they could until they couldn't eat anything else. The Gen X came in and saw table scraps at the table and thought, all right, I'll just deal with it. I guess this is what we get. The millennials came in and there were crumbs and the plates were being taken away and we're like, what the fuck is this? And then Gen Z, there's not, the table is on its side. The table's not even there. So for Gen Z, they're like, really like, what the fuck is this?
Yep. That makes
so
sense.
Gen Alpha needs to then come in and build a new table.
It's okay. I'll help them.
I know, we'll help. I think that's the cool thing about like our generations, and Gen X is on our side too, like with wanting to change this, because they came in and they were like, well, we didn't know what to do. We just knew this wasn't right. And what's funny
and then
is
we like pick up the storm and be like, this is not okay. And then it kind of moves. Okay, well, we actually have to do something about it now.
Yeah.
And then that's when like Gen Alpha is just like, okay, we're actually doing it.
Yeah, because like
we'll do it, guys.
Yeah, because like our generation like kind of started taking it seriously with we need to do something, but we are also very traumatized.
Yeah.
So Gen Z is the one who's gonna be like coming in and being like, no, I'm sorry, this is no, absolutely not. Although it is gonna be really interesting to see. I'm really interested to see what it's gonna look like when millennials are like the main people running like media and the government and like all that stuff, because right now we have like a little bit of millennials in those spaces, whereas like you're seeing more Gen X in like the media space with like Guardians of the Galaxy and like all this other stuff, where you're seeing like the 80s influence and how they grew up, and which is really fun because it's way more fun than what we had before, which was super boring. But it's all we had, so it's all we knew type of thing. So I'm really interested to see how it's going to play out. Yeah.
Oh no, you've gone to Probot again.
Oh no. It went to my head. It went to my headset? Okay, that's...
I clipped it of you going, oh no, sounding like a robot.
Jeez. Is that better?
Looking at my other daughters. Welcome in. So she's
Disco, I cannot believe you're still here. I can't believe you're still awake. Go to bed.
Her sun is in Virgo. She's a Virgo. And you can tell by meeting it, to be completely honest. But it's in that 11th house. And she's got her moon in Leo as well. It's the same as me, which is pretty cool.
Disco's yelling at me.
She's like, go to bed.
She's like, how are you awake? It's been more than 12 hours.
We're just in a hyper focus at the moment.
Yes.
This is ADHD. We found something we're interested in. We're here for 24 at this point, you know.
Just testing out that 16-hour stream.
So we're just seeing if it works. Venus in Libra. Interesting. Thank you for letting me know that you are a human and you are also not a human.
Oh, same.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Oh, interesting.
Disco said the
Mars
moon
and
and planet said goodnight.
Did it though?
Did it?
Oh,
It's
her
foggy
ascendant's
out.
in Scorpio as well. That makes sense. That's probably why her and my partner get along so well.
This old Greg is a terrible influence.
I'm old Greg.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Very interesting.
What'd you say was compatible?
So my oldest daughter is, her sun's in Virgo, but her moon's in Leo, the same as mine, which is very interesting because we do express ourselves emotionally very similarly. Like, I feel like, yeah, I feel like we are very, very, very similar in certain aspects. In other aspects, we're complete opposites. But, yeah, it's a lot. I'm going to look at my son's because I think his is going to be the most interesting, to be honest, because he's very, you know how I'm scattered? He's exactly the same. I know it's ADHD, but I think it'd be something to do with the chart too. What time was he born? There. At least I remember the time they were born. It's been a while since they were born. Older ones. I woke up and forgot my species. It's okay. We all do it sometimes. We all do it. We sometimes forget if we're a robot or not.
Totally.
Okay.
Disco
His
says
moon's in Leo as well. That's really weird. See what I'm saying? Like, a lot of this is really weird with me and my kids.
that is crazy.
The only one who isn't is my youngest daughter. But I'm pretty sure. Where's mine?
And the sun's the
Yeah.
opposite of the moon. Leo's main is the sun.
Well, that's what's so interesting because my sun is Cancer, but my moon is Leo. It's almost like they're swapped. It's like you've got everything back to front, you know?
Mm-hmm. Disco's
But
still
he's
yelling at me.
Aquarius.
Sorry, Disco's still yelling at me.
It's okay, Disco.
She's threatening to kidnap my son Chewy.
It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Oh. Planets in the first house, Sun, Mercury, Neptune. Ascendant in Aquarius as well. He has his Sun, Mercury, and Ascendant's all in Aquarius.
I'm gonna forget that you don't just normally look like this. I'm gonna be honest.
I know.
The next time I see you, it's just like, wait, what?
Something's missing.
Why are you like this? Why aren't you dressed like old Greg?
No.
You really embody it. Disco.
We're shocking. We are shocking. We're shocking people.
I love that I can read your chat through the Discord.
Me
things.
too.
That's what I do.
I just forget it's there. Oh my god. This is his Mercury is in Aquarius in the first house. This is weird. He is, you know how I collect knowledge?
Mm-hmm.
He's like the whole different level, and that's very reflected here.
I love that.
What the hell? It's so weird looking at this. Mars in Virgo. People with Mars in Virgo may be quite demanding. They have high expectations of themselves as well as others. Yep. In the 8th house. Mars in the 8th house suggests a person who has talent for searching information or more or less is in any field. This is just saying you are a knowledge gatherer.
A knowledge gatherer.
He's a gatherer.
Got it from his mama.
So interesting. Saturn in Libra. In the 9th house. What the hell? I just find it so interesting, like how much sense a lot of this makes.
Mm-hmm.
Because I haven't looked at it in this much detail before.
Mm-hmm.
These people are impulsive. Yep. So like the fact that it even says that, it's interesting. We have something called the bubble wrap thing. So like he sees like a psychologist just because of his ADHD, and they made him sit there with bubble wrap because he's so impulsive, to try and teach him that sometimes in certain situations you need to let the feeling pass and not act out impulsively all the time. So we literally have a saying in our house whenever he goes to do something impulsively that's not a good decision, I say bubble wrap.
Daddy,
And
chill.
it's literally here, these people are impulsive. Really interesting.
What does that mean? The cats must look close to their kittens now?
Daddy, chill.
It's just cooking us a lullaby.
I think so. The lambs have laid down with the sheep. This goes giving
Daddy,
bits with
chill.
it. You're cozy and warm in your bed, my dear.
Bruh.
Driving you.
Thank you for the follow.
Very
This goes bribing me to go to bed. That's
Daddy, chill.
please go the fuck to sleep.
It's really nice. It's really nice.
That sounds so ominous.
I'm good. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. I do look a little different tonight, though.
No, it's normal. It's normal.
It's just fashion, you know.
I don't see anything different.
Good color. It is. I'm talking to someone whose name
Daddy,
is
chill.
literally green as the start of the username.
Go the fuck to sleep by Samuel L. Jackson. Is that actually a quote? A direct quote?
Is anyone born in the same day as me?
It is a book.
Can I like use a celebrity to tell me like exactly what's gonna happen?
There's also
There's one
certain
person.
aspects where you can figure out like your if you have like certain degrees in your chart, it's like more likely that you'll be famous or have some sort of influence. It's
Ooh,
like
that's cool.
what is it? 17 and 27? Something like that.
That's pretty cool. There's so many things on this website.
It's 5,
well.
17, and 29. 5 is considered to be short-term fame, while 17 and 29 are considered to be long-term.
My daughter's 17. That's so weird. So what is it? 5, 17, and 29, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not me.
So like my ascendant is 17 degrees.
Oh, right.
And then you can also look at,
Let's have a look.
I also don't have any fire signs in my chart, which is really weird.
That is really weird.
Yeah.
That's not, yeah.
And my chart is a seesaw shape.
It's a
Disco's
seesaw
sending me.
shape.
I am wrapping it up, Disco. I will be.
We're
I'm
wrapping it up. We're just quickly seeing if we're going to be famous real quick.
Story time with Tomfoolery presents.
Okay, let's have a look.
Go the fuck to sleep.
5. Wait, let's have a look. Oh my god, I've got none of them. I'm not going to be famous. I've got 5 fire, 2 air, 8 earth, 12 water. Very watery. It makes sense considering I'm old Greg.
Oh, Greg.
But it's really interesting that it says that because I did you know the TikTok filter where you like put it down like on your heart and it's like AI and it shows you like where your home's supposed to be? It was literally underwater.
Really?
I'm a mermaid. I'm meant to be a mermaid.
Meant to be.
I'm not famous. Unfortunately. I won't be because I've got none of those. I've got the number 23 repeatedly. That's just a number that is just stuck to me.
I know, I'm sure there's plenty of famous people who don't have those in their charts though, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if I want to be famous either. Like, it's very stressful, I think.
Yeah. If I were to be, I would want it to be like... Disco's still swearing at me. I'd want to be like something smaller, you know, not like being a Kim Kardashian would be like awful.
I would have like 6 mental breakdowns a day.
Yeah.
Like, I could not deal with that.
I feel like you have to be like disconnected emotionally to deal with that kind of level of fame.
Yeah, I think
it's just really weird. It's a lot.
So the next new moon, is it the new moon? Yeah, is going to be the 18th, which is it's next week. Next week. And then for us here, we got winter solstice coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Which is cool. What day is it? It's the day before my birthday. Sometimes it is my birthday. This year it's the day before my birthday, which is fun. So
yeah.
I think I'm going to be playing scary games on that day.
Oh, really? Do you like scary games?
Yes. I do, but I have to be in the mood for them. And I don't like doing ones that aren't multiplayer. I love multiplayer ones because you can feed off people, you know. When's your birthday? Yeah. 23rd of June. 23rd of June.
It's coming up. Am I playing? I think I'm playing games with you on that day. I don't know what we're playing.
Which one? On my birthday?
On your birthday, with you and your friends, or at least we were talking about it.
I want to do Played Up because I think that would be chaos, like absolute chaos. 3 days before mine. You're the 26th. That's exciting. I know so many people born within the same week as me as well.
I was told. Really Disco weird. Says I was told we would be doing Fall Guys. I feel misled.
Oh, today. Well, thinking about it, I think we ran out of time as we always do. We can do Fall Guys on my birthday too. You know, we're just gonna do everything on my birthday.
Just do all the Fall Guys.
Everything. I may or may not have gone to the cinemas to get popcorn. I do that all the time. Whose charts is that's mine?
I've never thought about going just to get popcorn.
Mama, this is garbage.
Right here.
I'm so excited to have a shower right now, though. Like,
Yeah, definitely need a shower.
I'm gonna have to record TikTok quickly, and then and then I'm having a shower.
I was gonna say definitely do a TikTok and that. You wanna do some kind of like old Greg lip sync.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah.
Wash the green off of you. I mean, it's nice. It looks like I've gotten a really bad fake tan. So I don't know if you know this, but if you put fake tan on underneath your arms and you've used some kind of lotion or something beforehand, or put deodorant on before you get the spray tan, it will go green like this. It goes green like this if you use a green base one. I don't know why, the green just sticks to it. And like once you wash it off, it's fine, but until you wash it off, it's like this color. So that's just what's happened here, I think. I think that's what's happened. Are you ready to go to bed?
I am ready to go to the bathroom. But yeah, I'm ready to end the day. Thank you so much for this collab. I had a lot of fun.
Thank you so much.
I love your old Greg.
Thank you. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna raid into you, and then I'll come along for the ride to wherever you go.
Okay. Wait, are you gonna? Are you sure we don't just double raid?
We can just raid in together, and then we can just do like a joint raid message or something. Do you want to do that?
Okay.
Just because I feel like a lot of people are in both of ours.
Yeah, that's true.
All right. Everyone come along for the raid to Glam.
Where are we raiding?
You may not. I'll stay on the call with you.
Okay.
Right, get ready to raid. Come along if you're not already in Glams. And I will see you on Monday. Monday. We'll be doing Sid.
Monday.
Bye everyone.
You said that so zen.
Goodbye. Farewell, mother liquor. Okay.
Why am I old? Why am I fat?
I have to do my whole thing.
I just want to address the elephant in the room. Why am I old? Why am I fat? Why am I old? Why am I fat? Why am I old? Why am I fat?
Why hello? Why hello? It's almost as if you haven't been here the whole time.
Yeah,
all right, what is our yes, I love yes. Yes, all the shout outs. Okay, should we raid Lucy?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah. Okay.
That's a good idea.
Let me your cam might disappear. Apologies.
That's okay.
Should we do a joint message? What we gotta come up with a message.
Like tragic dilemma or something like that.
Yeah.
That could be cute.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Okay. I'm gonna get the raids ready.
Raiding in with insane people. I like it. I like it.
They're copy and paste that. Oh, that's where I'm getting it. Okay. My brain only works a little bit right now. That's okay.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Yeah.
You've done 12 hours. Almost 13. So that's a lot.
Okay, hold on. I want to come up with a raid message. Raid, I don't know if I can do this fast enough. I'm trying. I'm going fast.
It's fine. It's fine. We got these. Got these.
You shout like that, they put you in jail right away. You're playing music too loud, right to jail, right away. You're driving too fast, jail. Slow, jail. You undercook fish, believe it or not, jail. You overcook chicken, also
Okay.
jail.
I'm almost done.
Undercook over.
I'm almost got it. I almost got it.
I'm feeling my oats. Let me feel my oats.
Okay, there's that. I don't know if that's any good. I made it very quickly.
Yeah, that's
okay. There we go. There's one. Bye.
Made it.
Rated in. Got it. There we go. Got it. People got it. All right. Bye, YouTube. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being here. Love you. Bye. Mwah.